target of people, and you don't want presidents and prime ministers of these countries to be get into a situation which is very difficult for them to come out with. So hence, considering the security measures of President of America, Prime Minister of India, and Prime Minister of UK, the special provisions were made, and these special provisions are not very, humongous. It's something that requires as a security protocol. Number one is these three countries were allowed to book their rooms, and they also were allowed to travel from the venue to the hotels and back and forth using their own security paraphernalia. And that irked Erdogan. I don't know why, because I think the matter of discussion, Mr. Erdogan, is the climate change. What is that your country has contributed to climate change or correction in what we need to do as humanity? You have not done anything. You have done nothing, and you're basically asking, "Hey, I'm not rated equally with India. What is your problem with India?" This is what happens, Mr. Erdogan, when you actually think through spectacles of religion. You don't have to. I think you have to start behaving like a normal human being, which coexist like everybody else. Don't create a situation where you start comparing yourself with large democracies like US, India, and UK. First, you bring democracy in your own country, you start contributing to the global requirements, and then you talk about comparing yourself. I think already there is a lot of flake in the world global community where you have been in the seat of power since 2002, and you're not getting out of this, and you're taking the country and the people along with you in the downward spiral. Your country used to be first world country, and see where it is. You are debt ridden. So I think you have your own problems to look at, and not look at, hey, I did not get a car, I did not get a room, etc. These are very, very trivial issues. I think you should look at what is more important in terms of your contribution to the global economy and global issues. So, friends, this is something which happened. I found it very hilarious, and therefore I thought I'll make a video on this, because when the leader of a particular member country is behaving, hey, it's like a schoolboy. Hey, I did not get a car, I did not get this, and why the other guy got it? So, I think it's something which is quite hilarious from my point of view, and I thought I'll bring this to you without mincing my words. Do write in your comments, and I will respond to each one of your comments, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live. And today we want to talk about mental health. I know that this subject has been discussed several times by many people, but today we want to discuss about how mental health can be improved for businesses, for individuals, and for family. And to have this discussion, I will be joined by a very good friend of mine from UK, Mr. Reval Gund. So without further ado, let's welcome him.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we've heard a lot about mental health over the last, let's say, 2 years while we've been talking about COVID. And I'm not talking today, I don't want to touch today about the medical issues that people have in the mental health arena. So those people that are potentially suicidal, they've got depression, those sort of arenas we're not going to talk about, because those are medical issues. We're going to talk very simply about the things that we are in control of, and we know we're in control of. And we can take a great example, for instance, Novak Djokovic has eventually been deported from Australia, having literally tried to bend the rules, according to the press. I mean, we don't know everything, but effectively the legal system at the end of the day have said, you've tried to manipulate the rules and we're not having it, because it's not fair to anyone else. It's not fair to Australians. It's not fair to any other athletes. Goodbye, go home. So we haven't heard the last of this, so you can watch it unravel in the papers. But let me ask you, CK, the simple question. As it's unfolded here, what's going through your mind as being questionable as to the mental state of this the top tennis player in the world?
Well, Neville, as far as I am concerned, it's just a simple jibe. Just take a jab and get over with it and start playing Australian Open. And of course, you are the top seed player. So personally, I believe two reasons. One could be that he is taking some medicines, which because of which he doesn't want to take any other vaccination, which he wants to keep it secret. Otherwise, why he would go all out with all guns blazing against taking a jab. Number two is I think he's made it a ego issue where he says that okay, my way is because I said it first that I don't want to take a jab and I'm following certain principles of my life. So I think he made it an ego issue, and since he knows that he is a top seed player, he can arm twist the government of Australia. I think these are the two reasons. What do you think about my assessment, Nebo?
Well, again, what's happening here is we're seeing it in the news. I mean, we're seeing it plastered all over our news. I don't know about you in India. And it is headline news. But after a while, he's had a court case where the judge actually said, no, you can stay. You've met all the rules. And this phrase has been said several times. What else could this man do? And yet what came out in the court case was that one of the defenses that he had was that he'd actually contracted COVID before Christmas in the middle of December. But having contracted it, he then went in public arenas and made presentations. So the question there is, it's not that he hasn't been vaccinated. It's the fact that he had this highly infectious disease. And because of his personal schedule, his publicity schedule, he went into the public arena and made presentations. That's been challenged now. So what is the mental state of an individual that's got this highly transferable disease going into a public place saying, well, it's okay because you won't catch it because I'm the #1 tennis player in the world. That's more or less what people are saying, and I love the guy, don't get me wrong. I think it's fantastic, and the Australian Open will be very sad to see him not there. However, there is an issue, and we're starting this discussion really over someone who's a highly paid professional at the very top of his game, and you've got to question his mental health. What's it going to do for him now, having been deported? Because anyone knows that's involved in tennis, there is a circuit. They move from one tournament to the next, and they can't just turn it on. They can't just turn up in Australia one day and start playing the following day, because these are top athletes. These are highly prone individuals that have got a training schedule, that have got a metabolism, that have got an eating schedule, that have got a sleeping schedule. And if any of that is disrupted, they don't feel good, and mentally they don't feel good either. So we talk about having, good, healthy mind, healthy body, and then you can be the best you can be. So he's just one example at the very top of the game where his mental health now is going to be challenged. How strong is he? And anyone involved in high sports, we do know that the top performers are a little crazy, or they appear crazy to the majority of people in the world, because they are so regimented, they're so disciplined. And you've only got to look at people like Ronaldo. And David Beckham in the days gone by, they would religiously spend 2 hours after practice just practicing on their own, free kicks, keepy uppies, bending a free kick here, bend it over there. In fact, there was a movie called Bend It Like Beckham, if you can recall, sort of back in the 90s. So these are somewhat fastidious. They are probably in the OCDC like spectrum at the end of it, because everything has to be perfect. What time of day they get up, what the time the alarm goes, etc., etc. Now, for normal individuals like you and me, we don't have to be that regimented. I know some people are, but we don't have to be. But we do need some form of diary that we follow to make sure that we've got best mental health. So let me ask you a simple question. Have you got a diary, like a mental or physical or a digital diary that keeps you on track for the day, that keeps you sane, keeps you smiling as you currently are? Have you got a diary that you could keep going with?
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, I have a diary without which I cannot function. And the first thing that I refer in the morning is my emails. I clear my inbox. And second thing is my diary, so that I know what are my appointments. And I find it very, very difficult to operate, because if I don't have a diary, I will have so much mental botheration on my head because I don't know what is going to happen now. So I maintain a diary. It's an ebook. It's a Microsoft calendar. And I insist with all my known people and friends to send me a diary entry. Otherwise, I will not be able to function.
There you go. And the point is, it works for you. It may not work for everybody else. I mean, I get people saying, "Oh, send me your email," and I say, "Well, why do you need my email? You've got me on WhatsApp." It's just the way people function, and this is the simple part of being mentally healthy, and that's having a schedule. And let me ask you another question, okay? I've got lots of answers for myself, CK, but the whole point about other people learning here is, what does it mean to you? You're the host of the show. So when things go wrong, what do you do?
Well, if it's every day is a different day, and every day will not be right. There is bound to be some Murphy law playing its role on daily basis. There could be something wrong, but then you tend to find a way out and change the routine. Maybe sometimes go for a walk, or sometimes ignore whatever is happening. Continue with your job. I think ignorance is bliss. That is what I would say. Just ignore what is going on wrong, and things are going south. They will go south. You can't control it. But then just ignore it and move on. Think positive. That is what I do, Neville.
See, that's great advice, because she said, every day's different. Things do not go to plan. So it's not necessarily having a plan B. It's knowing when it's not going to plan, how it's affecting you. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of people really struggle with. So rather than plow through it, as most people do, and let's just take, if you've got a headache, the obvious remedy for a headache is drink more water, because you're probably dehydrated. That's what a doctor might say to you. Take a tablet, a paracetamol, an aspirin, whatever it might need. But the last thing you should be doing, I don't know anybody giving this advice that I'm about to say. Keep going, because it'll go away. Just keep plowing ahead, And you smile and you laugh, because I don't know anyone saying that. But guess what? We all do it. I do it. Hands up. Come on, CK. I know you do it. If you've got a headache, you just say, "Oh, no, I've got to finish this. I've got to plow through it." And the point is, it really doesn't do you any good. Yeah, good. Put your hand up eventually. But it doesn't do us any good. So what we need to do is to be aware that something's wrong, and then break the cycle. So a headache is a classic. But let's just say you've got a blockage in your thought process. Do you just keep plowing ahead and then the diary comes up because CK, you've got a diary and it will tell you 10 minutes before you need to know what you're doing and it will come up and then you say, oh, I still haven't finished this. It's putting pressure on you because you weren't aware of the pressure you were putting on yourself. And all of this is internal pressure. You know, it's your calendar, it's your diary. You can do what you like with it. But all of a sudden, we're now, oh, I've got to call this person. That's what the time I said. Rather than saying, hang on a minute, if I call this person when I'm in a mood, we're both not going to be happy about it. So I'm not saying don't call the person, but it's a choice not to call that person. But what you do need is the right choice now. You need to break the cycle. As you said, CK, you go for a walk. No, sometimes I just physically get up and walk around the room and look at things and get my attention changed. So I'm not thinking of the same things that actually were making me mentally unhealthy. And this is all about your mental health at the end of the day. And we can do so many simple things, but we have to be aware of what's happening. So do you feel, CK, that you're pretty much aware of all the things that are happening that start to drag you down? Or on occasion, do you get dragged down and then you go, why didn't I stop earlier?
Well, if you ask me, my case may be different, but I don't, since I have a diary, I will follow a schedule and continue doing that. And if something goes wrong, I take it as it comes. You know, I don't plan things. I don't do any risk analysis of having taken one step, because if I do, I will not even take two steps. So I don't do that. And I think coming back to this top seeded tennis player, I'm, avoiding his name. I think he has set up a very bad example, because there are other top seeded players also in other sports. All of them have good mental health. They have given good example of having good mental health. Whereas this person, he's so senior, he has the ability to move masses. Look what impression he is now giving to people. There are two kinds of impression he is giving. One, because I'm a powerful person, I can flout the laws of the government at the cost of people. That is the first message that he has given. Second is that, I'm a big guy. Why should I go what other small people are doing? Why should I do and get the jabs? Because these are, for small people. I'm God. So I think obviously there are some mental issues, mental health issues here, which are being visible and setting a very wrong example. In fact, I'm a great fan of him. I'm a tennis player myself, but I think this is a very bad incident, Neville.
Well, so as far as he's concerned, I think his personal mental health has taken one hell of a shot. In fact, it's probably an ace, and he needs to recover. He needs to recover from that serve, and I'm sure he will, but he'll need time. These top athletes do need time. I mean, you've only got to look at the stories of some of the biggest athletes in the world. Dame Kelly Holmes, the double gold winner at the Olympics. Her story is interesting. I mean, she really struggles from depression, and some of the big performers on the stage. It's a fine run thing, having that adrenaline feed you through the day, as opposed to being scared. I'm really scared to walk on the stage. So all I'm saying is we've all got it in us. So the upshot of today is just think about what you do when you do. As you said, CK, you don't do a risk assessment on the fly. That's because you did a risk assessment before and you created a diary that actually works for you. So your risk assessment was probably the first time that you actually created that diary, and then worked to it and found out, do you know what? yeah, this really does work for me. I can do that. And that's the whole point. Get a system in place or a process, preferably a process, because processes always work. You can pinch these processes from anybody, but they will all say, the top people will all say very similar things. Create a schedule and stick to it. Don't create a schedule that is so tight that there's no flexibility in it. I think Warren Buffett famously said, my diary is mostly empty, but I always get something to fill it. So that's the way. He's still got a diary. It may fundamentally be empty, but he knows how to fill it. And the other thing is, we do know that your 24 hours is exactly the same as my 24 hours. It goes tick, 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 tick. Your second is exactly the same as my second. But as we do know, when we're having fun, time flies. So I'd like everyone for time to fly, because if you're having fun, your mental health actually is being added to. It's on the positive side. So maybe, whatever it is, create a schedule that works for you, because that will help you, and it will help your friends, your family, your colleagues at work, your supply chain, your relationships in the business world. It will make life a lot simpler for you and for them. And then, if it's making your life simpler, guess what? You'll start smiling more, because things will start to happen. And I can see that you're already reflecting on that, CK, because a smile came across your face. And that's the whole point of these little sessions, is all we're doing to say is, what would this person do? What would that person do? But more importantly, what we want to know is what you would do. Have you got a schedule? Do you keep to it? Has it got enough flexibility so that you don't panic about what you're doing? Because again, panic is a bad state of mental health. Don't want that, don't need it. Are you aware of when things are going wrong, to get up and break the cycle? Go for a walk, have a cup of tea, phone a friend. Or just imagine sitting on a beach in Hawaii, whatever it is that will really break the cycle. And when I say break the cycle, you've got to really break it. You can't just think about something else for a nanosecond, because guess what? You will go back to the cycle. You really do have to take yourself into a completely different place and have a different thought. So hopefully that's been useful today. And as Frasier Crane in the program Frasier in the US that I used to love watching, good mental health.
Good mental health for everyone. I think these are very good advices you have given. Go out for a walk, get inspiration and solve your issues. I think this is something that is great advice from you. Neville, as usual, it was a pleasure talking to you today. We will catch up in the next event. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Goodbye, everybody. Have fun. And if you don't have fun, break the cycle and go and have fun.
Well, friends, did you hear such good words from my great friend, Mr. Neville Gund? If you want to get engaged with us, you can actually use this link, which is down below, and you can get associated with us, and you can talk about your products, your offerings, and also get associated with us in whichever way you want. There are many options. So for today, I like to say goodbye, only to catch you again in the next one.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And let me also welcome my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And what's the subject for today? What's spiraling round your world today, CK?
Well, I think this is spiraling around the world, not specifically around India. It's a great news that scientists have found traces of certain gases that can that on the Venus, in the atmosphere of Venus, and those gases can come in the first place if there are life basically is present in the atmosphere of Venus. So this is very exciting amongst the scientific community.
Well, I'm sure, I mean, the scientists have been here for years. And forget all of the Area 51 issue about aliens in America, etc., etc. Let's look at reality. We are all connected. I mean, there is absolutely no two ways about it. Science has proven it. Mathematicians have proven it. I remember seeing a great presentation on the BBC about 4 years ago by Dr. Brian Cox, the famous musician, you know, and he talks about we're all connected, and although we see each other in very sharp form, there's an aura around us because we're giving off something, you know, chemical base or something. And he explained it far better than I've just done there. But in essence, we make something simple out of something very, very complicated. And quantum maths and quantum physics have come together, and they're proving that the whole universe is connected. Is that a surprise? No, not really. With just the thought process, I mean, just life on Earth, are we the only being, and I'm not talking about human being, are we the only being in our universe or all of the universes? Remember, there are many universes out there, trillions of universes, so they're saying. Are we all connected? Well, scientists are now saying, well, we're getting gases from Venus. Well, there's a surprise.
Well, I think what you're talking about is probably is a very vast subject. You know, you're talking about aura, and the aura is connected of all living beings. This is true, by the way, because everything boils down to energy. And if we are doing, thinking is a part of mind energy. So, you know, you're eating food, and then that is converted into thought process, and that thought process is then connected with other person's thought process. So I think it's a connection at the energy level, at a higher level. So we will talk about that some other day, Neville. But I think let's go back to Venus. Why Venus is so exciting? Venus is so exciting because it is just 100 days trip with current technology. Rather, I mean, we have heard so much about Mars because I have one word for it: surfaces. So, you know, we are obsessed with surfacism. So,
Yep.
because we are able to land on Mars,
Yep.
you know, NASA has sent so many spaceships and probes to study. But the real fact is, the Mars is not suitable for humans to live, simply because there is no atmosphere, there is very little gravity, and there is no water on the surface. Oxygen is a problem. So a whole lot of problems with Mars. Whereas Venus is just 100 days away. You know, with current technology, if we fire a rocket, it's just like 3 months away. Within 3 months,
Yep.
you can reach Venus and you can come back. So
Yep.
now the problem with Venus is it is very hot. It is the hottest planet in the solar system. So you cannot survive on the surface. But where you can survive is 50 kilometers up in the atmosphere. So if somebody is trying to settle on Venus, they have to think of a way to float in the atmosphere, because the temperature is close to Earth's temperature. You don't have to go down. The gravity is equal to Earth gravity. It's a large planet. That is why it is called a sister planet. And then if you can master the way of making a floating city, of floating habitat, you can directly get your oxygen from the atmosphere, convert it using some catalytic converter, and breathe normally. Uh, you know, harness the atmosphere to make your food. So whole, because there is a lot of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere in Venus, and what we eat is carbon. Ultimately, we eat plants, and we eat, some of the non-vegetarian friends of mine will eat life forms, animals, which are also made of carbon. So there is a whole lot of carbon in the atmosphere. You can use the 3D print technology to press the button and make your food. So it's very logical. So if there are microbes surviving in the atmosphere of Venus, 50 kilometers up in the sky, the chances are you will also survive. So that is why this news is so exciting, Neval.
No, I can see you're getting very animated about it. And the nice thing about this is science fiction is becoming science fact. So I remember as a child watching programs on the TV, things like the Jetsons. I don't know if you ever remember that, you know, where we were living in spaceships literally above our planet, and they weren't in space. They were, you know, half a mile high, you know, and we've proven that from the space station. We've proven that we can live in the space station. I mean, obviously there are issues around that, but we've grown things in the space station that they never thought possible. So lots of scientific research programs are even currently going on in that space station. What I always find fascinating is we're consciously looking above, somewhere else, and yet we know very little about below sea level. We know very little about it. When a volcano erupts, all of a sudden we think, my goodness, you know, what's happening, even with all of the technology that we have. So I think for me, you talking about Venus today and seeing it in the papers, mostly the scientific press, because it's, people think this is a complicated issue. Well, I'm sure Dr. Brian Cox or somebody is going to make it a very simple issue that we can all understand. But what it gets to me is that we are, as a human race, we are progressing science at a phenomenal rate. And as you said, a little bit about energy, you know, and we all know what that is. You know, you put 10 people that are determined to solve a problem in a room, and they come out feeling energized, even if they've been in there for 28 hours. That adrenaline rush that's gone all the way through. Yes, they've had lulls and they've had dips and they've had heights all the way through, but they've succeeded. And it isn't an issue of, you know, one person made the difference. They all made a difference. And that's the thing that excites me about the human race in many respects, because 1 + 1 is greater than 2.
You know,
and that means 2 + 2 is definitely greater than 5.
Neval, I think the driving force for the humans is the economy, the money. So I think we need to get to other planets to do mining, basically, because something has to drive those space trips, space exploration. So either it is a commercial interest or it is tourism. I don't see any other reason. I mean, you will not go to living your humble abode on Earth, which is so comfortable. You don't need any apparatus to build your oxygen. It's available free. But if you go to Venus, then obviously there has to be some compelling reason. You know, why people go to Antarctica? Because they want to do something there, right? Somebody is funding them. And that public money is funding their trips. I mean, you can't expect public money to fund somebody's jolly ride to Venus, you know. So it has to be some.
There will be a commercial aspect in there somewhere, but the biggest commercial aspect here is if we are going to prolong our race, we need to, number one, start to thinking about our planet, our home residence, what that's doing. One thing we do know is the population is exploding. In the 1960s, I was told there was something like 6 billion people. No, I think 3.5 billion people, something like that on the planet. Well, it's over double that now. So 40 years later, 30 years later, we've doubled. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to double and double and double, because things like coronavirus has come along which is a man-made issue. I mean, let's face facts here. We have, because of what's happened, we've created this. Like, antibiotics. There's been lots in the journals out there that's saying the effect of antibiotics is receding. So we need to find something to replace antibiotics. But I think the message for me, like the Venus message here, is science is really progressing at such a phenomenal rate. Everyone's talking about how AI is going to improve this and AI is going to improve that. But I think actually science is overtaking this AI, commercially driven AI discussion. And they're all talking about ethical AI and it needs to be, everyone needs to own it, etc., etc. Well, one thing we can own and push is new science. And let's just congratulate them. They're all can-do people. Boy, are they can-do people to be pushing this type of arena. So take my hat off to all of you scientists out there, and all of you pending scientists, all of you young scientists, the 14 and 15-year-olds that think, do you know what, I really fancy a career in science or engineering. Well, our advice to you is do it. If you love it, go and do it. Because the job that you love is not a job.
Well, Naval, there are a lot of advancements which are going to happen in AI. And I think I will give one example here, the 3D printing. Now, you know why 3D printing is so important and so exciting, because, you know, you don't have to carry your gadgets with you. All you have to carry in your spacecraft is a 3D printer and a raw material. So if you have some raw material which can be used by 3D printer to make things. So for example, your toolbox, you know, your spacecraft is a machine and somebody has to fix that machine if it goes, goes south. So you can't carry all the toolbox with you. So what will happen? You know, you have a printer, you have a raw material which can be used by printer to make a tool out of it. And that can be managed from Earth through a signal. So the astronauts in the spacecraft, I need a special spanner because that screw is, it's faulty. I need to replace it. So what these guys have to do on Earth is basically design that spanner, feed the data to using a data link to the 3D printer, and the 3D printer will print that out. So once the job is finished, the astronauts will replace in the raw material and that get recycled. So you don't have to carry your toolbox, equipment, something which you need to replace, something has gone south. You don't have to carry it with you, because that is the biggest challenge. So that is why the 3D printing is so exciting, and AI is going to be even more exciting because you need somebody to manage this, because suppose there is a human being, he cannot check all the parameters. So you need an intelligence computer system to manage all of that inside the spacecraft as well as outside the spacecraft. You know, what is happening in the sun? Is there is going to be a flare which is dangerous for you? So things like that. So something is required to manage all the show, and then you go to Venus and basically do mining, and then who knows, that can be a stepping stone to go to Jupiter, because you know in Jupiter you can do mining of gases, because Jupiter is gas giant as the name suggests. So you need to mine hydrogen. Why hydrogen? Because hydrogen is your fuel for future. So you need to mine hydrogen. You obviously can't go to sun to mine hydrogen, but you can always go to Jupiter to mine hydrogen. So I think this whole thing is so exciting. You can build floating cities on in the atmosphere of Venus. You can float around, just like the Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. There's a floating city.
Yep.
So you can also build a floating city there. So
Yep.
I think this whole thing will open up, and it should, because you raised the point about population doubling. Now the thing is that we were 1 million people, maybe 10,000 years back. From 1 million people, we have become 7 billion. And the next doubling will happen in next 10 years. The problem is that from 7, we will become 14 billion if we continue the rate of expansion in the same way. As per the studies carried out by the scientists, this planet cannot support more than 12 billion people. So the next doubling will happen, and we will consume all the natural resources which are available on this planet. So I think logically we have to spread out in the solar system. That is why this discovery on Venus is so exciting.
Well, it opens up immense opportunity, lots of which are going to be problems. You know, how do we get over it? But I think already, as I said, we're seeing fantastic strides in the science field. Many people never hear about it. You know, it's on, page 52 of your national newspaper, and it's only in the bottom, scientists reveal life on Mars. That would be probably front news, news of the world. That would have put, Elvis has returned or something. But the reality is we are really moving forward fast. And our message, I suppose, my message today is for all of you students at school, at college or university, get out there quick, get out and follow your dream. Follow all these, bits of news that are typically hidden away, but they're not that hidden if you know where to look. So start Googling, start finding out. There are lots of science journals out there that are factual science journals. Some might speculate about what the opportunity might bring, but the point is they're based upon facts. Scientists do like facts. A bit like Sherlock Holmes, give me the facts. Or a good chief exec, give me the facts. I can still make a bad decision, but just give me the facts. So, can you handle the truth? There's another thought for you. But anyway, I think that's probably enough for today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, CK. I've got a very busy day ahead, but more about that tomorrow, maybe.
Sure. Thank you very much, Naval. I think we will end this discussion by giving just one more information about India. In 2 years, India is launching their manned mission to space. So I think it's
Wow.
it is very relevant because all youngsters who are who want to get into space sciences, space technology, I think they can do it in India also.
Well, there you go. I've recently been watching something on Netflix called Away. It's one of these Netflix miniseries. It's an incredibly interesting program. It's where the world actually gets together and goes to Mars. I won't say anything else about it, but if you're interested in Netflix, go and binge it because it says a lot about collaboration. It says a lot about competition, and it says a lot about human nature. So anyway, again, great speaking with you this morning, CK. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Naval. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this series we have a special guest, Ritu Gupta, and we'll be discussing a very interesting topic. But before we start our topic, let's welcome her.
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine and hope you're also doing fine.
Well, yesterday night, James Webb been shoot up, and we are, I think it's a leap, and it's a leap for the advancement of human race, I guess. So what is your reaction on this, and how really you will feel when you will come across any alien species through James Webb?
Well, I feel very, happy, and I cannot just understand, because it's the space, the universe is still a mystery to us. So for me, James Webb Space Telescope, which has been launched by NASA in collaboration with European Space Agency and also in collaboration with Canadian Space Agency, to succeed the Hubble Space telescope, which is already doing study about the astrophysics. It's something which is very mystical, very unique, very different, for most of us, because uh, you know physics is still a mystery, and I understand that it is going to let us, the people of NASA, will come to know about various things which are happening in the space, because the mission of this particular telescope, which is let in the space, is to basically study about the origin of life, is to understand about the formation of stars and planetary system. So I feel very great, and it's something very mystical for me.
You have really mentioned that it is mystical era, and you know that is they have specialized in finding the signatures, life signature, if it is, if at all they are if they are exist in the universe through ultraviolet, and the screen and the telescope can see beyond the clouds, which earlier Hubble was having little problem. So my question is, in case we really come across any alien beings, what will be your first reaction?
Okay, the first reaction, I'll be really very glad and surprised to know that, okay, we have been watching movies about alien, and we have been watching, foreign American series. We have been reading the comics and the stories, but actually, if aliens are existing, then, this is a very different and strange feeling. I would really love to see aliens. It's something, getting back to your childhood, and physics, the development of the physics. So although I've studied physics till 10th grade, 10th standard, but there is some kind of mysteries which are there in the universe. For example, this particular James Webb Space Telescope, which is there in the space, the main mission of this telescope is to search for the light from the first stars, galaxies that form the universe and the Big Bang. And to know about the Big Bang itself, to know things about it in detail, and yes, to meet the aliens. I'm sure everyone would wanting to be doing that, and it's going to be really, and I'll be very happy that in my lifetime I have come across an alien. And why not? Because the world is changing. We all need to know about this particular universe where we are living. So how everything has been formed, the evolution of galaxies. So I'll be very happy if I get to see one alien. I really want to meet. I really want to see aliens.
Well, I don't know what will be the scenario when we really come across the alien beings, and if they are intelligent beings, how we will, as a race, react to those alien beings. But when we are talking about James Webb, I think the NASA has been, this particular telescope has been designed to stay at least 5 years, but then the leverage is being given that it can stay for almost 10 years. Now, what I really is excited about the technology, because it took around 30 years to develop this. And now when we are looking forward, it's being launched and it will be giving the results after 6 months. So don't you really feel that when we are talking about colonization, and there any aspect of alien will also start thinking colonizing Earth? So is it a good idea to really shake hand with aliens, or how will you react to that?
Kanchan, people have been talking about the life on Mars and various other planets, and people from Earth, the scientists, they have been talking about, if if at all there is life on Mars or any other planet, then to start some kind of colonization. I personally do not really feel happy about it. I really do not know how the human body is going to react on other planet, and how can a human body survive there? How are we going to? What are we going to eat? What about the medical conditions? What about the conditions of the atmosphere? How the body is going to react to certain things, chemicals, other things. So if you ask me personally, I do not want to leave Earth and go on another planet. But yes, to enhance my knowledge, to know new things, I really want to study and know about the new things. But yes, I do not want to be moving out of the Earth to some other planet, because it's very different. We really do not know. And yes, the I think this particular telescope has been delayed. I think it was supposed to it was started, the project took off in 1996, but it has been delayed. And let's say it will not come back after 5 years, it will come back after 10 years. So let's wait and watch that what's going to happen. What are the things, and how are aliens reacting to us getting closer to them? Are aliens as intelligent as human beings, or they are something different? So that one has to really understand, and every human being on this Mother Earth should understand before making any decisions.
Well, you mentioned rightly, because we don't know whether there are intelligent beings out there, or they are maybe the main aim is to really search the life formation, or life, is there any life exists in the universe. So I think it's a great effort, and it's a something which I think we should over the years will cherish, that we have been part of launch of James Webb. But apart of this, I also feel that I think it is like going into unknown and navigating, finding out new findings. I think that is very crucial and critical for human beings. What is your take on that?
I absolutely agree that it's an unknown thing and a very crucial take for any human being, whether it's you, me, or the other people who are very intelligent, who are scientists. It's a very unknown thing. But yes, we should need, I mean, there is a curiosity in everyone that what about the first light, how the human life has been formed, what about the water on any other planet. So we all want to know about it. The curiosity is always there, and this is the essence of being human being, that we all are curious. So yes, I really would want to know. I really want to know that new things should be discovered and told to us about it, and we all need to know about it. But uh, universe, I really I think it's, again, I would say it's a mystery, and I really want to know things in detail before we human beings are told to do something. But I'm sure in my lifetime no one is going to move on any other planet. But yes, Kanchan, as I understand, because of global warming and other things, I do understand that people are trying to find life on some other planet, if we can really live there. And perhaps, who knows, over for next 100 years, or maybe after next 100 years, people from Earth may move to some other planet. We really don't know. But yes, the scientists are doing something magical for us human being to live longer, the human race to exist longer. Because as I understand, as I read, that the human life is going to end very soon because of global warming. That's what I understand.
Well, rightly said, but I look forward for some interesting fact which will be delivered by James Webb in coming future. And I think that is something which we would like to congratulate everybody, you and me, that this is a technical advancement which we have done. And it took many people really worked for the day, and it took 30 years to really develop these kind of sensitive telescope and to be sent in the space. So, with that, I would like to end today. Any last thought you would like to share with our viewers?
Yes, I also think that we all need to congratulate the this entire team of this particular project, because it's in a way it shows that how intelligent these people are, how intelligent the physics and the science is, how intelligent the human brain is. We should really need to congratulate, because definitely whatever has been done, this is for the positivity, and let's all remain positive. And we are going to get new results, we are going to get new knowledge also. So let's look forward towards the positivity, and let's definitely thanks the world of the physics.
Thank you, Ritu. It was interesting to talk to you. We'll be meeting again with some other interesting topic in the future. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we are discussing the changing trends of public relation industry, because there's a lot of which is being changed after this pandemic. So stay tuned. I will be meeting you after a few disclaimers. Welcome back, and today we have Ritu Gupta, who is a PR expert, and we'll be discussing the trending and the change in the PR industry. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine. And again, it's so nice, so wonderful to be back every Monday on your show. Thank you.
It is our pleasure, because we discuss so profound, so good happening in PR industry. Now, the question is that there's so much change in not in PR but many other industries also after this pandemic. So how this PR is evolving, and how you see its future in coming years?
Yes, Kanchan. So PR is a very important part of any business strategy, any communication, planned communication, because PR is a planned activity. But after 2020, after the pandemic, things have changed. PR used to be one of the small aspect or the backseat of any communication plan. Any communication plan's 360-degree plan, but now it has become the whole soul important part. And the PR agencies, everyone was working from home, things have changed so much. Now the PR has become more focused. It's become more focused. It is not only about being in news or creating some kind of a buzz, but it is more about making and creating a positive image about any company, organization, a person, an individual, and an idea. So PR has changed a lot over last, let's say, 12 months or so. And a new form of PR which has come up and which has made the things to change is digital form of PR. So since there was a research which was conducted, and India was the only country which was found to be with people reading lots of news online. Lots of people were glued on their phone on various portals, websites, various sites for news. Now, just to write a press release is not PR. You cannot give publicity to anyone just by writing a press release, publishing the press release on various media, especially in newspaper. You have to go a bit more. You have to give complete plan to your client, and that plan should have a very important aspect of digital PR, because everyone has got a smartphone in today's world, and everyone is anything we read, anything we Google, we go on our phone and check out the things. So the PR people, the people who are paying the money, our clients, they want that they should be there on everyone's phone. So one has to give them that kind of a reach other than newspaper and broadcast.
So that means that all traditional activity which is being done by public relation, now there's a shift, and PR is also done digitally. So what is the difference? I mean, are we doing all PR strategies? They are the impact is same or little different?
You are right. There's a shift right now from the old form of PR to the new form of PR. But definitely, Kanchan, I'll say the newspaper will never die. The radio and TV PR will never die. It will definitely come back when things become okay. But there is definitely a shift, and this shift is always going to be there. It's going to be staying. And the impact is very high. The youth, because any PR strategy which we do is focused on the youth, and the youth is tech savvy, is more tech savvy than me or you. The youth is very tech savvy, and they know the various, if they have to search out for anything, for example, they have to search out for a particular brand of clothes, or let's say for any nice eating outlet, they will go and read about it, search about it. They'll see how many pictures people have posted of that particular thing on social media. So the social media plays a very important role. If me, you, or anyone has to do a PR, we have to see the social media. That are we giving our positive image on the social media? Are we getting connected to the people who are Googling us, who are looking out for us? Are we giving them the answers? Because people, they do ask, they have their questions, they do ask you the certain queries. So you have to answer that. So social media is very important, because most of the people are not going out. They are staying at home. So anything they want to do, any kind of services they want to have, they go on social media and check about it. So you have to be positively present on social media. You have to stay connected, and you should know that how to upgrade your technology because of social media.
Well, actually, when we are talking about social media, so there are a lot of things which are changing in business scenario, of course in personal space also. But then when we are talking about social media and PR industry, so there's a shift, as we were discussing, but at the same time there's a lot of advertisement which is being stitched to many of the videos. So now I'm asking you, why and what is the difference between giving an advertisement in social media and how we will be doing public relation through social media?
So giving advertising, giving commercials on social media is also part of our marketing plan. And marketing has got various aspects, and advertising and public relations is one of the aspects. So when you advertise, it's a paid form of publicity. You are letting people know about your services and the things which you can do, and you are asking people to take advantage of their services. PR goes from here. PR makes an image, because if I see about one particular brand of shoes, or let's say one particular brand of clothes wear, I really want to know how it is going to be useful to me. So I am going to read about it more, Google about it more on social media, and I'll get to know, okay, that this particular company, this eatery, this shoe company is doing certain kind of charitable work, or they are getting positive feedback from the people, they are giving after sales services. So this is what PR is all about. You are advertising, that's a paid form, because in advertisement you're always speaking good about your product, company, organization. But in PR, you need to find the problem and give out the solution, and let the world know that you have given the solution to the problem, you have resolved the problem. But that's not that's a hard work, because you have to get people connected to you. So that's what social media is all about, and that's what digital PR, which we do through certain portals, is all about. We ask people to come on our platform, write about us, question us, we're going to answer them, and put the pictures about us. This is what digital PR is all about, so that people get a very positive image about us.
Right, as you said that there's that newspaper will not go away. So the press releases are there, but alternatively, I get an idea that writing a blog or connecting to the audience through social media is as important when we are doing a public relation activity for any product launch or for any information about the product. So how it can be done? Suppose if I have a product and we want to run a campaign, a PR campaign. So what is the duration of that, should be the duration of the campaign, and how we can reach out to people through digital media?
Very correct. The newspaper is not going to be there. These medias are supporting newspaper. In fact, they have grown more than newspaper, but newspaper is always going to be there. So your second question was that you have a certain product and how you can do. See, always plan a PR campaign, whether it's online or offline, always plan it for 12 months. Plan it for 12 months, and after your fiscal gets over, you need to rebudget it, plan for next again 12 months. So you get to know in those 12 months, you get a feedback. You get to know that whether your campaign is going right, it's going in certain direction, which you wanted it to go, or it's not going in that direction. So you have your time, you can change, upgrade yourself, make certain changes. So always plan it for 12 months. But give yourself something, buffer time also. Buffer time of 1 month less or 1 month more. And, if you need to change something in between, then you can do that. So I'll just give you one small example. There was certain hair oil, and that was being endorsed by a very, very famous top actress of 90s. I will not name her. A top actress of 90s. She was endorsing that hair oil brand, and it was all going great. The PR work was also being done very nicely through the medical community and various other things. But something happened in her personal life, which definitely left an impact, negative impact on the general public. So she was taken off from the campaign. That was in between the fiscal year. So if you have certain kind of, these kind of things happening, something fluffing happens, then you can just, you should be prepared, okay, that we can make some changes. So that you have to always be prepared about.
Definitely, because PR activity is a constant activity which has to be there for 12 years, 12 months, and which is essential. But now the thing is that there's as I told you, there's a lot of change in businesses arena, and everything is on digital, and I'm sure that digital media will enhance all the activities of marketing, advertising, and of course public relations. So going forward, what is the future you see when we are taking up digital media as a medium of PR activity? How you really visualize this?
It's a very good medium, and the things are going to be wonderful. But the people who are working in the PR industry, the PR professionals, the new joinees, everyone, they should be tech savvy. Kanchan, they should be really tech savvy, because if you are not really tech savvy, you will not be able to survive. Because I remember just 3 years back, we would go and visit 5 clients every day. Now this is not possible. So you have to make your PowerPoint presentation, and professional PowerPoint presentation, call up the clients, fix the appointment online, give them the presentation, explain to them what the product is all about, why the presentation is being made. So that becomes slightly, tiring and slightly difficult. But over the time period, I see that people are going to get very good results. And I personally, again, want to say that everyone should become tech savvy, because this is how the country is going to run. This is how the world is going to be, because we have understood that there is a digital PR also, which can be done from our homes, we can just monitor everything sitting in our room. So, but you need to be tech savvy.
Well, rightly said, because all information is just a click away nowadays.
Yes.
We are everybody's on phone or on computer. Now, I really feel that public relation has an extended form of medium. It was already there in newspaper, and now we can take advantage of their activity in maybe 200%. What I feel, because we have a traditional medium which we had been practicing for so long. Now we have a new digital media which will reach to people directly, so that makes a lot of difference in public relation. So now we have already discussed about you have discussed about the case study, how to go about it. So any message you want to give to upcoming public relation professional or somebody who is establishing a agency? What is the future you really see?
The future is very good, very bright, very positive. I just want to tell the new people who are joining the public relation that just don't shoo away the old method of public relation, because we all have done that, and that was really very interesting. It is never going to die. It will be there. Perhaps it's just a matter of time, perhaps 2 years or 3 years, people would again do the same thing along with the digital PR. Number two, you have to be tech savvy. You really need to be tech savvy, because now what I see in coming years, people are going to adopt both the methods, the traditional method and the new digital method. The work is going to be more on digitally. People are going to use more of digital media. People are going to be there more online, but there would be offline things also. So you need to know everything. The new professionals, they need to do the old method, and then they need to know the new method. And I'm sure, tech savvy. The agencies, they need to upgrade themselves. If agencies want to be there in the business, if the agencies want to be in the competition, you have to really upgrade yourself. You have to let your people employ. You give them the workshops and let them gain the knowledge also, because these are the employees who have always worked with you in good times. Now there is slightly, the times are not good for everyone. So utilize it. Give them workshops on digital media, because they know how to do, how to talk, how to communicate, what to say. It's just that they need to be tech savvy. So this is what I want to say.
Well, as usual, it is so thought-provoking discussion today, and I think audience must have listened and enjoyed our discussion. We'll be meeting again with another interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye, Ritu. See you, and you take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmac Live, and I am Chandrakant. Recently, there has been a very interesting development in the courtroom of India, where one of the popular celebrity filed a case which is very technical in nature. It involves telecom technologies like 5G, etc. So we will discuss this matter today with our legal expert. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you that there is a giveaway. Please stick around in this analysis till the end, because in the end we will tell you how you can get your free gift. Welcome back, friends. And in the legal matters today, we have a very interesting and hilarious subject to discuss. It could be interesting for some, it could be hilarious. And to discuss this matter, which involved a Bollywood famous actress and a high profile telecom case, we invite our guest from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, and we will discuss this matter further.
Hello, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me on your show on legal matters. And yes, today we are going to discuss this judgment delivered by the Delhi High Court in the matter preferred by a celebrity, Juhi Chawla, with regards to the 5G radiation and wireless networks, which she claims to be to having radiations, which would create problem in public health and public welfare. And what the Delhi High Court did with her suit and how it dismissed it. So that is what we are going to discuss today.
Excellent, Jeet. In fact, I don't even know what was this case all about and how come a Bollywood actress got involved in technical matters like 5G. And to best of my knowledge, 5G is not yet launched in India. It is a technology which is much debated globally. So, like to know from you, what really happened and why this court went to the the case went to the court, and a Bollywood heroine got involved in this one.
Yes, Chandrakant. So, in fact, yes, as you said, internationally, this is a controversial subject. And as you must be aware that today mobile use has become so synonymous with our day-to-day life, and approximately around 6.5 to 6.9 billion people are using this technology of mobile wireless phones globally. And mobile phones do have an electromagnetic fields which are produced and by the mobile's handset. And though its radiation are not so much that it would create any public health or issues, and therefore the International Agency for Research on Cancer has provided that it is safe to use handset, though it suggests that it should be the user should be very careful, because it has carcinogens and it can create problems for day-to-day users over a long period of time. So therefore, despite it saying that it is safe to use, but it also issues a rider saying that users have to be careful. But now, what is 5G and why this issue came up before the Delhi High Court is because, yes, you are right, India has not rolled out 5G network yet, but it is planning to do that soon by the end of this year or by the early next year. And it is 5G is a fifth generation latest wireless mobile technology and is expected to increase the performance and a wide range of new applications in the mobile handset. And it is said that it will increase to tenfold the speed in data transmission compared to the current 4G networks. So it will be using a higher transmission frequency. And therefore, there might be some radiation which would result into using of this 5G network. And therefore, there are a lot of apprehensions because till date, there is no conclusive research which says that it is completely safe to use 5G network. But what it does is, in fact, what is suggested in the research which has been done till date is that to increase this performance, 5G is going to use higher frequencies around 3.5 gigahertz up to around 30 to 40 gigahertz. So this higher frequency is new to mobile phone networks. And therefore, it requires proper research before rolling out this 5G network. So therefore, WHO and a lot of other international agencies are doing their research. But WHO also provides that it will come out with its conclusive results by early 2022. So therefore, even WHO, that is World Health Organization, has not given its finding on whether the use of 5G technology is safe with respect to the day-to-day use in mobile handsets. So therefore, there are some potential health risks which need to be properly investigated, and ultimately with proper finding, the 5G network should be rolled out. And this is exactly what Juhi Chawla in the petition in the suit filed before the Delhi High Court said that before rolling out 5G network, there should be proper research carried out. And she said that no one in Earth will be able to avoid exposure to levels of radio frequency radiation, which will be 10 to 100 times greater than what exists today. So this was her anxiety based on some research papers that she had produced before the Delhi High Court. And she said that 5G plans threaten to provoke serious irreversible effects on humans and permanent damage to all of the Earth's ecosystem. So therefore, she brought a class action lawsuit filed before the Delhi High Court against the implementation of the 5G network in the country. And they sought the stay against or an injunction against the rolling out of 5G till the pendency of this suit. Now, with respect to her claim, in fact, even interesting international scenario which the court overlooked, because even the European Parliamentary Research Service says that some research papers suggest that there are health risks with regards to the rollout of 5G network in the world. Also, there have been lawsuits which have been filed in California with regards to the rolling out of 5G and with regards to deferring it for a period, a couple of years before actually rolling out. Also, a number of countries like Australia, Italy, Ireland, Switzerland have adopted a more cautious approach and have halted the rollout, citing the ambiguity of the current scientific picture and inconsistency of guidance between supranational bodies and private bodies. So therefore, certainly there is an international scenario which says that precautionary measures have to be taken. And there are lawsuits which have been pending in California and other countries. Also, Italy has also issued some advices against the rollout of 5G in some suits which have been filed in Italy. So therefore, there is international pressure or some research which suggests that there should be some caution before rolling out this 5G network. So Juhi Chawla, along with two other plaintiffs, filed this suit before the Delhi High Court on a representative capacity, saying that there is a health and public welfare problem by rolling out this sort of a technology. And therefore, unless proper research is carried out and unless conclusive proof is available that the use of 5G network is completely safe, only then can the 5G network should be rolled out in India. So this was basically the crux of her suit. But the court, when the hearing was to take place, and what happened on that day is that she had put the link of the video conferencing on her social media platform, and due to which a lot of people could enter into the courtroom to witness the proceedings. And unfortunately, one of her fans started singing songs of Juhi Chawla's movies. And this certainly disturbed the proceedings of the court. And the court was again and again trying to switch out this fan of Juhi Chawla, but he used to again log in using different IDs. So even if he was logged out from the video conferencing facility, he again used to log in from some different IDs. And he continuously tried to create a nuisance sort of a environment in the court by singing songs. And this is certainly not acceptable because this does undermine the prestige and dignity of the court. And therefore, the court issued a suo motu contempt notice against the person who was using this platform.
So, Jeet, I would like to share my thoughts on this subject from the technical standpoint, not from the legal standpoint. 5G actually brings earth-shattering technology to the consumer. And as you rightly said, it is at least 10 to 20 times faster than 4G. And on 4G, you are getting a speed of 150 Mbps, which is sufficient for running any TV programs or anything like that. But with 5G coming, which is 20 times faster or 15 times faster than the current technology, then you will be able to run 4K videos. That means at least very high quality and also artificial intelligence based content on your network. And this technology has been developed by Huawei, which is a Chinese company. And the state of affairs between other countries and China right now, and that is why Huawei has not been allowed to start 5G network, and that is really the moot point. And they are having trouble everywhere in UK, in US, and in Australia. And they already had contracts to roll out 5G in UK and US, and the government have cancelled those contracts. So what is happening right now is that India said, especially Reliance, that they will develop their own 5G network, and so we are all waiting for their 5G. And now the 5G, the basic difference between 5G and 4G is that from the wireless standpoint, 5G basically narrows the beam and beams it in the line of sight into your house. So the problem there is that since it is going to narrow down the beam and it's like a laser beam consisting of radio waves coming to your house, that means there will be no cable required, and a beam will come to your house from the tower to your house. So it will be much faster. There will be no cable in between. So I think that is really the point. And if you there is no conclusive evidence that this radiation is going to harm the humans or animals or birds or any life, because it has been proven by scientific standards that the amount of radiation 5G produces is 100 times less than the cosmic energy which hits us every second, every moment. It is completely safe. I think it's more political, and also there are alternative technologies available. So with this technical background, I pass the baton on to you so that you can talk about why Juhi Chawla got involved in such a technical matter and such a political matter which is of a global standard.
Yes, Chandrakant. So you explained it, the technical issue with regards to the 5G network. But with respect to this suit, in fact, this suit did raise some important questions which could have been decided by the Delhi High Court. Because as I mentioned that till date, there is no conclusive research. So, and plus also some research suggests that there is going to be 10 to 100 times more radiation with regards to this technology. So certainly some effect, because every radiation will have some effects on the human body. And with a phone, which is so ubiquitous with our daily life, that 7 billion people using it every day and 7 billion having a handset, certainly it is of some risk in the hands of general people. So with regards to health safety, this was a very important issue which was raised by Juhi Chawla, though she's a celebrity. And the court pointed out that she filed a suit in order to gain publicity. But that also, I would not completely agree, with greatest respect to the Delhi High Court judge who decided this. Because she's already so popular, and she's such a popular actress. She has such a big fan following. She's also the owner of Kolkata Knight Riders, the IPL team, along with Shah Rukh Khan. So I don't think that the only purpose was to gain publicity out of this suit. In fact, if she really believed that there is some issue with regards to rolling out of 5G, and due to this anxiety, if she wanted the court to decide on this issue, I think as a responsible citizen, she had the right to file a suit and bring this class action before the knowledge of the court. And then the court, based on the evidence, could have decided what is the further course and what is the best option available to the plaintiffs, as well as what is the best course of action for the government to do with regards to the rollout of 5G. But the court, on the contrary, at the threshold, threw the suit completely without entertaining or without even entering into the merits, only on the grounds of technicalities. Now, also another issue that I wanted to raise is that certainly this was a class action and sort of a public interest litigation. So even the High Courts and Supreme Court since 70s, 80s have relaxed the procedure with regards to public interest or social action or class action litigation. And they have done away with a lot of procedures which was otherwise required. In fact, in 80s, the Supreme Court have also accepted letters written from jail also as petitions, and have taken action and rectified the errors which have been committed, and have passed several far-reaching judgments and orders which have done tremendous good to the society. So therefore, in fact, even with regards to environmental issues, the Supreme Court has taken up so many issues. So she had a point. She had raised some important questions, which I think the court has, in extreme technical manner, decided the suit and dismissed it. And on the contrary, has also held that this was a publicity stunt, and this was done in order to abuse the process of law, and also imposed a cost of rupees 20 lakhs on the actress for filing a suit. So I think this is a little harsh on the actress, and also the important point which was there in the suit remained undecided. So I think the court, rather than entering into such technicalities, should have at least considered the issues which she had raised before the court.
Well, Jeet, from my point of view, I think there are two things that has happened. I think we need to recognize role of the lobby here. There is always a lobby. There could be a lobby at work which is acting on the behest of 5G operator, and we know that 5G operator is Huawei. There could be an anti-lobby because in the end it may turn out that 5G has no harmful effect. As you mentioned that there is no conclusive evidence, so it may turn out that Huawei has done a groundbreaking work, and just because the countries have issues with country like China, so they don't want Huawei to, they don't want to accept this fact that an Asian country can come out with such a groundbreaking technology, because we are the people who came out with the mobile phones and all that. So how come Chinese came out with such a groundbreaking technology? So there could be anti 5G lobby also at play, and there is a third lobby which is promoting alternate technology. So things like Starlink from Elon Musk. So once Starlink comes, there'll be no need for high-speed network. So I think whole lot of equations are being permutation combinations are being played at. And to my surprise, as a common citizen of India, that even though it's a public litigation and a class action suit, which anybody can file, whether you are a famous celebrity or a common man, a class action can be filed by anyone. So I fully agree with you that at least court should have done some hearing to it. But I think can Juhi Chawla approach the court again? But I think, and also I think that the misconduct was entirely done by the fan which joined the video conferencing. So I think that person is not penalized. So I think we need to identify and tell a spade that she was a person who was doing the right thing, and some miscreant actually got into the call and spoiled the whole thing. Don't you think so?
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, maybe the conduct of the fan did irk the court to such an extent that he dismissed the petition. Because he also mentions the reason for publicity, that is that Juhi Chawla published the link of the court on her social media. But in fact, in India, we have under the common law, we have a open court system. And anybody who wants to visit the court can visit the court and also watch the proceedings, because every proceeding is in an open court. So what Juhi Chawla did was that she published the link, but if it was a physical court, anybody could have come and heard the proceedings going on. And therefore, if it is a virtual platform, and if somebody wants to enter the link and enter the court and visit the hearing, but if only requirement is that they should not disturb the proceedings. And certainly even in physical courts, you cannot disturb the proceedings. But if anybody wants to enter the courtroom and watch the proceedings, I don't think that should have been an objectionable act. Only thing objectionable was that he was disturbing the course of law. And for that, some measures should be taken. And I think the Honorable High Court Judge has correctly issued the contempt notice. And the contempt proceedings will initiate, and ultimately, if the right person is found, he will be punished. But with respect to that incident, the entire suit should not have been dismissed on that ground. And now, yes, Juhi Chawla can challenge, but she'll have to file an appeal before the Supreme Court, challenging the judgment of the Delhi High Court.
All right, so I think we will keep visiting this story because still evolving, and 5G is not yet implemented. 5G technology is only available with Huawei, and at least in India, Reliance said that they will develop it by end of December, so they must be working on it. And Starlink is already there, which is an alternative, and it's not 5G, it's not harmful, it is coming from the space. So Jeet, thank you so much for clarifying this case to us. We will keep visiting this story as it evolves.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button.
Hello, friends. Good morning. And this is a chilly morning here in north part of India, and yeah, it's almost like 6 degrees here. It's quite cold. But let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gordon.
Good morning, CK. Well, it's chilly here too, so join each other. Although I don't seem to be having the overcoat that you've got on.
Oh yeah, because you get heating in the UK, so you are well. You have a cozy environment, whereas we have winters only for a couple of months, so we don't really. We just wear more clothes. That's it.
There you go. So let's talk about the chilly environment. No, let's not talk about the chilly environment. Let's talk about something progressive, something that's changing in your world, which although it's taken some time to change, it recognizes change. It recognizes things need to change.
Certainly, Neville. So there has been a lot of activities at the country level, and as you know, just to give you a little background, India is a federal country. That means different states which are ruled by state governments, and the state governments are also elected by the people, local people, by direct vote transfer. So if I want to select a government, I have to personally vote in my name directly to a member of legislative assembly. So we call them MLAs. They are pretty much like MPs, member of parliament, but they rule the state. And from each state, there are MPs which are selected and they go to the parliament. The idea being that the people who are elected by normal citizens will carry their issues forward and discuss it out and basically become a lawmaker. What works for us, what we need, what are our requirements, those are represented in the assemblies at the state level and in the parliament at the country level. So in India, there has been election right from grassroots, right from villages to housing societies and then townships and state. So everything is very politically charged up in India because there are no absolute powers. There are no power for life. All of these positions, starting from the village head to the prime minister, are elected for a short duration. Now, having said that, there are federal structure also. So all these different state governments are part of India. They follow the Indian law, which is unified law. India is a secular country, and it allows all types of people to coexist, having different languages, different religion. And that is a very good, powerful system that allows countries to join India or leave if they want to. So it's a completely federal structure. It gives a lot of freedom, political freedom, and as under this system, there are set number of people representative goes to the parliament. And when the India got independence from UK in 1947, the ratio was, depending on how many people were there at that point in time, and the figure was 530 and odd member of parliament in the lower house and about 230 in the upper house. The role for lower house is to run the government, and the role for upper house is to govern the parliament and the lower house. So basically, they are the house of elders who will watch what is going on, and nothing is going wrong in India. So that was the way the parliament in India operate. And even after independence, a lot of different states or different countries who were independent earlier joined Indian ecosystem. And the last country to join was a small country up north, bordering China, next to Bhutan, called Sikkim. In 1973, it joined India, became 29th state of India. So we are 29 different government under the umbrella of the Indian government. Now, having said that, this is just a background for people to understand, for some of your friends to understand also. Uh, the population of India has almost become 2.5 times after independence. We are now 1.3 and plus people, and elections are going on. The ratio of member of parliament versus the people of India is nearly 3 million now. And that means 3 million people are sending one MP to the parliament. And that is a huge number. We were finding it difficult to represent everyone in the parliament because there is limited space in the building. And parliament is an institution by itself. It comes along with a lot of other facilities and the government working, etc. So it's a very huge structure, especially for a country like India. It has parliament building, it has security services, it has annex which provides the translation, because there are people from different part of India do not understand language, so there are automatic translators, bookkeeping, record storing, and all that. So it's a huge structure for the Indian Parliament, and there was a need to expand it, one, to represent Indian people better, and also to allow new federations to come and join Indian subcontinent. So finally, we've got approval. Government of India has given 2 years time to construct a new building, which is almost like 2.5 times bigger than the previous one. And this will have facility to have nearly 1,200 plus member of parliament. So that means currently we have about 700 and odd, but the growth is almost like 300 to 400 extra member of parliament approaching, working together into the parliament. So I think that is a very big update, especially for this part of the world where India, being a democratic country, right from grassroots to the level of the country, and also a federal country. That means each state can come and join and follow the Indian laws and rule of law. So, and at the same time, maintain their identity, language, religion, and so on, and freedom to live, freedom of liberty, and different kinds of rights. So, I think this is something which I wanted to update you today, and wanted to take your opinion also, because you are joining us from UK, and the name of the program is Naval Good Live. Want to really understand your perspective on this one.
Well, it's a fascinating change, isn't it? We do know that governments take years and years and years to change. One thing that we know, it's a fact of life that governments move much slower than a business moves. However, what we need to applaud is the fact that change is happening. No matter where it's come from, and this presumably is from a pressure of the people, be more democratic. We want to be better represented at the centre, because we are a much bigger nation than we were when this was set up. My guess is, listening to the numbers that you have there, it's very similar setup to the UK Houses of Parliament, House of Lords, and the House of Commons, which isn't too surprising, really, because that's how India came into pass in 1947. And the good thing is, you're now moving forward. So it's an evolution. People are growing up. But let's look a little bit more at what's physically happened. So let me ask you a few questions, and it's really around why this has happened. So I'm making a few assumptions here, but let's make sure those assumptions are facts. The population is much bigger today than it was in 1947. I mean, that is a fact. So is the government recognizing that it needs to be more representative of this growing population and the growing differences around? You say India is now 29 states. That's a huge number of states, really. I mean, you're getting over half of the states in America, for instance. So it's a huge number of states, and all of those have got differing requirements. I mean, in the UK, we have the north and the south. The north very industrial, the south more service oriented. And in India, I know there's a huge difference between the East Coast and the West Coast. And certainly the industrious arena of the north, and certainly the northwest part of India, than the northeast. So is it then that this is just clearly to become more democratic? So simple question.
It's so funny, Deval, you said the government don't take, they take a lot of time to change. So Indian government is no different. It is similar to any other government. They have taken a lot of time. This need of expansion of parliament was recognized officially in the parliament itself about 30 years back.
Wow.
And finally, the Modi government had guts to move the whole thing, because it's going to be a more than $1 billion project, because you're shifting your parliament, you are ensuring that the functioning of the government is not hampered. You're also ensuring that the advanced systems with security, with the latest gadgetry, is also installed in the new parliament. It is going to be completely paperless. So I think government of India, if you look at whichever party is ruling Indian government, they have taken a lot of time. We should have expanded in the last century itself, because population has been growing. But I think this government has shown the guts to take drastic measures, and they have given just 2 years time to build the new building. It will be ready by 2022, and we'll be having a new parliament in 23.
Well, it's great. You say, they've taken the guts. So it's been 20 years, at least 20 years in the making. We're being generous now, okay? And they've taken the guts in the last sort of 2 years, because Modi's only been around really for just over about 18 months or so. So it's this word guts I want to focus on, because I'd now like to talk a little bit about business, because it's having the guts to do something different. I don't want to talk about political differences here, because now we're just going to flip into the business world. What does it mean for you? Have you got the guts to change? If you've not been listening over the last 7 or 8 months, you haven't heard of this word COVID. Now, I don't know where you've been if you haven't heard of this word COVID, okay? But wherever you've been very fortunate, because you haven't heard about it, okay? The likelihood is that's 1 in a trillion chance of you not hearing about it. So you have heard about it, but what have you done about it? We've seen schools, the archetypal networking arena where you have to go to school to learn. They've gone digital. Kids no longer literally go out of the front of the house, take that short visit to school, create this pandemonium of traffic around school time, and all of a sudden the traffic dies down when every kid gets into school. Now they get out of bed, they have their breakfast, they get washed, and they go online. That is a massive change for anybody. But have you experienced it in your business? Have you gone online? Have you become the digital whiz? Have you created social media platforms that you need to do to meet the requirements of your audience? Because, by the way, your audience is no longer traipsing up and down the street. In the Western world, we've seen massive bricks and mortar retailers collapse. Not because of Amazon. I mean, lots of people have been blaming Amazon, the click and collect, the click and deliver. It's because COVID has accelerated what was happening before. People's behavior is changing. And this is the thing we should be talking about today. So Indians' behavior is changing. They've been crying out for, we want to be more democratic. We want more leaders at the center. We want more people that can represent what we want to be doing in our area. I'm not interested in what's going on in the north because I live in the south. We are a completely different business community in the south than the north. And that's what the government has changed. And now what you need to be doing is thinking about your business. How have your customers changed? Have they changed? Do you even know who your customers are? Have you canvassed them? Have you gone and asked them, do they like your product or service? Could they recommend you to somebody else? And again, all of this can be done digitally. You don't need to be physically in front of everybody anymore. So if we can take this leap of faith, the government has had the guts. You use the word guts, so we're going to focus on the word guts. I'm going to ask you a question now, and this is never rehearsed, as you well know. Have you had guts to change your business?
Yes, I think we have the guts, and I'm changing my company. It is not 100% perfect, but we have recognized. In fact, you raised a very important question. In fact, the customer profile has also changed for us. We are now finding customers, different types of customers, because before the pandemic, we were focused on the SME and startups, and also the corporate clients. But now we are focused on individuals, because I think those are the people who need our help more than the companies. And the companies are, like us, who are an SME, also needs to change. And I will end my my point by just stating one more point related to the government of India specifically. When the Indian became India as a country, Indian subcontinent, there were nearly 600 Maharajas. And the UK government said, hey, when we came to this part of the world, we got these Maharajas, and when we're leaving, we want to have a justification, and we don't want to gobble up their properties and their statehoods. So when the British left, there were the India as a country, which was mostly unnamed, unmanned land, and within this country there were 630 princely states, which were later unified. And that was a job done by the Indians themselves to unify the uh, entire region into one government. However, the dynastic culture did not die out. I mean, you can remove the dynasties, but dynastic culture has taken some time to to eradicate. And what was happening is, some of these Maharajas joined politics, and they used to get lavish properties to live on, just like you have the Prime Minister's house in UK, which is a building, and you come and go. I mean, you acquire that building, and then once the tenure is over, you go. But here also, the ruling was the same, but on the garb of creating a monument for a big man, that building was confiscated, and it was created like a museum for the memories. So this was going on. Whoever basically becomes somebody in this country had a monument for him. And I think that also is a big change. Along with the parliament, there is going to be a prime minister house, there is going to be vice president house, there is going to be president house, and they will be the property of the state. Nobody will be able to confiscate that. So I think it's a very big change which we are going to see in the political system.
It is a big change, but I'm going to go back to this word guts. Your current, I mean, now is not the time to be spending money on government buildings. The criticism will be immense. It should be spending money on what's going to be best for the community. But the interesting thing is, this should be best for the community because it's allowing governance to happen easier. And if that message is getting over, then that's great. But let's come back to the business side. You know, congratulations on firstly recognizing your demographic has changed. There are so many businesses out there that don't even know what their demographic is. You know, I see it on a regular basis. I'm not talking about one-man band businesses now. I'm talking about quite sizable businesses that have, they hear about what's your demographic, who's your ideal customer, what's your break-even point. We need to go back to some basics, some brass tacks. What makes our organization be successful? What have we got to do to make the change? And if you're a startup, you know, a small organization, you have a real opportunity here to ask all those questions before you get into difficulty. But even for the small business, ask your own employees, ask your partners, have a brainstorming session, which isn't about blame culture, you know, because frankly, I've got more things wrong than I've got right in my career. So if I was just to beat myself up for everything I've got wrong, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today. I'd be miserable, you know, sat down watching morning TV and not actually progressing. But that isn't life. You want to be getting forward, you want to be enjoying yourself and having fun. And at the end of the day, business should be fun because that's what drives an entrepreneur. And this is where great opportunity now. I mean, we're coming up to the Christmas period in the UK. We're in tier 3 lockdown, which you probably have no idea what that means. Frankly, there's so much confusion over here. I'm not so sure many people really do know what that means. But we're on the 16th of December, and typically businesses have shut down for Christmas. It's the festive season. There are office parties, typically. It's a celebration of the year. All those things have sort of gone by the by. The only real activity that's going on is the big service industries, the banks, and retail. That tends to make Christmas happen. Kids are about to come away from school in the next 3 or 4 days, and then there's this 2-week shutdown. That's what happens in the Western world, certainly in the UK. And I know for a fact that many Indians actually do take a shutdown over the same period as well. You know, coming out of Diwali, it's now time to look at the future. You know, it's the festival of lights, you know, new creation, the new world. Hanukkah follows a few days later. And that is, again, that's a festival of lights. And even in Sweden, they have an equivalent festival of lights. So it's a new birth time for everybody. We're coming up to the new year here, and that's a new birth too. So now's the time to have a really good look at your business. Get yourself in a position for the new year. 2021 is only 15 days away. 15 days, 1-5. Fortunately, it's double digits. So you've got a few days to think about it. But go and look at your digital profile. Go and look at what people are saying, how they're communicating with your competitors. Look at the really big competitors that you dream to be in their pocket. So whatever business you're in, there will be a big competitor. It doesn't matter whether you're in management consultancy like we are, where we've got Accenture, we've got McKinsey, they're all there. I can see what they're doing. Do I want to follow them? Do I want to repeat what they're doing? Are they making inroads? Ask all those questions because change will happen. That's the issue, you know, and you've got to have the guts to get ahead of the game. So this all started with discussion about, you know, new government building, new government democracy for India. But you can actually flip this into your own business and take this as an opportunity to look at yourself.
Deval, I think your points are very, very relevant and very important. I think what I have been noticing in the field is that while people realize that they have to change, they have to find new marketplaces. Um, they no longer thrive on what they've done for last 20 years. It's like rebuilding yourself yet again. So it is at that juncture we are, the entire humanity is, and many people don't know how to do branding for themselves. So, would you have the last say on this subject? Because I think that is becoming very important. You mentioned you have competition, so now the competition is online. You mentioned that you have to have your unique selling point, so that people have to, come up with some uniqueness in them to sell themselves on digital platform. And for that, branding is very important. Would you like to throw some points on this?
Certainly, and we'll talk about. I mean, brand is such a big issue, as you well know. We're just going to talk about the one-man bands, the very, very small businesses. When you start the business, the first thing you tend to go and do is create a website. You also create a logo. You get business cards. Now, there's a reason for that, because it's your brand. More importantly, it's your personal brand, because people buy from people. I mean, we've said it many, many times in our conversations, CK. You know, we've even had CEO roundtables on the discussion. People buy from people, and when you're starting up, your brand is you. So at the very, very simple point, whenever anyone sees your logo or your website, they're actually seeing you. You haven't got 1,000 people in your team. Eventually, I hope you do have 1,000 people in your team. But on day one, your brand is you. So this is where you need to be smart. Well, how do you want to see? How would you like to see yourself? Have a look in the mirror. You know, you smile a tremendous amount on videos, and people can see that. I don't smile as much as you do, but boy, when I really smile, you can't stop me. It's a guffaw. It's hilarious. But do I portray that? Is that my persona? And the other thing is, if you don't like what you see, change it. Because you can. Your DNA is not written in stone. When you were born with a brain that is incredibly flexible. It's the biggest PC you will ever know. And your experiences are the software that goes into it. And as you improve your experiences, good or bad, I mean, you need to reflect on yourself. So the key thing is branding is absolutely critical to your success. In the first instance, it's personal branding that is going to count. So who are you? Have a good look in the mirror and start there. And then the next thing is move very quickly. Get into the digital space. You're going to make mistakes. Don't worry about it, but just get out there. Go onto LinkedIn, create a profile, send it to your best friends and say, do you think that's me? And if they are your best friends, they'll give you a really good laugh and they'll say, you're joking, when did you do that? How did you do this? And you can have a bit of fun building up that profile, because that is the brand. We forget about where brands start. In Your Passport to Grow, which is a sort of subsidiary of MindFit, we talk about the brand of me. BOM, not BUM, by the way, BOM, the brand of me. And it is, who am I? How do people see me? Do they believe me? Really tough questions, actually. Even tough questions for an SME that's been around for 5 or 6 years. But if you start off, you ask the question, how important is the brand? Where's the brand come from? Well, it starts inside. It's like happiness. Happiness is driven by you, not by anybody else. The environment can make you feel happy, but only if you're prepared to listen. And the other thing, by the way, while we're on this subject of happiness, it takes fewer muscles to smile than it does to frown. So typically, as humans, are very lazy. Smile a lot because you're not using as many muscles. So, but anyway, coming back to the subject of branding, branding starts with you as the individual. You need to be focused on who you are, why you are, what people see. And you won't get it right all the time. But the more you practice, the better you'll become.
Neville, I think this is a very good input that you have given. And people who are watching this program, and if they need any help, they want to take advice from Neville, they can reach out to us or directly to him. We'll make the connection happen. And they can learn the rules of doing branding and grow, similar to what the Indian government has done with erecting new buildings and new infrastructure to govern better. So thank you very much, Neville, for finding time this morning to talk to us. And we will catch up in some other edition of Neighborhood Live, probably next week.
It's been a pleasure, CK, as ever. And if anyone wants to know about branding, just look at what's going on your screen behind you. Because there are brands galore. And we don't even notice what's being shown. So just be smart. Go and have fun. Go and practice. Because the right practice makes perfect.
Thank you, Neville. Bye-bye for today. We will catch you next time.
Cheerio.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International from UK, and more about them in a bit. However, if you want to go to know the details of Performance Works International, you can use the link in the description below. Have you ever wondered that why nowadays we don't get charger in our new mobile phones whenever we buy a new mobile phones? This is what we will discuss in our program today. My name is Chandrakant and you are at Akul Mac Live channel. So charger is such a basic thing that we expect after spending so much money to buy the best mobile phone in the market. We expect a charger to be available and also the headphone for music and for making calls, etc., to be part of the standard accessory of our new mobile phone. And especially the upmarket mobile manufacturers have decided that they will not be supplying their mobile phones with any standard chargers. The reason they have given is that it is because to reduce the carbon footprint of their organization, which is valid. I think if I have to analyze this in totality, it appears to be a good move for the organization because they can reduce the amount of packaging required to ship out expensive mobile phones. But as a consumer, you expect that when you order a new mobile phone, you don't want to wait for the charger to come, because if the charger is not available immediately with your mobile phone, what is that you're going to do without a charger? You need to charge your mobile phone anyway, and you've already spent so much money buying this mobile phone. So I think the expectation of consumer is to get all the standard accessories along with your new mobile phone, and this is exactly what they have gone against. And I think it's a good move because from the organization perspective, they can actually give freedom to the consumer to buy that type of charger based on his or her need. They can actually go out and they are free to buy the type of charger they want to buy for their own requirement. But at the same time, when they actually buy their charger, and we want to evaluate this decision of these companies, I think as an organization, they may be able to reduce their carbon footprint, but overall, actually, it is increasing more burden on the mother nature. I'll exactly tell you why. When you get a new mobile phone, you expect that it comes with a charger, but now it is not coming with a charger. Especially the top three mobile brands, they have decided that they will not be shipping any charger along with their mobile devices. So when you want to order, obviously you would like to order along with a charger. And when you actually order a charger, it will come with its own packaging and own shipment. And as you know that if you get the Amazon type of delivery mechanism, they will further repack the whole thing in a pillow pack, then put it in a cardboard and then give it out to you. So this small pack will look like now this big. So because of this, now you, instead of ordering one pack, and this charger would have neatly fitted inside the mobile box itself. For all these years, it is happening. For last 25 years, we have been getting these mobile devices along with our chargers. But now suddenly last year they decided that they will not be shipping the charger. So now, because the charger is not there, the overall experience of consumer is much bigger, and overall experience or the threat on the mother nature is much bigger now. At the same time, if you look at the type of charger people use, it's basically dependent predominantly on the basis of the kind of devices they have. The other problem with this is that there is no standardization of the charge points, the chargers which are required for charging your mobile devices. And it is only few days back in month of October, that September, that the EU decided to standardize on USB charger across the EU. So there is no standardization. So if you buy multiple devices from multiple manufacturers, you actually end up buying different chargers or having different chargers today for all of these devices. So there is no device, no charger standard for all of them. So you end up buying a charger with multiple cables so that you can charge your multiple devices. So that is again a big problem. So by having, as an organization, when you're trying to save the carbon footprint of your organization, you have to look at what is technically more viable, what is the overall impact. So in my opinion, the overall impact is can be reduced by adapting more standardized practices. That means standardizing your charge points so that any cable can be used to charge your iPhone, but iPhone has been, having lightning port and all that, which is quite good quality, but it is not standard. So if you have Samsung device or some other device, first of all, you need to have different chargers for these devices. So I think in order to save really the carbon footprint of their technology, they should actually standardize on the USB port, so that when they are not shipping chargers, they are saying that, hey, charge our devices using any charger of this rating or etc., whatever that is, 12 volts or whatever. So if you have a Samsung charger, you should be able to charge your iPhone device. So I think that is required. The other thing is that most of the people are going to go for wireless chargers. And when you actually go for wireless chargers, the device has to be kept on the pad of the wireless charging device, like this one, as you can see behind me. This is a charger which is charging wirelessly. There is no cable required. So some of the consumers will have freedom to buy a wireless charger of their choice. However, I have to point out that the wireless chargers are not really the most efficient charging mechanisms, because it's based on induction. That means the electric current has to induce induce the current using electromagnetism into your mobile devices, which will be then converted into electricity, which will charge the battery which is on board on the mobile. So when you're doing all this conversion and all that, there is a little wastage of electricity, and as a result, this wastage will result into heat. And as an estimate, about 30% of electricity is wasted in the wireless chargers. So now what is happening is you're not giving charger, which is much more efficient, the usual cable charger. And then people are buying wireless chargers because it's much more convenient. But then it is actually increasing the amount of electricity required to charge the device. So it's not really helping. So yeah, I think overall you will be able to reduce your box size, and as an organization you will be able to reduce the amount of carbon footprint for your organization. But overall it does not have any impact. In fact, by taking this decision, you're increasing the overall carbon footprint of people buying multiple devices. There is one more reason for doing this. The reason is that there is 30% more mobile devices the organizations can pack in one particular stack. So if one stack contains 100 mobile devices, now with reduced box size, because there is no charger now and there are no accessories, they can pack 30% more mobile devices. So they are actually doing a lot of cost saving, these small incremental cost savings, and thus they are saying that as an organization we are reducing our carbon footprint. So I think this is the logic behind not giving charger, especially in the upper market segment where there are the consumer is actually paying more to buy these good quality devices. There are no charger available. So I think this is something which I thought I will bring it to you. And before I go, I like to say big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Now I will end by giving a word from them.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Friends, we love our gold. We love having this yellow metal in our possession. Many battles have been fought. Many journeys have been undertaken by humans in search of this yellow metal called gold. But have you ever wondered how this much gold reached Earth, or is it that only Earth has the gold, or this gold can be found on other planets in our solar system? And if you look around, friends, in fact, I will point this as a challenge for you. Most of the known gold mines on the surface of the earth have been excavated completely, almost bone dry. There is no gold left now to excavate, and whatever gold we see in the form of ornaments, etc., is basically the recirculation of the gold, where people actually buy and sell gold, and that is under recirculation. Fresh gold is almost over, but gold is something which is a heavier element, as you know already, that gold is not produced in the cores of the star. Now, when we talk about production of different elements in the core of the star, in fact, we are all made of star material, because hydrogen is basically used by stars core as a nuclear engine, and by combining hydrogen it produces higher elements. So first with helium, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and go on. The process goes on till the star core reaches iron. So in nutshell, we are all made of star material, because all the material which is found in human bodies or living things has come from star. So once the star reaches its age, it explodes, spreading this material across the universe. And when the new stars, new bodies are formed, these materials are taken into those bodies. So this is why, I say that we are made of star material. However, the gold is not produced within the core of the star, because the production of new elements stops when it reaches the iron. And why iron? Because on the periodic table, iron periodic number is 60. And if you combine two iron atoms, the addition of a number of protons and neutrons in iron atom is 60. And if you combine with another one, it will be another 60. So 120. Now, there is no naturally occurring element with 120 protons and 120 neutrons. Therefore, this combination is very unstable and it is not successful. So once the core of the star becomes iron, the gravity takes over and crushes the star. And depending on the weight of the star, different things are formed. Starting with white dwarf, which our sun will become when it reaches the end of its life, to neutron star if the sun is 5 to 6 times bigger from its current size. The eventual end of such a star will result into a neutron star, which is everything is made of neutron. There is no elements inside neutron star. And the third kind is, the star is even bigger when it is actually collapsing under its own weight. It can become a black hole. So let's talk about gold again, going back to gold. If the star cannot produce gold, then in what condition gold is produced? Now, there is enough proof, and the proof is that when the star goes supernova, in that split second, a minuscule amount of heavier elements, including uranium, is formed, which includes copper, silver, platinum, and all those heavier elements, including uranium, is formed in that split second. But is that enough? It is not enough. There are other processes in our universe which help create these heavier elements, and these are the cosmic collisions. So in case there are two neutron stars which are colliding with each other, that collision will result into a black hole. After two neutron stars combine, the resultant after that will be a black hole. But this whole collision itself will create a huge burst of energy, and it is called type A supernova. It's a huge explosion. So when the two neutron stars collide, the gold is formed. And also recently, some of the German astronomers have found that the material which revolves around the black hole, which is called accretion disk, has the properties of same conditions which exist in collision of two neutron stars, and therefore the accretion disk also produces heavier elements while the material is rotating just outside the event horizon of black hole. So there are 2 to 3 occasions when the heavier elements are formed. Now let's look at the Earth. These heavier elements are rare. They are not found like a simple dust uh, outside our doorstep. These heavier elements are very in very limited quantities, and that is why the price of these elements, which is gold, silver, uranium, is determined by the availability of these elements. So because if they are less available, that means the prices are going to go up. That is why in terms of our economy, gold is more expensive than iron, and so on and so forth. Heavier the element, more expensive it gets, and more scarce it gets into universe. So that is why gold is very scarce. However, there is enough gold on earth so that it can fulfill the desire and lust of 7 billion people, and it has helped shape our history, and also it continues to shape our future. Today's economy is directly pegged to gold. How much gold you have, and that is why the country will be richer. If you remember, friends, and if you're Indian, you know that the India was known as Soni ki Chidiya, which actually translate into bird of gold. There is so much gold in India that it attracted a lot of invaders coming into India and take this wealth away in the form of gold. Now, I think these are all these are the things which we are affected day by day. But I think the moot question is how we got this gold, or is there gold available in other planets, especially rocky planets in the neighborhood like Mars, Venus, and Mercury? I bet it is. I fully bet the solar system must have passed through a collision dust in our history, and when the solar system passed through this dust of the remnant of these black hole accretion disk, that is how the planets in our solar system picked up this gold. I feel this must be a rare phenomena, and gold is not something which produce every day. There are very special conditions required to produce gold, and that is why this finding by these German scientists and astronomers that the solar system passed through the debris or dust left behind a black hole accretion disk, and that is how this material was trapped by the sun gravity and then eventually reached the planets, because these planets were forming billions of years back, and that's why our solar system must be very rich in gold. So friends, I think this is something which I thought I'll bring to your attention, that the material that we have and we take it for granted, there are special conditions which are there to bring this material for our consumption, and we should not take it for granted. But I want to know your opinion, your thoughts around this. If you have any suggestion or any comment, do write in and I will respond to you in my best capability. However, I will meet you in the next one. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore, and many of us would know her by last name and first name. She is in the fraternity of all the CXOs, and she is invited by universities to give lectures on human capital. She is a very famous personality, and we are very glad to welcome Farida Charania on our show. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Farida, we are in India. Today is day 20th. It's a total lockdown, and there are certain districts in India which are in extreme end of lockdown where you can't even step out of your door of the main houses. But I think by and large, almost 100% of the citizens in India are following the lockdown. I think that is pretty much the only solution we have. And since you are in Singapore, how does it look like in Singapore?
Um, so we are amidst a circuit breaker right now, which is basically, circuit breaker is a lockdown, but slightly different that you can go out for essentials still if, it's absolutely necessary. I come from a place where people generally follow rules. So the roads are very quiet. If you need to kind of buy your essentials, then it's a restricted number of people in a certain place. People wear masks, and everyone is working from home. So I think law and order is in place. But like every other part of the world, people are scared. But yeah, we'll get there.
So it's a lockdown in most of the countries. Do you see any change in the behavioral pattern of people, or any innovation that people might have come out with in order to follow the law set by the government?
I think everyone is getting used to the new normal, which is working from home, because working from home used to be a privilege. Today it's a necessity, and it's becoming the new normal. Innovation, of course, when there is a situation, people innovate and they try to adapt. So people are adapting very quickly. Um, a couple of examples here. So there is a food service which is Food Panda, and as soon as the lockdown came down, they started something called Panda Mart, which is basically within less than an hour they will deliver your essentials. So very basics like milk, bread, egg, etc. But you get it sitting in your house. So I think they already had the infrastructure, and they very quickly built on it, and they were the first ones to actually come out with this. So that was one innovation which I thought was quite cool. On the business front. In terms of people, yes, we are innovating. I'm learning to work with noise in the background, as you can see my daughter. But I think, yes, people are adapting. They're adapting very quickly. And I do see business still happening, which is a good thing.
Your daughter is very sweet, and she's very inquisitive, and she's trying to see what mama is doing.
Yeah.
So,
She doesn't see me so much, so I think she's kind of a little overwhelmed by having me around so much.
yeah, and I think as a leader of my organization, I also see this because earlier my team was working from the office, and now they are working from home. So me as a leader also, I'm getting exposed to their personal lives. So there are many young parents and their kids and all that. So all that is now coming. Now, having said that, I think the way people are doing business has changed quite a bit. Do you, from your point of view, because you work with a lot of senior people across the world in UK, in Singapore, and also in India, do you see any lowering of sentiments in the business fraternity?
I think initially, so there are a few stages that I experienced. I'm basically talking about this right from, my contacts in San Francisco, where I actually speak to a lot of people, to England, where I lived till recently, and Singapore, which is home. And India, of course, because I do have a lot of business discussions in India as well. I have seen it emerging from it's fine, it's just a temporary situation, and we will get back to office. We'll meet up for a coffee and let's talk face to face. There was another phase after that saying that this might take a little bit of time, but when we meet, we will make decisions. Now we are at a stage where people say that we do not know how much time it will take. So let's go back to business. BCP is anyways in place, and let's continue to do business. In fact, so there are several companies that I advise, and Zopa is one of the companies that I advise. And we actually picked up a couple of very large government deals during this time, which is actually in normal situation, it would have taken a lot longer. But we did it because it was a good time for everyone to kind of sit down. Everyone was available. So many a times you don't kind of close things off because people are not available, but where would they go at this point in time? So everyone is available. But I think overall sentiment is a little bit low, definitely, because you do not know that how long will the economic impact of this whole health emergency is going to last. Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Because it's just started. We will start seeing the impact in a few months. So definitely there is a dampening of sentiments, and even after all of this is over and it's behind us, there is going to be cautiousness. So it will stop raining, but the floor will be wet, so people will still be very conscious.
In fact, you mentioned a very important word called BCP, which, for the benefit of our viewers, I just elongate this abbreviation, that is called Business Continuity Plan. So we should have a BCP for all countries, because I think most of the countries, entire world is under lockdown right now. So from your point of view, what do you think governments of each country should do to bring the sentiment up after this lockdown is lifted?
I think the governments in every part of the world are in a very difficult situation right now, because this is something that no government has seen. 3 or 4 generations who are parallelly surviving in today's world may not have experienced anything like this. So it's new for people, it's new for governments. A lot of governments are doing what they can. They are trying to keep the morale up. They are trying to see what they can do, but they are dealing with a very difficult problem. So they are dealing with the problem of one, uh, you know treating people who are infected, to finding who are infected and not symptomatic and infecting others, making sure that the ones who are well stay away from that. So they are dealing with this, and they are also trying to find the cure. So there are a lot of things happening, but governments are coming up with different kind of aids, different kind of packages to help economy, to help the country. Like Singapore government has been one of those very very they've had a very good approach to this whole situation, saying that we can't do anything about what's already happened, but what we can do is we can prevent the further spreading. England, so in the UK specifically, they have come out with a lot of measures as well to help companies keep their employees, etc. I think it's very early to say what governments can do, and this is a very fluid situation. Things are changing much beyond anybody's anticipation, expectation. So it's very difficult to say what the governments can do, because I think they have a lot of advisors who tell them what to do. But in my opinion, I think as responsible citizens, what we can do is follow the rules. What we can do is listen to the government, and just be conscious of the fact that this is not something that they have experienced before. So instead of finding fault with the system, we just go along with the system, respect the rules, and then just work with our immediate fraternity, with our immediate community, to see where we can contribute. But expecting something from the government more than what they are already doing, I don't think at this point I want to even say anything there.
Farida, actually, what you're saying is making a lot of sense, because the first thing every citizen should do is follow the rules set by the government, because they have the right thinking, right advisor. It is in their interest to make sure that the global economy is kicked in again after the lockdown.
Precisely.
So I think,
Because we can't have a situation where the cure is more destructive than the disease itself. So we need to just play it by the ear. In fact, somebody asked me that what is your next venture? I said, I haven't thought that far. I'm just taking it one day at a time, because nobody can think that far. I made 100 plans, but I couldn't kind of execute any of them, because the world had changed by the time I was ready to execute. So I haven't thought that far. But my recommendation to anyone who probably thinks there is some advice coming from me would be that just play it by the ear. You can't plan too many things right now because you don't know how things are going to pan out. But stay within your fraternity, stay connected via means which does not require physical meetings, and listen to your government.
I think these are very important words of wisdom, which is coming from such an experienced person like you, Farida. It is wonderful talking to you today. It has been a great pleasure, and I'm sure we'll find another opportunity to talk to you once again after a few days to check what's going on.
Absolutely, such a pleasure, Chandra. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who's watching this. My good wishes to you and your family. Stay safe, stay calm. This too shall pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Farida. Be safe, be positive, and we'll talk to you soon again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hello friends, good morning, and today is December 20th of 2021. We are actually approaching Christmas in a couple of days and also New Year in a couple of weeks. Important thing is that today is again a chilly morning, and as we progress in our winters, the temperature is going to dip again and again. So let's understand what are the important items to discuss. Well, as I'm reading my mobile along with you, I think before I go to the political news, or I can completely skip the political news, I can say that the yellow alert has been, announced in certain parts of North India. And yellow alert basically means that the winters are severe this time. It's much cooler. People must wear proper clothing. They must protect themselves from the harsh winter, which they are not used to, especially in a country like India, where people are mostly geared up for summers, because most of the year is actually very hot in India. But this time the cold weather is troublesome. Temperature is dipping in Delhi as low as 5 or 6 in the nights. So I think my only suggestion is that wear proper clothes. Don't venture out without shielding yourself, without covering yourself into the elements. There is cold breeze also sometimes. So, and things are going to get cooler. So this is just a word of caution. Yellow alert has been announced in certain parts of North India, which means it's a caution basically. What else? Well, I think another important aspect is for international travels, there is a mandatory PCR test, which we all know. But the important thing is that you can actually do a pre-booking now. So I think this is again a good thing, because you don't want to waste your time when you approach the PCR center for giving your samples for COVID tests. You can actually do the pre-booking, and you can reach the center at a predetermined time, and it will be easier for everyone. Well, I'm skipping all the political news because it has very little meaning when it comes to business. So let's look at what is there in business. So, well, this is important. Tokenization of credit card and debit card. In fact, everyone is affected by it. What happens is, when you actually go to Amazon or whenever, like Google or things, any other website which we normally use, we don't want to key in our card every time we make a purchase. So what we do is we actually store the card number into Amazon, thinking that Amazon or Google or Microsoft will protect it, will will make it secure, even though we have given everything to them, including our secret numbers, etc. They will store the card, so that in future you don't have to remember the card. all you have to do when you want to make a purchase, you can actually just choose a method and go ahead and make your purchase. Now that has been changed for past couple of months. For past 6 months, I have experienced on my company Google account, I have to go to Google every time, every month, and the automatic debit on my company credit card or debit card is not happening from Google, and this is related to business itself. So now they have come out with a new system called tokenization of your card, which means that you will not be sharing your card with the online agency like Amazon or Google or Microsoft or GoDaddy or whatever. You will be sharing, you have to get your card number converted into a token. So it is secure. And then you give this token to the online agency, which will store your token. So this is a security measures, one security measures which has been added to protect your card and any accidental swiping of your card online or any malicious activity related to your which is affecting your credit lines. So I think this is good. It has been started by the government. Well, this is interesting. I think I've been thinking about it or probably talking about it in various programs. Aadhaar linked voting must be done because Aadhaar is a very, very secure identification or identification proof system which is based on biometrics. So when we talk about voting, it should be directly linked to Aadhaar. So I think this is something that there will be a bill presented in Lok Sabha. I think that is interesting. And if it gets passed, then our voting ID will be directly linked to our Aadhaar cards, so that we don't have to really go ahead and there is a separate list produced whenever there is a election. There is a voting list, and then we also have Aadhaar because we know that we live in this area. So all that can be avoided. So you don't have to do duplication. So if everything is linked to Aadhaar, then it is much easier, and you can do voting based on your Aadhaar card number. What else? So let me ask you, friends, you can actually send me your comments also. Do you use Razorpay for receiving your payments? I find it very, very user friendly. I use it, and the news is that their valuation has gone up to about 7.5 billion US dollars. And they have also done a fresh fundraise of 375 million US dollars. So this is interesting because I think Razorpay is becoming a platform of choice, especially when PayPal has removed Indian currency from their preferred currency list. So Razorpay is basically gaining ground here. Earlier, and I mean until 2019, 2020, we were actually getting even Indian rupees through PayPal, which is not happening now. So this is interesting. Razorpay is increasing their value proposition. All right, friends. So this is all important news or important things that require our attention. Couple of things are related to politics, which I don't want to talk about. But I think on a Monday morning, it's a chilly morning. Protect yourself. Don't go out without wearing layers, and keep watching the rise of Razorpay. I think that is something very interesting. And also, I think we should know exactly what happens to the bill which is presented in Lok Sabha today, which is going to link our Aadhaar card with our voting ID. So friends, do engage with me by sending your comments. And as you know, I respond to each one of them. And I'll catch you in Morning Brew tomorrow. Till then, have a nice and successful Monday, December 20th, 2021.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Mac Technologies, and it's a cold morning in India. The temperature is almost touching 4 degrees. It's very cold outside, but we want to talk something which is very relevant for all professionals, and we want to heat up the studio today. Before we start our discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. I hope we warm up the studio because it's freezing in London too. It's a cold wind from the north. So let's do a Mary Poppins, shall we? And make the wind blow the other way. There is a big word that's been talked about this year. I can't believe that this word is being talked about so often, but we need to address it. And it begins with T. What do you think it is?
I think
And it's not tea, by the way. It's not tea. Tea for tea. Okay. It's T for.
I think if I have to make a guess, it is trust, and it is very relevant to discuss this simply because in today's context, we are not meeting people; uh, we are yet meeting them digitally. So it is very relevant. I think there should be new ways of building trust with people who you never meet and you never see. So I think that is something that we should discuss today.
You're absolutely right. It's that big T for trust. And interestingly enough, we are trusting all of our medical experts, our scientists in the world to come up with this fantastic vaccine in an unprecedented short period of time. Normally, it takes 10 years or so to create a vaccine. And what we've had over the last 7 or 8 months is we've got 9 or 10 vaccines which have either been approved or are about to be approved. We have trusted our experts. We don't even know who these people are, but we trust them. We trust them explicitly and implicitly. Well, the interesting thing is, some people do. Not everybody does. As we've seen, in the media, a lot of people are saying, you can't make a vaccine in 10 months. It's impossible. So their belief is being tested. So we need to talk about trust in the element of belief. So here you go. You're my guinea pig for today, CK. Okay? Everybody knows that I throw a question at you, and this is completely unrehearsed. How long does it take you to trust people?
Well, in my case, I trust people very easily, and with a caveat. I just want to make a point here that when I trust people, I say that fine, let them prove themselves, but I also throw them out instantly in case they slip once. I don't have patience to wait for long. So I think while I trust people, I am prepared to throw them out instantly.
Well, that's an interesting one because again, we're all different, and the interesting thing is, I observe a lot of networks, business networks in particular, that are created around the world, and there's a couple of networks that in their psyche, in their DNA, they actually say it takes a long time for you to trust somebody. Now that's their belief, but the interesting thing is, we're trusting people implicitly today when we go on to YouTube. We trust people from what they're saying. We need to be able to handle that as, is it fake news? Is it real? Is it just someone's belief that needs to be tested? And this is the element of trust, I suppose, that we need to get into. And that's why a lot of people say it takes a long time to trust others. The interesting thing is, within your family, you don't have that. You've got a lifetime with them, and trust is almost implicit. And from the day you're born, you trust in your parents. Immediately trust in your parents. Because frankly, without that parental assistance, you'll die. You won't get fed, you won't get watered, you won't be able to sleep comfortably, you won't be changed. You wouldn't have an existence. I'm not being, clinically a beast here, if you like. I'm just stating a fact. We trust our parents and our siblings on day one. So why don't we trust everybody on day one? Why don't we say, as you said, you kick people out pretty quickly if they don't do it. There is another way we can do it. We can actually say, start the relationship, start the discussion off with, I'm going to trust you implicitly. And it's up to you actually to keep that trust. So rather than starting with 0%, which this is what we're told to believe, trust takes a long time. So rather than say you're starting with 0%, I'm going to give you 100% of my trust, my faith I put in you. Now, keep it. So whatever you're going to do with this relationship now, it will either prove me right or it's going to prove me wrong. It's not going to prove you right or wrong. It's going to prove me right or wrong. And I think that's the issue, isn't it? It's not them trusting you. It's actually our belief is you're trusting them. But what if the tables are turned? What about them trusting you? So it's an interesting equation, isn't it? Because most people think about trust as me trusting them. Do I believe them? You know, have they got credibility? Are they going to do what they say they're going to do? But what about you? What about turning the tide now on yourself? What do you think about that? What about turning the tide on you, CK? Here you go. You're the guinea pig again for the day. Unfortunately, you're the guy on the hotspot. And what about you? Do people trust you? What do you do to show that you're trustworthy?
Well, Neville, I think the first thing that you do in business to gain trust is to live up to your commitment. If you commit, you must deliver. And so, in the erstwhile years, pro COVID era, where you had to physically prove your trust, you go and meet your client and say, I will do this for you. But then you can always visit him again and say sorry if you're not able to do that. And that is a part of trust building. So even though you commit, and if you're not able to deliver, you can always say sorry and say that, hey, I will do this like this. I will deliver in so many ways. So when it comes to me, because you've asked me this question, I think it's the question of if you commit, you must deliver. But I will then add another thing here, which is more relevant in the today's context. Earlier, we could talk to, say, about 100 to 200 people. Right now, we are able to talk to about 10,000 people. So we don't have time to build the trust in the old-fashioned way. That is my feeling, Neville. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Because every day you're talking to new people, you're establishing yourself, you're making videos, you're sending them promos, etc. And then you're talking to a few of them. You're conducting seminars. And the way of your meeting different people is through the digital platform. And here you can't turn around and say sorry, because that person will not, like for example, I said I will kick them out if I don't see that they are trustworthy. I don't want to waste my time because I have another 10,000 people to reach out to. So I think that is relevant for everyone. So I think it's become more important now as a businessman that you should bring clarity of what you can commit. Because earlier, if you're not able to commit, you sort of overcommit, and he can always turn around and take a drive, go to his office, wait in his reception, and say, "Hey, I'm sorry, give me another 10 days." But that opportunity does not exist now. So I think, along with building trust, you need to bring a lot of clarity within yourself, and that is what I feel, and that is why I feel that answer from my side is bring clarity to build trust.
I think that's a really good explanation of your particular read on where things are. And I know a lot of people will agree with you. It comes down to the point of that building clarity. You know, we started off with trust. We're now defining elements of trust, you know, the layering that needs to happen before trust happens. So if there's no clarity in what you're saying or who you're saying it to, actually, there's no chance trust is going to be generated. So all I'm saying is a lot of people say trust is the building block. Actually, trust may be on the ground floor, but now we need to go down into the basement. What are the building blocks that we need to be able to be trusted so that people can see who you are, what you do? The other thing is digitally, of course, this medium has shown people can go and create little videos very quickly. LinkedIn actually turns around and says this is a professional network, and they say put your face on LinkedIn. But let's look at that. Okay, lots of people have got avatars. Some people have just got blank blobs, where it might be a male or a female, but you're not quite sure. But it's just a sort of a face with no features, nothing. How do you trust those people that are not prepared to put their face there? Or maybe don't want to put their face there because they don't want to be seen. And yet this is a professional network. So there's a question for you. Do you trust people on LinkedIn without faces?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. I'm very, very clear. If somebody sends me a request and before accepting the request, I see if that person has put the photo, real photo, not the avatar or things like that, or Snapchat emojis. I don't trust those people because my thinking is that if these guys don't have even guts to put their photo, why I should trust them even. They themselves are not sending the trustworthy message by not putting their photo. And the other thing that I check is I check their usage. What type of post they are sending, and what type of post they are liking. And if it is something which is not relevant to me, I again don't accept them. So I think these are the two factors which I use to accept people.
Well, again, I'm putting, you're Johnny on the spot today, CK. I'm going to change your name to Johnny. So, because you're my only guinea pig. And the other thing is, let's look at another social media arena, okay? And we're talking about trust here in the social media context in many respects, because that's all we've got today. Physically, it's very rare we can meet people. So social media is the first place we do meet people, on Twitter, on Instagram, TikTok, maybe. I see more people put themselves on TikTok, and yet they don't have a picture of themselves on LinkedIn. Now, that to me is quite bizarre. Okay, so anyone listening, maybe you need to think about that one. Another place, Facebook, and I said it very slowly in words of 2 syllables. Okay, Facebook. Would you expect to see people's faces on Facebook?
I certainly do, Neville. In fact, as you said, you divided the word in two. It's very clear what you're trying to say. At the same time, I think I'm going to take my qualification process even further. I check their profile on Facebook and also on LinkedIn, and sometimes I try to do on Twitter, but not so much. But I still try to do my due diligence before accepting people, because that when you're trying to build the trust, you have to see whether these people have the same version everywhere. If they have different version, that means they themselves are not sending the right message. So why I should trust them? So definitely, I see the photo and match it along.
The interesting thing here, we've just focused on one little element, and right, we could do lots and lots today. You've given an insight into how you build a profile around someone, because social media, just like any good employer out there these days, they don't just look at the CV, they Google the person, and they will look at what they're saying in social media. There's no hiding place, typically, and frankly, if you need to hide, then there's probably something seriously wrong here. Yesterday we talked about the changing terms on WhatsApp. This is a commercial company. It's not going to take all your data, and read everything you're going to be saying or listen into your conversations. But all they are going to do is say, if you've got someone on WhatsApp and we find them on Facebook, why don't you connect to them there? It's a commercial organization. They're trying to help you along, but more importantly, build the community, build the conversation. So these platforms are trying to do their best to help you. It's actually time to turn the tables. Look in the mirror. So the message today is look in the mirror. Who do you see? Do you see an avatar? No, you see a picture of you. So that's what people will see. That's who people are going to trust. On Facebook, put your face there. On LinkedIn, put your face there, because people buy from people. And remember, trust is the ground floor. It's what underpins that trust. It's what people see about you, that they form a picture about you. And we're all judgmental, I try not to be all the time, but the fact is humans are judgmental. So give them something to judge. Show them who you are. If you want people to trust you, show that there is some transparency there. And then, like anything else, as we said at the beginning, give 100% away, but also receive 100% too. Show people you are trustworthy. And by the way, I've had many occasions where people have said, well, you didn't do that before, so how can I trust you now? And I said, well, you don't know what changed as to why I changed what I did. So you've become very judgmental in making an assumption about why I changed. Well, I changed because circumstances changed. I didn't have that information before. Now I've got that information, I'm going to do this. If you don't like that, that's your problem, not mine. Okay? Because I've seen a change in circumstances. So this is where you need to be true to yourself. You need to trust yourself. And if that means you lose other people on the way, they don't trust you anymore, then that's down to the relationship, and it's a two-way street. You either work hard to get that relationship back, or you turn around and say, well, you know what? You didn't really see what happened. That's your problem. And move on. As you say, you ditch them, in simple terms. It takes a long time to build a real friendship up. That's very true, because you get that consistency out there. But a friendship doesn't necessarily mean that it starts from a basis of trust. So, big word, this word, trust. And we need to keep to the business context here, because we're talking about building businesses, building collaboration. And without trust, it's pretty difficult to build that.
Yeah, Neville, I would like to make one more point, again in the business context, which is about having crossed the first level of establishing yourself as a trustworthy person on the social media. The next level which is the very next level, is the next instant basically, is sending the first message out. And what I've seen is almost 90% of the people don't know how to behave. So I think that is also one of the biggest hurdle in building trust on the digital platforms, because people don't know how to behave. They use words which are not required, because the other side, you don't know the person actually. You're trying to build a rapport with him, and you send a message which, in the first instant, he doesn't trust you, and then you send a message which put the person put off completely. So even before the chance of building trust was invoked as a feature, you're just pulling the plug on yourself. So I think that is something which people have to learn.
They do have to learn, and the only way to learn it is to do it and get feedback on it, as we said before. And hopefully what we've said today is helping you think that way. There's no right and wrong way here. It's what works for you. But if we're going to be talking about this big T word, trust, then we need to know we're trustworthy. So, big message today, look in the mirror. Do you trust yourself? Would you trust you in a relationship that you're going to be building in a commercial arena? If so, why? Because it's good to tell yourself why people should trust you, because that's your testimonial, that's your case study, and you need to shine through, because there's a lot of people that are hiding, and they shouldn't be hiding. There's no need to be hiding, because there's a tremendous amount of benefit from a relationship that you could have with somebody else if you just let go. No, don't start with 0, start with 100, but get them to start with 100 too, and have a bit of fun about it. That'll show really who you are, and say, yeah, I am different, because I'll trust you implicitly, but that means you got to trust me too. So now we'll move on to something important and get things done.
Absolutely. I think that's a fantastic message you have given, Neville. And with this, we can end our discussion today. I think I must say thank you so much to find time in this cold morning at in your city, in your country. But we will catch up with you again in the morning tomorrow with something more interesting.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy the day, everybody. Warm up. Put a jumper on.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Dear CEOs and industry leaders, you are most graciously welcome to Akul Mac Business Bunker. This is a forum where you are able to showcase your products to the masses, to the investor, to the prospects, and to your client. And if you want to promote your company and yourself, you have landed at the right place. Before we continue, do like and subscribe our channel. Friends, today's guest needs no introduction. She is a very, very senior, seasoned professional joining us from Singapore. Her name is Farida Charania, and she is the chairman of Career Zoom. So without further ado, let's welcome her.
Hi, CK. Always happy to be on your show. Hope you're doing well, and hope all our viewers are doing well as well.
Well, Farida, thank you for joining our show. Everything is fine. It's quite cold here in India. Temperature outside is about 6 degrees. So I think we're enjoying the chill here. But I think let's heat up our environment. The question is that there has been a lot of expectation in terms of recovery of job market. But I think most of the predictions are that it will be slow. And since you deal globally with many entrepreneurs and CEOs, we want to take your advice on this particular thing. Your opinion, is it going to slow down or not? What do you think?
Okay. So I think, look, I am not poised for an opinion here, but I'll share some facts. So recently there was a new report from the United Nations International Labour Organization, and it basically says that the global job market recovery is going to be slow this year. In fact, the number of hours worked around the world in 2022 will be at least 1.8% lower than that of the fourth quarter of 2019, which is equivalent to almost 52 million full-time jobs. And now this is the global, these are the global numbers. And the forecast downgrade means that it will be at least 2 years before global unemployment returns to pre-pandemic levels. It would have gone better, but as the Omicron variant spreads, it hinders the reopening of businesses, and therefore less labor is required. So it is going to impact, and I have a feeling, looking at the data, that it might be even lower than 1.8% lower than 2019. So it's not all hunky dory, but yes, I do believe that the pandemic is the major reason for a slowdown in the job market.
All right. So I think uh, you are absolutely right. And in fact, the Omicron and other COVID variants are also making sure that people maintain social distancing and, accept the uh, work from home scenario rather than hybrid, because I think a lot of people were talking about hybrid and next year everything will be fine, etc., etc. So I have another question from for you to answer, and that is, considering the digital wave, what are the skills required by prospective employees, so that they are sellable in the market, they are in demand? What do you think are the new skills required here?
Sure. So, CK, first, some data. It's basically, I mean, there is a lot to unpack in the coming weeks, and, we will see how it folds, because this whole new variants coming up from time to time is really hindering the reopening of businesses, as I said. And we might be in this situation for a long time. Hybrid still might be the way forward, but it's not going to be that quick looking at the scenario today. Hopefully, I'm wrong. I really want to be wrong in this one, but it doesn't seem like that. Now, few skills which are, kind of key, which basically, would put people in front of uh, possible employers, or, probable employers. The prospective employees and employers, everyone needs to have leadership skills. Now, I would say, why leadership skills? Because you are working in isolation, and everyone will need to kind of step up and take initiatives to do things. Like, for instance, I will just share that so my team is, across different parts of the world, and because of people not being in offices, it's even more difficult because we don't meet anyone. So I actually had a very interesting grievance from one of my teammates, saying that, we are not meeting, and I don't feel the connect with others in the team. I feel the connect with you because I talk to you very often, but because, my job is more product design, I don't really kind of, get to speaking with everyone else except the technology. So I kind of feel that, if someone feels that way, it is up to them to take that leadership and, arrange something where people can come together digitally. So I feel that that is something which is going to be extremely important. Taking initiative, showing leadership, it's so imperative. Another thing is flexibility and adaptability, because being flexible is something that we've got used to in the last couple of years. Now, this is the third year of the pandemic. And this is a crucial skill that anyone who's hiring is going to look for. Like, for instance, one of the first questions that I ask when, I bring people on board is that, are you good with working from home? Are you flexible? Because our timings could be anything. So, I don't care what time you start work, what time you finish work, but, have responsibility enough to kind of finish what is assigned to you. Another thing which is, which has always been important, but it's more important than ever now, is critical thinking. Now, you are in an era where you navigate constantly fake news, contrasting data is available, it's a daily struggle. So it's critical that you are able to, think very, very clearly and rationally, because when information is presented, it's very important that you are able to objectively evaluate that information. Like, for instance, take an example. If you want to know how does, say, a vanilla ice cream taste, so there are a few ways that, you can actually find out about the taste of vanilla ice cream. You can speak to 15 people who have had vanilla ice cream, understand what they are saying, or you could, go and read about vanilla ice cream, or you could taste the vanilla ice cream, and then, you don't need external validation, because then you already know how the vanilla ice cream tastes like. So it's the same thing, because this whole aspect of critical thinking is extremely important. One more thing that I would add is the ability to be tech savvy. Now, tech savvy is something that all of us have kind of gotten used to using technology, but more than ever it's important now to be really, really tech savvy, because there was a time when you could kind of do a lot of things at the say at the cooler machine, at the coffee machine, or even when you go for lunch, you kind of meet other people from other organizations, etc. But that's becoming very, very scarce now, because you don't have that ability. So, and today digitization is not just in certain parts of the business, it's everywhere. So that is extremely important. Your communication skills, emotional intelligence also is no longer a soft skill, it's a necessity. So I think that's something that, again, uh, people will need to kind of build it. If they don't have, so it's not about speaking a particular language, but the ability to communicate what you are saying. Creativity and innovation, now that has also become extremely important, because in the coming years the business landscape is going to evolve very, very rapidly. It will need to be adapted into very, very rapidly. Like, uh, for anyone aspiring to work in any kind of work will need to tap into their creative mindset in order to see a business through challenges and opportunities it faces. This pandemic has prepared us, which we never learned in school. And 20 years of my career, I never actually anticipated a time like this. So I have had to kind of be very creative. And now that's the skill that not just me, but anyone who's working with people would actually look for. So I think this is my wish list. Not everyone is going to kind of gauge everything, but these are skills which are no longer soft skills, but really hard skills. And this is what employers actually look for.
Absolutely, Farida ji. In fact, I second you on that. In fact, the predictions are that augmented reality will be launched in 2022, by middle of 2022, and that will stir up the whole pot. So I think the exciting times are ahead of us. And that brings me to the third question, which is the employers, what kind of hiring strategy they need to project now. Because, earlier they used to say, hey, I have the best working environment I can offer you. I can give you a career path. I can give you, a nice real estate where you can sit and work. And I can give you a good increment, etc. So none of these things are, valid anymore, because people are working from home. So where is the question of good working environment? Where is the question of teamwork? Where is the question of, some of these career path and all that? Because people are very, very uncertain. So how the employers will have to evolve or calibrate their strategy in order to attract their future employees?
I think this is a very difficult question, CK, and I don't think I have like a proper answer to this, because all of us are learning. But a few things, which have evolved as very important is that people, um, they like stability. So now, because there is no question of a good real estate, a good office environment, because people are not really working from offices. That's another issue, and we will talk about it some other day. But people probably look for engagement. Now engagement can come in various ways. Engagement doesn't mean that you send an email with a CC to everybody and everybody is kind of wasting their time looking at something that doesn't concern them. But it's about proper engagement. So one of the things that probably leaders in organizations can do, and this will have to come from people, it can't be something which is, because it's not a drivable behavior. This is something which will have to come from within, and when somebody evolves as a leader, they will need to make sure that they have enough engagement with people who work with them. So that is to give them the confidence that I am available, I'm just a message away. Like for instance, now landlines have completely gone out of sync because nobody is actually using them, really speaking. We are using, and we have all moved to soft phones, so we are either using apps on our phones like Teams, Zoom, etc., which have replaced our telephone VoIP lines, and everyone is accessible. So make that accessibility available to the team, that yes, I'm just a message away. I used to have this tagline, which and my team used to actually laugh, because earlier it evolved that I am your friendly neighborhood consultant. Then over the years it became I am just a WhatsApp away. So I think people like me perhaps have done it in the past as well, and it's becoming very, very important. So give that confidence to people who work with you, that I'm available. If you need me, I'm available. And if you don't need me, I am still available if you just want to, kind of say hi, and take that initiative sometime. So that is from a leadership perspective. Money is still very important. So a better salary, better increment is still very important, and people actually change jobs for that. So, and it's in fact becoming a lot more important, because now if people are working from home, what is it to attract them? So to attract them, there is stability, work stability, there is stability of income. That's what people look at. And then a working environment where digitally also everyone works together. These are three things that I can kind of pinpoint and say are very important. Rest will evolve. Like I said, I don't really have an answer, but this is a wish list.
Well, this is a tough situation for everyone. In fact, the leadership in the industry is still grappling with the point that how they can re-establish the mechanism which will start attracting the best talent into their company. And I also want to add one more point from my side, is that there could be a chance where employees don't want to get engaged full time. So I think the organizations will have to evolve a method where the employees are not hired full time as a full time employee. So that brings me to my fourth question, and which is the starting point of the gig economy and the Web 3.0, which is going to be launched maybe this year, end of this year or early next year, which will bring a lot of changes in the way we do business. So considering that most people don't want to get employed full time, maybe they want to do three things in a day. The gig economy is going to come in a big way, and Web 3.0, where the scenario and how the scenario would evolve between employer and employer relationship in years to come.
Okay, this was a long question. I will try to answer it to my ability of understanding it. So I think okay, let's first address this thing of gig economy. So the thing is that gig economy is not new, but the kind of tailwind it got in the last 2 years is unbelievable, because it grew like really, really fast. And probably that is the way forward. And yes, people may not want to engage full time. They might want to do three things, especially in creative fields, where if they are content writers or they are marketing professionals, they don't want to be stuck with, or even developers for that matter, they don't want to be stuck with one particular organization. They want to keep their work interesting, they want to maximize their earning potential, and they know they can do three or four things. In fact, nowadays I see young people, they don't do one thing, they want to do 5 6 things. So yes, gig economy is very important even with larger organizations. Especially the ones that I speak to and I consult, I always tell them that strengthen the core and flex the non-core. So your core organization would be a people that you need always. You will always need a CFO, you will always need a CHRO, you will always need a chief revenue officer, but you may not need an audit professional throughout the year. So take them for the time that you actually need. You may not need, say, a rewards professional through the year. You only need them for some time in the year when you are doing a parity in the market. So get them for that much time. So you keep your core strong. I'm an exercise geek, so I use those analogies a lot in my work. And the thing is that yes, I mean, flex your non-core. So that is going to be the way forward. It's going to be a phygital world. So it's not entirely digital, it's not entirely physical. We are looking at a phygital world where probably maybe this is how it will evolve, where people still meet to kind of maybe discuss things, bond, and work together and stuff. But delivery of most services will actually become digital. And in that situation, gig economy is just going to be the future of work. It's not something that is new, but it will kind of grow a lot more. And maybe the generation after us, so I mean, like people like us who are like late 30s, early 40s, we are kind of dinosaurs. So we would, probably be at that stage where we would still, be in the hybrid, but the generation after us might be completely, on the gig side. They would want to be paid for performance or results rather. We are still in that era where we, pay people for completing tasks.
Well, I think I really respect your opinion, and I also believe that the gig economy is going to kickstart finally in a very big way in 2022. And also, we are also sitting at a cusp where there are a lot of new reforms are waiting to happen, and that will determine how the employee and employer relationship will evolve in future. So Farida ji, thank you so much. It was lovely talking to you. Thank you for joining our show.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much. And wish all our viewers a very safe week ahead. Take care. Stay well. Stay good care.
Thank you, Farida ji. And viewers, if you want to get engaged with Farida, the email will be published at the end of the video. You can send an email to us and we will make the connection happen. As usual, I will meet you in the next one again.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and today we have a very special program. This is called CEO Roundtable, where we have the CEOs as a panelist, and we discuss about issues which are related to business and things like that. So today we are honored to have two CEOs as panelists. One is joining us from UK, London. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, welcome to the roundtable.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody, and looking forward to a very healthy discussion.
Certainly, Naval, we are also looking forward to a very healthy discussion. So our second guest and second panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma, who is the CEO of Akulmac Technologies, and we are honored to have Kanchan on the roundtable. Welcome to the roundtable, Kanchan.
Thank you, CK, and hi, Neville. We look forward for a healthy and progressive discussion today.
Certainly will be.
So today's roundtable is about the human resources, and human resources is a very vast subject. So in limited time and limited duration, we would like to tackle one bit at a time. And today's discussion would be mostly around the teamwork. So as you know, it's a big challenge. People get hired in different companies. They get formed into different teams, and they get assigned different projects, and they have to execute, multiple things as teams. But this is a very novel thought. When we talk about this, it looks like a very novel thought that everything is working like a clog in the machine, but it's seldom like that. So the first question that I would like to ask the panelists today is, what do the employees say about the teamwork in any organization, and does the reality align to the actual website of the company? So let me elaborate this question. The organization says that, hey, you guys have to work as a team, but the website of the company does not project that image, it gives a totally different image. So is there a correlation between actual teamwork happening in the organization and the company which is projecting themselves? So Neville, would you like to take that question first?
Well, it's always an interesting question of what we say in public on the website and what happens behind closed doors in the organization. And I actually find it's typically the other way round. We're very supportive of things on the website and we use all of the right buzzwords, let's say. We're a progressive company. We believe in our employees, we inspire them, we encourage them, we engage them. And then the reality of life is when you talk to the employees, it's nothing of the sort. They're told what to do and they just have to get on with it. So they function. So, but it's rare that we actually see the website reflecting the reality in the organization. So I think that's one thing about teamwork, that or this particular arena, in that if you're a potential recruit and you look at the website, because you don't know anyone typically in that organization, you're going to be looking at what they say about their company. And of course, when you then have done all the research, as you would do as a good interviewee, you've looked at the company, you've researched what they do, you've seen what their newspaper ads have said in the past, and then you go in for interview and you ask those questions. And that's when HR are put on the spot, because now they have to, if they're being honest, they have to reflect what's happening in the organization. And the majority of people I find don't even know what's written on the website. So here's an interesting one. When someone does write things on the website, do you know, as an employee or someone in HR, do you know what's there? But I think there's a disconnect. So that's my general feeling. It's very, very rare that there's a dynamic connection between what people say on their website and what actually happens. But Kanchan, maybe you've got a different view of this, or maybe it's a similar view.
Well, I will agree with your views because I think that website is merely information. First, an information is given to the public, and when we recruit employees, so they have fine dreams and they go through the website and then they come for an interview. And when they are inducted in the company, the whole story is different, because then they have to go with the core values and the concept of the company. They have to train themselves and they have to train their working style in the company, and they have to achieve what is being given on the plate, and they have to be productive. So the teamwork starts when they join the company, and it's kind of, sometimes it is kind of forced teamwork. Is not kind of very happily go merry kind of situation. But then if you are not working as a team in a company, so then that will be not good in a productive terms, and as well as in the progress of an employee as well as the company. So I fully agree the point which you have made, that a website doesn't reflect what is going internally in the organization.
Well, what I have seen is that people don't tend to believe the website where they have applied for a new job. There is a new portal called Glassdoor. So I'm not sure whether the Glassdoor is popular in UK, Naval, but it's very, very popular here, where it's an open platform where the current employees of the company can talk anything about their current employer. So any new recruit who's trying to get into a company, I think they don't look at the website of the company to understand what these companies are selling, but they rather go on the Glassdoor and see the actual reviews of the working employees. So that is what is happening today. So it would have been better if the company has a little bit transparency in their operations, and then the Glassdoor type of websites will be out of business. Don't you think so?
Yeah, we have Glassdoor over here as well. I must admit, I've looked at it in the past, and it tends to be disgruntled employees that have been let go for one reason or another. It's an interesting approach to TripAdvisor's approach with regards to hotel and holiday stays, but the thing is, we're moving into the arena where in the digital world it is so transparent, and people can see that what you say in public, it better be pretty close to what happens in private. Otherwise, you will lose credibility. And organisations can't afford to do that these days. So hopefully we'll see a narrowing of the gap between what organisations say on their website and the reality inside. But you never know.
Yeah.
We better move to that next question. Otherwise, we'll be on websites forever.
Certainly, I think the conclusion from both panelists is that there has to be reality check for the companies, and they have to bring transparency to their working as well as what they do should be projected on the website. So that brings us to the next question, which is related to the selection process. So Naval, I would like to ask you, when you hire people in your company, do you follow certain selection method? And if you do follow, does it really useful?
It was interesting. I don't think the companies I worked for were typical in this arena. The departments were responsible for their own hires. So if you had a vacancy in your team, you were responsible for basically replacing that individual. Obviously, a lot of help from HR, but we had a fairly small HR function. And so consequently, it was more about the operational effectiveness. And did we have a process? Well, I had a process. I don't think we had a rigid process that was adopted throughout the organization. And it was the days before Google, so it was last century. So when I had a proper job, it was probably last century than this century. I'm as a consultant these days. And I would we would put an ad into the particular arena that we were looking for, and we would trawl through people we knew, and we would get their CVs, have a quick look at their CVs, and just literally identify 3 or 4 people that we thought were worthy of interview. And then the interview process was pretty straightforward. People have got to the interview because of the quality of the CV. Working in the oil industry, you tended to know who these people were as well, because it was a big joint venture type of arena. So it was almost alien to many other industries. So the first 5 or 10 minutes was asking about the CV, just proving the person's actually who they are, what they've said they are. And then we were delving into attitude, their behaviors, what they did under pressure. In many respects, nothing that you could get from a CV, and everything that you would get from an interview. And these interviews would only last, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. They wouldn't need to be that long. There was no rigid an hour, hour and a half, and you pass the person on to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. But the ultimate one was, can that person fit in with the team? So the last interview, which typically was the second interview, would be meet the team and let the team literally pick you. If you're the one, you've normally identified one of 2, or maybe it's one of 3, and then it's meet the team. And it's meet the team typically in a social arena, so that your guard is down and you're relaxed and you see the real person. So I don't think that's very typical of what would go on in many companies. but it worked. So I do know in recruitment these days, my son's in recruitment, and he went through a very similar process when he was recruited into recruitment. So I thought it was quite interesting, and he literally was passed from one person to the next. So there was a consensus of opinion. It was almost like a war of attrition. So it was a full day interview. And at the end of it, they met the whole team together in a social environment. That's hard work, you know. I mean, you try and be interviewed for 8 hours constantly, you know, asking very similar questions put by slightly different people so that everyone's forming a consensus. Because today, when you recruit somebody, it's an expensive exercise if you get it wrong. You know, just imagine all of the development you're going to be putting into that person over the next 5 or 6 months, all of the knowledge you're going to be giving them about the organization. And then all of a sudden they say, no, this isn't for me. I'm going somewhere else. So it's a really expensive exercise. So, I mean, in these post-COVID times, probably more expensive because there are more people that potentially are out there looking for a job. It's a big arena. Sorry for taking up so much time with this one, but it is a big arena. I think recruiters need help. So we'd be interested to hear what Kanchan might have seen in her side of life as to what's happening in recruitment.
So I'll discuss or I'll tell you that I agree with a few parts of your opinion. The thing is the classification of resume and meeting a candidate and talking to them is kind of a process, and then he goes from one boss to another boss and kind of getting an opinion about the candidate. But I have seen in whole this process, there are candidates who may be little percentage wise less in communication, but well in delivery. And sometimes and you can judge because you have an experience of interviewing and meeting so many candidates. So what classification is fine, but generally what I personally feel is that sometimes it doesn't work, because once you hire a particular person on a classification based process, but when he comes on the board, the delivery part sometimes is kind of 60-70% only. So I generally go with my gut feeling, and I am not being failed till now because I can see that a person whom I've hired has delivered, is a productive person. And if there's some downside of that person, that can be corrected because we organize a lot of training process, and then a person also needs some time to gel with the culture of organization and the core value of organization. So I do classification, and I think it is important part of hiring any candidate. But also I put my feeling, my gut feeling, and how long this candidate will helpful to in development of organization, and also a part of a team in the organization which is already existing.
I think that's a great way of putting it. It's a gut feel. And yeah, of course it's a gut feel. You're asking the questions and you're seeing the answers, and you can feel if that person is telling you the truth. And it's a funny thing, but you've got to experience it to actually feel it. And that means you're engaged in the conversation.
Right.
All too often, I find lots of recruiters out there are not really engaged in the discussion. They're going through, they've got a checklist of 10, 12 questions, and they just ask each question. And if they've got a satisfactory answer, there's a tick. But if they haven't got a satisfactory answer, or there's a question around the answer, they haven't got a second question. So they can't, in an interview situation, lots of young people in particular are so tense when they go into these interviews, and they're tense because they really want the job.
Correct.
And it's up to the interviewer to put that interviewee at ease, to get them relaxed, because then you get the truth. Then you get the real person.
Yes.
So to be an interview is hard work, actually. It takes a lot of practice. And until you do that practice, you never really know where you're going. The other thing I'm also finding with recruitment is that they are over reliant on what we would call tools, but they're not using them as tools. So, for instance, a psychometric,
Right.
there's lots of psychometrics out there. And the thing about a psychometric is it's just an opinion at a point in time. Some organizations believe in these psychometrics as the way to pick their leaders going forward. And I think the message I've got for all of them is stop doing that, because they're not that good. The purpose of a psychometric, of an assessment, is to get an opinion of somebody and then have a discussion so you can find out what they really mean, what this result really means. They're good in particular instances, perhaps when you're trawling through lots and lots and lots of people, asking them 12 questions and trying to get a consensus of what they do, how they behave. When you've got thousands of people coming through, they're good in that way, because it starts to eliminate a few. Doesn't mean to say you're going to eliminate the ones that actually were probably best suited for the job, but when you've got 1,000 applicants and you've only got 5 jobs available, it's physically impossible to interview 1,000 people.
Yeah, but actually what happens that if you go with these kind of tools, sometimes the right candidate is also being eliminated. I'm
Yes.
not against these kind of tools to be incorporated in the interview and HR practices. But then again, the human mind and human machine is quite complex. You can't take all these parameters to really reach out to a right candidate. That's
Yeah, you're
my
absolutely
my
right.
take.
It is, in many respects, it's a little bit of a lottery. But
Right.
as you say, this is a gut feeling.
Right.
You can see something there, but the person isn't quite giving it, or they're really giving it, and you're not quite sure. Maybe this is just too well rehearsed. You can't do an AI on this. There is no sort of learning. What goes on up here is quite complicated. And of course, if you're going through lots and lots of interviews in a day or a week, you're constantly thinking of the other questions that you've given someone else, because you want to be fair to the person in front of you.
Right.
I know some organizations that literally do back-to-back interviews, no gaps. And I turned around to the head of HR and I said, that's fine for the candidate, because the candidate each time is coming in fresh. What about your interviewer? Why don't you give them like 10 minutes to recharge, Because that last interview could have been really hard, very taxing. If it's really taxing, when you're trying to pull teeth out of the candidate, give me something that I can push you on to take the next step. That's really hard. It's draining. It's not physically draining, but it's mentally draining. And we all know that after 8 hours of mental exhaustion, you're exhausted. It's almost like running a marathon.
Yes, very much true.
So we all need, if we're into this interview arena, as I'm sure a lot of people will be, take 5-10 minutes out in between, just recharge the batteries, go for a walk, have a cup of tea or coffee, glass of water or something, and really focus on the next candidate. So it's almost like you wind down and then you wind up again. That takes time.
I remember my own experience. In one of my corporate career, I was promoted, and then I was asked to find my replacement before I move on to the next role. So I knew exactly what was a job, and I selected 25 candidates. So I spent so much time, making sure that the right candidates are on the table for taking over my role so that I can move forward in my life. And surprisingly, like anything else, even HR has their own jargons. So they come up with all these processes, systems, and all that different methodologies. And out of this 25 people, only two candidates cleared the qualification round, and the one guy who actually got selected left the job after 2 months because he didn't fit in. So, I'm very happy to handle this panel today, where both panelists, both CEOs, are agreeing to what we are discussing today. So it's a fun for me. So this brings me to the third question, and Naval, I would like to ask you that is, do you promote the team behavior, and as per your gut feel or your intuition, what is the ideal team player in your company?
That's a really good question. A team player is a leader that stands up when they need to. So if you've got a team of 10 people, you're in there for a reason. Sometimes you should be in thoughtful mode, listening, reacting, just generally contributing. On other occasions, you need to be out there saying things, inspiring the rest of the team, being encouraged to give your opinion, because that's how the team works. Like anything else, if they're my team, then in other people's language, then I'm the leader. But that doesn't mean that I lead all the time. It means that I want all of the others to contribute at the level that they feel comfortable at contributing. And then it's up to me and the rest of the team to push people into contributing at a slightly higher pace. Because next time, you want them to form the team. You want them to be proactive. That's how we all grow. That sounds like utopia, but actually in practice, it can be done very simply. When you've got a project, you just bring everyone in together and say, okay, this is what we've been asked to do. Have we got any experience of what we can bring in quickly? How are we going to approach this? Is this going to be a distraction from what we're doing? You just keep asking questions to each of the people in the team and getting them to come forward. So I look for people that are going to contribute. It's as simple as that, really. And feel confident in the contribution, and know that if they say something that sounds a bit stupid, perhaps, no one criticizes them. It's all constructive. We might have a laugh and a joke. There might be a bit of banter. So you do need people that have got some resilience. There's a level of business banter that always goes on. If it gets into anywhere close to bullying, then you stop it. You nip that in the bud. But some banter is very healthy. It creates a good team adhesion. So the simple answer is I'd like people to want to grow. Personally, is fine. As a potential leader, well, that's ideal. But not everybody wants to grow and move up the ladder, and you just have to acknowledge that and accept it.
So I think the second part of this question is, you have identified a very nice person to lead a team, and you are thoroughly convinced that now this is the person, a male or a female is going to lead the team. But in your experience, do you always see the team leader connected with the team or behaving like a team leader all the time?
It's varied experience, really. Sometimes I haven't been connected with the team. You know, my mind hasn't quite been there, and then I've had to readjust, and reset, and apologise and say, guys, sorry, I wasn't there. You know, I will be there now. So the simple fact is, if you're not engaged with the team, you know, commitment is 100% really. So if you're in a team room, if you brought the team together, no mobiles, nothing, unless there's someone, you know, a family member that's critically ill or something like that, something's catastrophic happened in your life, that time is now for the team. My focused energy needs to be in that team room, not what am I having for dinner, who am I playing golf with this weekend. You know, that's not being a team player. That's thinking about other things. You just need to be focused. And once teams are engaged and focused, then I always see great results. So the key to leadership really is to make sure that cohesion happens. So a chairman of a boardroom, you know, the chairman's got one role: making sure everyone is contributing, following the agenda, keeping to time. Is the chairman's role to make decisions? No. That's the chairperson's role. They still call it chairman over here, despite the fact it's chairperson these days, politically correct. But their role is literally just to keep cohesion, make sure things happen. They may not agree with the decisions that have been made around the table, but in that arena, the chairperson has only got one vote. If you're a team leader and you feel that the team isn't making the right decision, voice your opinion and just say, we seem to be going down a track that I wasn't expecting here. You know, can we consider this and this and this? And maybe, you know, maybe they're so far ahead, you're on the wrong track. You know, you have to recognize that, you know, the team might just grab hold of something and start running in a completely different direction. And that's the right direction, in which case you've asked the question, go with it, because this is, you know, this is like a consensus. This isn't a dictatorship. So yeah, I've seen good and I've seen bad, but when they all come together, when they really actively, positively working together, boy, do you get some great results.
I think what you're saying is really speaking from the heart, and you know, it's a great learning for our viewers and for me. You know, how to handle a team, how to inculcate the leadership quality, keep changing the leader, have a rotation, because every time each person cannot behave like a leader. So there are a whole lot of discussions and the good points came out from this discussion from the panel. And we're quite honored to have Naval and Kanchan on the panel today. We learned a lot from both of you, and you know, we will, you know, welcome you in other CEO roundtable in future again. But thank you so much for joining us, Naval from London and Kanchan from India. Thank you so much for joining today.
Thanks.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant, and today we have a very distinguished guest joining us. She is a leader. She has spent almost 2 decades in industries. She has lived across multiple countries, and she heads a very enterprising organization called Career Zoom. And in this particular section of our show, we will actually ask a question from a leader. And these questions that we receive on daily basis by different people, different budding entrepreneurs. And today's question is how to become a successful entrepreneur. So the guest is Farida Charania. She is joining us from Singapore. Without further ado, let me welcome her to the show.
Thank you, CK. Pleasure to be back on your channel. I hope everyone is keeping well, and a very, very good day to you wherever you are in the world. My name is Farida, as CK introduced me, and I am the founder and CEO of Career Zoom, which is basically a CXO on demand consulting organization. Um, Thank you, CK. I think it's an excellent question, and it's a very difficult answer because there is no one size fits all approach here. Talking about how to be a successful entrepreneur. Uh, Different people have different things which make them successful. Um, if I kind of, even run a Google search, there are like, 50 things that come up on page one. And all of them are important traits. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to share my journey and things that have helped me stay on the path. There will be times when you are not finding the success the way you anticipated, but then as an entrepreneur, it's important to move on and look at things which will help you get to where you want to get to. So, uh, let me share a little bit about my background. So, I am an economist by training, a banker by profession, and perhaps today an entrepreneur by passion. Career Zoom is my fourth venture, and over the last decade, I have founded, run, and exited three other organizations. Um, I've lived in different countries. I grew up in India. I have worked in India, Singapore, London, UAE, Finland, France, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and I've lived in these countries. And all of this experience has actually made me what I am today because, in fact, I forgot to say, I started my career in Tokyo with Nomura. So I have lived in very difficult parts of the world where I spoke not a single letter of that language. Um, and after, achieving a considerable success in my banking career at the age of 27, yeah, I decided I wanted to do something else. And that's how I set up my first venture, which is called the Sky Touch. Now, the thing is, success comes to different people in different forms, and that's how it happened to me as well. Yeah, the thing is that what kept me going, so there are times when I actually met with disappointment. There are times when I also did not achieve the success that I was actually looking for, but what kept me going is the belief that I will get there someday. Therefore, as an entrepreneur, I think the thing that has helped me the most is the belief that I will get there. Yeah. And I think that's basically the most important thing for any entrepreneur. The belief, of course, is important, but it's also important to be pragmatic. That if you're making losses after losses, then you need to kind of understand when to cut the cord and actually move on to something else. But that finesse comes after a while. You won't have it on day one. Also, as an entrepreneur, what probably has been the most successful thing for me is that I had the opportunity to do a hard reset. When things were not really going well, that was another pragmatic approach that as an entrepreneur, don't get very attached to your products. Don't get very attached to, what you are doing, because that attachment, the emotional attachment, might actually lead you to do things which are not really in your favor. So I made that mistake, and I'm kind of sharing this with the audience that don't get too attached. If something is not working, evaluate it, go back and see it's not working. So are you good with investing time to figure out why it's not working? or are you good with, just kind of doing a hard reset, going back to ground zero and seeing what else you could do? So these are a few learnings which I love to share, and I always say to people who ask me that what kept you going. So my belief in the fact that I will be successful, and the ability to, which I kind of developed over a period of time, is to kind of, take a step back and see whether the direction is right or not. Yeah.
I think this is fantastic, Farida. In fact, your journey is quite inspiring because at very young age you are able to get out of the corporate life and do something on your own, which is quite amazing. However, I think there are many people in this race, and they have a spark, they have an idea, and they just want to go, implement that. And as you said earlier, that it is basically based on the people having a product in mind, and they get too attached to the product, and they keep saying, I've heard this statement many times, that "Hey, it's my baby," so what I'm doing is I'm bringing up a child when I'm starting my company. So that is why there are a lot of failures also. Almost like 90% of the startups fail. They are like coffee shops, 90% of the coffee shop closed down in the first year. It's similar to that. So the question really is that what are the objective, what should be the objective of entrepreneur to continue the journey, and what if not the product, what they should be aiming for? I think that is something that our audience would like to know from you.
Certainly. So there are a few things that probably have helped me, because when I exited my first venture and I started my second venture, by then I had learned that you need to define timelines in terms of your risk tolerance. What is your ability to tolerate the risk, and in terms of monetarily, what is it that you are prepared to put in, because that should be basically the defining factor. Now if you actually kind of look at, so the way that I went into my second venture is that this is the money that I need for the next 2 years, okay, to basically run my life, not my business. If I don't have to touch anything, do I have the money for the next 2 years? No, I didn't have the money for the next 2 years. Okay, so let me bring that timeline down and see how much money do I have. I had money exactly for 5 months. So I had to manage my risk within those 5 months. Yeah. So for me, that worked, because for me, it was very clear that this is my business idea. This is the time that I need to, So there are, of course, you will not see all the success in 5 months. It's a short timeline, but it will give you an idea, the direction that you are going in, whether the direction is right or not. Because, suppose if you are selling a service, so you have a funnel already. You should develop that funnel within the first month and half, because if you don't have that funnel within the first month and half, or maximum 2 months, it's very unlikely that you will be able to actually commercialize any of that within the next 6 months. So it's important to have that funnel. If you have a product that you are building, then you need to be conscious of the fact that if you are not capitally heavily backed, it is going to be a very tough journey for the first 3 or 4 years till the product is completely ready to be commercialized. If you are depending on, say, grants, raising money, etc., remember all of them need a MVP, minimum viable product, to be able to look at your idea and see if they want to invest. So be prepared for that. If you get into business not prepared, if you get into a journey without being prepared for that timeline, you're going to be disappointed, because if you have decided that there is a certain money that's needed to run the business and certain money needed to run your life, it's important to bifurcate that and keep those accounts separate. Lot of young entrepreneurs like myself make the mistake of taking money from here and putting it there, and vice versa. It's not advisable, it's not ideal, it's not advisable. So I think the first step is to make sure that you have bifurcated those finances And the second step is to make sure you stick with the discipline. If you have to keep going, there should be something that tells you that, okay, and not a gut feel, but actual data that tells you that you are going to commercialize this much in this much time. Because if you don't have that, there is no point in moving forward, because it's clearly not worked for the first 6 months. It's very unlikely that things will change very quickly.
I think this is a amazing tip, and you are now changing the focus from a product-based startup to actually revenue-based startup, and you're actually telling the audience that, hey, don't look at the product, look at the revenue, look at the cash flow. So, what is the best time to start promoting? You mentioned few very important words, things like you should have a plan, you should have exit policy, but the whole idea is that if there is no feedback, and you had 6 months and there is no feedback, the time is too short to decide anything. So what is a good time to start getting that feedback?
So there are a couple of things here. One, so it depends what is your startup. If it's going to take some time to build the product, then you have to factor that in. But let's assume for, you know, just for the sake of this discussion, that it's a service-based startup. Suppose you're providing a certain service, okay? There is no good or bad time to seek feedback. There is no bad time to evaluate your positioning in the market and understand your market value. In fact, I would start doing it even before I get invested in that idea. Even before I kind of go into that idea head down and put everything that I have into it. I would evaluate with people who are able to give me feedback whether that's something that they would buy or not. The best thing to do is pick up a focus group of people, and pick up people who are not going to tell you things because you like to hear them. Pick up people who are going to be very honest with you, because if something is nonsense they need to tell you and you need to tweak your approach. So I think 6 months is a short timeline for a product development kind of a business, but for a service business that's a perfectly good timeline. You know within the first couple of months whether you're going in the right direction or not, because when you actually start a business, you define your unique selling proposition, and your unique selling proposition is basically what is it that you are doing, what is the problem it is solving, and who are the people who are going to buy it, and who are the people who have already bought it. So the bought it part comes a bit later, but the first three are essential on day one when you start the business.
I think the question was very simple: what it takes to become an entrepreneur, a successful one, a viable one, and I think you have beautifully answered these things. So I think the learning for today for our viewers is, don't uh, you know start bringing a child, and when you start a company, don't get attached to the product or the line of service. Keep your eye or your finger on the revenue, and you should also know from where this revenue is coming. So I think these are the two major factors that every entrepreneur must have before they start investing their money in a company. So I think that is the learning for today from our expert, from a very senior colleague, industry colleague, Farida. Thank you so much for giving us all this information, and next time I will meet you with another interesting question, Farida. Thank you so much for joining us today, and have a good day. And by the way, it's your birthday, so please enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Farida, I will catch up with you next time. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Thank you. Bye for now. Everyone have a fantastic day ahead, and wish you and your families very, very well. If you have questions for us, drop us an email. Our coordinates are when you kind of finish this segment. Let us know. We'll try our best to answer your questions. Thank you, and bye for now.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma and today we are taking you in this episode to a wonderful trip to a city which is also called as Switzerland of India. So stick around to this episode till the end. You will enjoy the episode and will get a lot of information about this particular place. Hello friends, welcome to the show, and today, as you know, we have a prominent guest, Mr. Kshitesh Srivastav, who is a well-traveled professional, IT professional. He is closely associated with radio broadcasting. And today, to which city he is taking us? So let us find out and talk to him. Welcome to the show, Kshitesh. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Kanchan. Nice to talk to you and see you once again. The cities that I talk about today, I can only say, I remember, no road is too long with good company, especially if the company is the nature. And it is not just a place, it is an emotion. It's a biodiversity hotspot, Kanchan. So we want to talk, and I want to take you to Kunur and Ooty from the south of India. How have you been?
Lovely, lovely. I am just eager to really visit this city of India because I know about the good tea. I know the lakes of Ooty. And very long back, when I was in school, once I got chance to visit this city. So I would like to know more about it.
Well, Kanchan, Kunur is something that happens by escape. It is just an escape to one of the best hill station in the southern part of India. Though the Ooty is of course goes as a number one spot, but Kunur cannot be escaped, and especially for the most of the it is a place 4 kilometers from a place called Wellington. And Wellington is also a place where we have our Defense Services Staff College. And then Kunur has got some interesting, breathtaking beauty of the Nilgiris, the Blue Mountains, as we say it, the hills. And you have numerous of attractions like Sims Park, Dolphin's Nose, Lamb's Rock, Pasture Museum, and some very, very nice, luscious tea gardens, of course, as you said. And it has, of course, some all the modern trappings of a shopping mall as well. But Kunur is something that is a place that you happen to be just escaping when you go to Ooty. And Ooty, I mean, I cannot say a lot of things about Ooty because we have seen lot of Bollywood movies, of course, a lot of other South Indian movies and are also shot. But I remember a lot of movies of Bollywood being shot in Ooty. And Ooty is also known as, it's known as Udagamandalam. And in British times, it was Uttakamand. And these are like amazing places, Kanchan. So what would you like to know more about it?
Definitely, because I have read that Ooty, sometimes people said there's a snowfall in Ooty, but lately because it's always fog during morning times, so people really enjoy, I think, Kashmir in Ooty sometimes. What do you say?
Well, Kanchan, when the British first saw Ooty, they basically they said some amazing words. I can just quote some of the words. It resembles Switzerland more than any country of Europe. The hills, beautifully wooded, and fine, strong spring with running waters in every of the valleys. When the mist, and about the mist, when the mist disappears, the mystery unfolds. And this is not a joke. When the damp rail tracks, pouring rains, and the misty woods, all of the Nilgiris, they come together, and they come together in Ooty and Kunur and the valley in between. So it is a place you must visit. And when you visit, try to go without the trappings of today. Get a great camera, may not be a mobile phone, maybe switch off the mobile phone and have a great camera around and just relax, peaceful and chill times.
Well, we are visiting to Kunur, so I think it's 19 kilometer. The Ooty is 19 kilometers away from Kunur. So I think somebody who's visiting Kunur should also visit Ooty, because from Kunur it is, I think, a 1.5 hour drive by car. So which is the best place to stay overnight, Ooty or Kunur?
So, Kanchan, it is a matter of choice. And for me, I would always stay in Kunur. There are some very nice British style bungalows, the houses perched at the hilltops. And Ooty has become more commercial, of course, because it is also the district headquarters of the Nilgiris district. So for me, it is better to stay in Kunur and then make even 3 trips during the day. And of course, the beauty of Kunur is about the food, the locally created food, the museums, and the British architecture, and all of that. So I think from a staying perspective, there are hotels. Of course, there are some very good hotels. There are homestays, and now everything it boils down to a lot of sharing homes, what you call OYO, or you call BNB, Airbnb. So there are great options depending on what we are there for. Some people just go to relax, and some people just do a backpack and trek. And there are good treks available in that area. And 8 kilometers trek, 13 kilometers trek, 12 kilometers trek. And each of those treks takes us to the pristine beauty of the. And I said, it sometimes looks better than Switzerland.
Well, I can really see the good plantation pictures which are behind you, and I really feel like going now at this particular moment. So I would like to talk to you regarding the culture, because I think Ooty is near Tamil Nadu. It is in Tamil Nadu. So what kind of culture you really see? It's more Tamilian culture you visit, or is it cosmopolitan?
Well, Kanchan, this is about the Nilgiris area. Nilgiris is a range of mountains. And when we talk about mountains, we definitely find some local ethnic people over there. And of course, now in the modern day, it is part of Tamil Nadu. But it is home to some ethnic communities, Todas, Badagas, and there are local ethnic communities, and they live in the villages, and they are the people who really understand the mountains. And this Nilgiri Hills has an imprint of their culture all around, as well as the culture that was brought in by the British. Now, the interesting part here, Kanchan, is that why British actually chose that. Because the nearest biggest port was Madras Port, which is now known as Chennai. And Madras is really hot and temperate climate. So the British had to find a place where they can go and relax in the summers. And also they made it as a sanatorium, health resort, what we call today. And the British soldiers used to go there and they used to recuperate. So the culture is filled of, it gives seeing the Gothic structures, we can feel the Irish presence, the British architectural presence, but at the same time, we also feel the presence of the biodiversity and the people of the Western Ghats. So Nilgiris mountain is part of the Western Ghats, and the kind of smoky haze that envelops the area as you can feel from the image behind. It is basically a delight for someone who wants to go away from the hustling, bustling life of the cities and recharge, rejuvenate himself.
Well, somebody who's coming from overseas, so what are the places he can visit in Kannur and Uti?
Well, Kanchan, these both places are full of natural beauty. On the natural beauty lies the impact of the development, the impact of the history, the impact of the modern British history, and also the billiards that was invented in this place in Uti. And there are many things in this both places basically. So if somebody wants to see the first bungalow, which was made somewhere in 1850s, so stone house, St. Stephen's Church, and of course, how can I forget visit to a tea factory and the tea market, and then you have some great personalities who have been associated with Uti and Kunur. So Hennessy brand, that the famous cognac brand. So Colonel Rocheroft spent his time. Cochin royal families, they have their house. Vijayanagaram royal family, they have their house in Kunur. General Thimaiya, our former chief of the army staff, stayed here. And then our field marshal SHFJ Manek Shaw, he lived his last years in Kunur. So, and then there are some, because of the Defense Staff College, there have been some leaders from across the world who have come and they trained in the Defense Staff College at Wellington. And this is the place where you are never short of something that is away from the life that everybody wants to achieve in some time in the peaceful life. And as I said, there are many places: Lamb's Rock, Sims Park, botanical gardens, Nilgiri mountain trains, Kanchan. And then those are the trains I saw, and I remembered the train that we have also heard and seen in our another place called Darjeeling, which we will cover some other day, Kanchan.
Well, if somebody is coming out and going, outside of our country and going to Kannur and Uti, so what are the food varieties are available for that person?
So it is said, Kanchan, a great saying says that when you are in Rome, behave like a Roman. So Nilgiri's mountains have their own special food of the people, ethnic people who were tribals before. So that's a very, very interesting food habits. Naturally created lot of fruit-based or plantation-based, vegetable-based food. Of course, there are other kinds of food also. But since we live in a modern world where all kinds of foods are available in that town, including a burger and a pizza, and of course, food is not a problem in either in Uti. Uti happens to be, of course, the one of the great spots in India's tourism. So you get all kinds of food here.
Fine. So now when we are talking about Kannur and Uti, so what is the best time, best duration to stay there and have a feel of this particular city, which is, as the historians and people have said, it's like a Switzerland of India. And people who are Indian and they also want to, as you mentioned, they want to come out of their crowded areas and visit Uti. So what is the minimum best time we can stay in Uti and Kannur?
Well, anybody will say to Kannur and Uti the best time is in the summer. I would tell you, Kanchan, summer and the advent of the rains. That is the best time because you see best of both worlds in during that time. And the lure, the attraction of the Blue Mountains, this beacons from very, very far. And if you take to that Nilgiri Blue Mountain train, blue train, that it goes through the small, slowly it chugs through from Mettupalayam and to goes to the Kunur, passing through the Nilgiris. The beauty is breathtaking. So summer is definitely a best time, but I would also say enjoy the summer and the drizzle of the rain. And the temperatures can go from 3 degrees to 30 degrees. So I'm not sure about the snowfall, but I'm sure about the temperatures and the those greenery which is called sholas, and it is so thick. Reserve forests are there, and those reserve forests one can basically do a lot of trekking over there, and the best part is Kanchan. This both places, Kunur and Uti, they are very, very cosmopolitan in nature, despite ethnic people over there. The reason I think of the cosmopolitan nature is because of the Defense Services Staff College of Wellington, which not only trains our own Indian soldiers, but also on an exchange program, it also trains others from other foreign countries as well, and that is something which is very, very cherished uh, for both of these cities. So anybody visiting Kunur or Uti cannot escape this cosmopolitan nature of this place, basically.
So, as you mentioned, it is a cosmopolitan culture in Uti and Kunur. So, and it is also been understood and been said by people that it's a old cities of Tamil Nadu. So, what kind of architecture you can really talk about?
So architecturally, Kanchan, one is the huts of the tribal people, which is also one can see, and then there are museums also. But what stands different, as you can also see in the picture behind, is the lot of modern architecture buildings are there. Some of the old British bungalows are there, made by the British people, and that gives a old world charm. There was a movie called A Passage to India by David Lean, and that this in this movie the Nilgiri Mountain Railway and some of the architectural of the Uti and the Kunur can be seen, and Sharat Chandra Bose, he was under house arrest in a bungalow called Fairlight near Sims Park, and somewhere in the 40s, and former Soviet Union saw a surge of after Nikolai Alexandrovich Bulganin and Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev visited Kunur. These are the small parts of the history which I found out, and I was really intrigued by the visits, and it also it also led to a demand of the Tamil translations of the works of great Russian author Anton Chekhov and Alexander Pushkin. So that means Kunur and the areas nearby also have a connection to Russia. And there was a fort. It says that Tipu Sultan made a fort somewhere near the Hulikal Drug Fort, but it stands in the ruins today, and it has found its mention in a couple of books. So this place is full of history, modern Indian history. Can trace connections to all over the world, as I said, Russia, even in Africa, because of the military defense staff college. And of course, Ooty is a very, very modern town, it being the headquarters of the Nilgiris district. Tamil culture is also definitely, Tamil culture is seen, but I would say this is nature's culture rather than any other name. It is the nature's culture, which is very, very seen, closely seen and felt in Ooty and Kunur both.
Well, in the end, I would like to just summarize Ooty and the beauty of Kunur in maybe one sentence or 2-3 words, if you can.
So Ooty, short form of Uttakamand or Udagamandalam, is the queen of the hills, as comparable to Switzerland. Kunur is an escape. Not that you can escape. Kunur is itself an escape. And all I can say is that take time of at least staying 2 nights, 3 days on both places. 2 nights, 3 days in Kunur, 2 nights, 3 days in Ooty, and drive your own vehicle and enjoy the beauty of a lifetime.
Well, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you and hear about this beautiful city. Ooty and Kunur will be meeting again with our next destination. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great time ahead.
Hey guys, what's up? I am Chandrakant and this is Akul Mac Live, and today we will discuss about the unconscious bias and how does it affect our decisions in our business. And to discuss this, I will be joined by my friend, a very distinguished personality from UK, Mr. Naval Gun. So I'll just take a short break and join back along with the guest. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, Neville. Welcome to the show, and we are looking forward to this great discussion today about unconscious bias. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Unconscious bias. 2 words, my goodness, for a Friday. Bit complicated, you might think, but it's things that we do automatically without even thinking. And we do them automatically because we've experienced them time and time again, and that's what we do. What things do you do automatically, CK, without even thinking about it?
Well, I think there are many things, and within my mind, I'm pretty sure that whatever I'm doing is right, no matter what. You know, even if my father tells me to do it, I know for sure that this is right and this is wrong. And you know, sometimes if I think now loud with you, that it can be sort of not very flexible nature, you know, because based on my experience, I have sort of hardened on those decisions. So this is what I feel, Naval. I take decisions all the time.
I mean, it's good you take decisions, but as you say, those decisions have been hardened over time because you do them frequently, you know. And the thing about that is, if you do something often enough, you forget what you're doing, like brushing your teeth, like making a cup of tea. like getting out of the same side of the bed every morning. We do this automatically. Let me ask you a simple question, CK. Here you go. Here's one for you. Which sock do you put on first?
Well, that's a good question. Now, if you, well, I have to think about it, Neville, because suddenly I'm blank. Nothing is coming to my mind. But I think one thing I'll tell you is that certain situations are sort of hard coded in my brain. Things like sometimes are related to people, sometimes it is related to countries, sometimes it is related to religion, but those things are sort of hard coded within me, and I think some of the decisions are driven from there, and I have no I'm not shying away by admitting that there are some decisions that I take are driven from these biases that I have.
You're absolutely right, CK. And sorry for putting you on the spot again. But when you wake up tomorrow morning, consciously think about which sock you're going to put on first, and then you'll find out. But is that important? No, it's not really. It's irrelevant. You're just putting one sock on after the other. Does it make any difference whether you're putting the left on first or the right on first? Probably not. Frankly, it's just a futile exercise, but it explains exactly what we're talking about here. And you've hit the nail on the head. Biases. Even having a positive bias could be just as negative as having a negative bias if we're not careful. And let's just focus on networking, because this is a huge subject. But let's imagine now we're walking into a networking arena, and there's lots of people in there, and there's someone you've never met before. But you look at them and you think, I don't like that person. You've never met them, but your unconscious bias has taken over. And you will go and avoid talking with that person. And it's as simple as that. Have you ever experienced that in your... I've experienced that in my life, frankly, until I realized what was happening. Have you ever experienced that, or you seen it happen, CK?
Absolutely, Neville. It happens all the time, especially when you're traveling and then you are very cautious. When you're out of your comfort zone, out of your home, and you're traveling somewhere, you're obviously very conscious because you're not aware of the surroundings and you're not very free and you're observing everything. And in that scenario, you will see some people whom you don't like just because you don't like them. So I think there is a bias right away because you just don't like them. That's it. So it happens all the time, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just because you don't like them, you've programmed yourself not to like that type of person. And let's look at the consequences of veering away from that type of person. You could miss a really good conversation with someone who's got a huge amount of experience in a place where you want to go as an organization. They may just be that person that is going to make a difference in your world. But you don't know that because your unconscious bias has kicked in and you say, talk to the hand, don't go anywhere near this person. If they come towards you, turn away and go and talk to somebody else. And these are things we do automatically. And just imagine that happens. And this person that could make a fundamental change in your business, you've now just ignored because you don't like them. Now, that's the worst form of unconscious bias. That's really going to limit your capability because, in essence, it's a limiting belief, and you need to push that limiting belief to one side. This has happened to me in the past. I can't remember. I'd have to go back some time to remember the last time it happened, but it definitely happened to me. Now let's look at a different consequence. I'm going to look at the antithesis of it. Okay. So in the first example, we were talking about somebody you look at that you really don't like. There's something just not right about that person, and they fit into this part of, I don't want to talk to them. I don't like them. They're not very nice. Now let's flip the coin. What about the other bias? About a characteristic you see in somebody. So for instance, exactly the same room, and you look across the room, there's someone new there, and they smile at you. And you think, oh, they're smiling at me. That seems like a nice person. Have you ever been there, CK?
Well, Naval, let me share something which is happening very frequently for past 1 year, because a lot of people are now digitally connected. I have a bias. First of all, let me admit that before I start sharing my experience. There is a bias in me. Now, if somebody, some guy, some man appreciates my photograph and makes a heart around it, I automatically generates a bias. You know what I'm talking about. So I think to answer your question, I'm giving a real-time scenario which is happening so frequently past 1 year, where people are sending you heart and the other person is supposed to be a man, and there is a bias in me. I immediately shut off on that conversation.
Yeah, it's common. I mean, the thing is, it's you. I'm not going to be able to change you, but like anything else, we have all these Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, any of these platforms now, where you can change the heart emoji to just like, thumbs up, or a gift, or a thank you, or something else. So the platforms have listened to you, CK. But the interesting thing is, not a lot of people know that if they hover over these things, that they can change the emoji. So there's a little bit of an insight. But the thing is, just like the unconscious bias, which is very negative, you've created another unconscious bias, which is incredibly negative, just as negative, by someone smiling at you. Smiling is a universal language, and we all adapt positively to a smile. I mean, that's psychologically proven. When someone smiles at you, you smile back. You're a very rough individual if you don't smile back. You've trained yourself not to smile, which you're a sad person as far as I'm concerned, because we should all smile and laugh. It takes fewer muscles to smile on your face than it does to frown, by the way. There's another throwaway. But we're talking about business now, and you've seen a characteristic in somebody that you like, and you flock to them. And the problem with that is it takes away all of the other characteristics that you're looking for. So just because this person has smiled at you, or they've written an article, and you see this person, you think, oh, they wrote a fantastic article. It may not have been them that wrote it. Someone else may have written it for them, and they just put their name to it. But the point is, there's something that kicks inside that says, that's a smart person, I want to talk to them. And it could be a complete and utter waste of time. And that's why the unconscious bias in that arena, seeing something really positive out there that you relate to in your past, because that's what bias is. You're relating to something that you've seen before, and the more you see it, the more you relate to it, unless you fight it. And today's program, I suppose, in some respects, is having the mechanisms to fight your unconscious bias, because you could be missing out on opportunities. As we said in the preview to the program, it could be your biggest ally or your biggest enemy. So, biggest ally or biggest enemy, CK? Which one do you think it is with you?
Well, I think it's my biggest enemy, and let me narrate another incident which happens very often, and that is, if you're sitting in a meeting room and you come across a presenter who is starting to give presentation. It's a very normal occurrence. It happens with everybody. It happens with me. And now, since I'm talking to you, I'm opening myself and telling you what I've experienced. So now he'll start from acknowledgement, blah, blah, blah. This is what I am. This is about my company, the A, B, C, D.
it goes like a very, very, methodical flow. And for me, it's very boring. My mind is already telling me, hey, I mean, I've seen these presentations 1,000 times, maybe million times. Come to the point straight away. So that straight away is a bias. When I think of it, it's a bias. I don't want to listen to his background and his company profile. I'm too eager to jump to what is the context. And that could be a bias within me.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the interesting thing is, as your mind is thinking, get to the point, I've heard this before, you're shutting down. You're not listening to what that person's saying because you're in your brain, there's someone going, boring, oh, get to the point, yawn. And the thing is, I can see you smiling, and the point is, we all do it. It is probably one of the worst things you could do. But we're humans and we've got unconscious bias. So there are ways we can get around this. We can shut down our unconscious bias by firstly recognizing we have a bias. 100% of what we've got to move to is 95% is being aware of what you actually do. And the other 5% is then easy because you've done the other thing many times before. So if you've got someone out there that is literally giving a presentation and you think you've heard it all before, you can do one of two things. You can switch off completely and go and do something else, or you can listen intently as to, well, even if I've heard it all before, maybe there's a little nugget in here that I wasn't listening to before. Maybe because my brain was saying, boring, heard it all before, not going to learn anything here. If you shut that part of your brain down, and believe you me, it's easy to do when you practice. You can practice it now, you know? I'm going to say boring. And what I want you to do is just to concentrate on not being bored. You ready? Boring, yawn. Said it all before, done this, done that, seen the t-shirt, got the t-shirt, seen the video, cleaning the video. Now, that's all boring stuff, wasn't it? Okay? But if you can actively practice on just listening through it and saying there's going to be something that's going to be important here in a minute, we'll find out what's going on. Now, the interesting thing is, if someone has locked on to that part of this discussion, they may have woken up thinking, what's he on about? What's he saying that for? And that's what we want to be doing. We want to be engaging our thinking brain. And it's as simple as that. We just need to think about what's happening. Have I heard that? Yes. Is it important? Yes, maybe no. Park it. Move on. Keep thinking. We can multitask. Even men can multitask, by the way. It's a myth that men can't multitask, because in presentations we do it all the time. We think about what we're going to have for dinner because we're bored, and yet we're still listening because we can't shut our ears off. And it is funny, CK. It is funny, and that's the interesting part about this. You can have fun doing this. Do you remember the days of the bingo card in businesses where there were, 9 sayings or 9 words that someone always says, and then you're actually going to, in a meeting, you're sort of ticking off how many times they've said, this company is futuristic. Oh yeah, another futuristic. We're engaging in our people. Engaging, but that's another one. And we used to play BS bingo, bullshit bingo, we used to call it, because that's what was coming out of the person's mouth. They were just literally repeating something time and time again because they liked the sound of their own voice. And the thing is, that's where we've got to get away from. We've got to actually see people for who they are, not who we think they are. And that's where unconscious bias is going to kick in. So the method of today, the moral of today is don't think you know it all. Throw your unconscious bias out the door, and in a networking environment, go to someone who perhaps isn't smiling and get a smile on their face. There you go. There's your challenge for the day.
Well, it's easier said than done, Neville, because it's an accumulated thing. It could be valuable sometimes. It may not be relevant. It could be total junk. You don't know, but it is still in your mind. And the way we are calling it today, and the subject is very apt. It is unconscious. Things which you don't know that you're doing. For instance, if you I'm an Indian, I have certain way of lifestyle, and if I go to Thailand and I follow my lifestyle in Thailand or any other country, they may think this lifestyle is not what we are looking at. So similarly, when a person from UK comes to India, they can turn into a complete spectacle. So we are all spectacle if we go to a different culture. All of us can be a spectacle when I go to Thailand, or if I go to US or Brazil, because I think that is something unconscious, and we are just doing it because it's there in our mind. For example, let me give an example. If you're in US, the standard hello is how are you? Right? That's the standard hello. They don't say good morning, hello. They will keep saying how are you? And they don't even wait for you to respond. I mean, maybe there is another a person like me like to say, hey, yeah, I'm fine, but the other person has moved on because for them it's just howdy, how are you, howdy, and then they just move on. So it's unconscious for Americans, whereas other national may want to seriously consider this as a gesture of responding. So here somebody asked me, how are you? And I am thinking, hey, he's really concerned about my health. I should tell him, oh, I'm fine or I'm not fine. I want to indulge in some discussion, but this person has already moved on because he has this subconscious method of doing things. So easier said than done, Neville. Any last comments on this?
You're right, it's easier said than done, but you've got to start. I mean, it's as simple as that. You need to, the first thing is be aware. So if you're about to ignore something because you've just seen something you don't like, think to yourself, hang on a minute, is that me just being biased? So you have to be aware of it initially to be able to make the change. And if you're not aware of it, it's never going to happen. So you're always going to do the same thing. Let's look at doing something simple, okay? Because this is about having a habit, okay? Well, let's see how quickly you can break that habit. I wear a wristwatch, and I wear it on my left hand all the time. I never take it off. So here's something everybody could do. If you've got a wristwatch, take it off and put it on your other arm. And then work out when you stop doing that. Hang on a minute. Oh, yeah, it's over here. Just work out, when you actually stop doing looking at the wristwatch on the left hand and look at it on the right, because you have changed your habit. Now, I've got added advantage here because this is pretty heavy watch. This is not light. Okay. So I can actually feel it now consciously. Okay. Unconsciously, I'm still going to do that. But consciously, I can feel this over here. And the interesting thing is, it won't take you very long. Forget about 21 days to change a habit. It might take you a few hours. It might take you a couple of days. But it will certainly be less than a week, because you're going to be now more aware of it. You're going to say, oh, that's pretty stupid. It's over this side. And you can say that to yourself, okay, because no one wants to be stupid, okay? No one wants to stick out. But the thing is, only you will know. No one else will know. especially if you're in an open environment. If you go like that and then go like that, no one's going to even notice. Okay, so that's one little exercise you can do that will see if you can change a habit, and then you can say, actually, it's pretty easy to do. So once you've practiced one thing, you can go and practice something else. But it is a limiting factor in your personal and business development. And that's really the message of today. Unconscious bias could really negatively affect your business and your business growth. And here's the knock on here. Let's just say that person is a dignitary, very quiet individual, doesn't smile much because it's just not, they're shy. It's not their persona, okay? They're the ones that got the problem, not you. And if you were to go over to them and have a nice, friendly chat, they could be friends for life. And they could open doors for you, even just personally, just to make you feel brilliant, make you feel good, make you feel part of that person's network. But you'll miss that opportunity because of your unconscious bias. So there is a moral here, particularly in the business world. Put your unconscious bias to one side and get on with it. Because if you don't, you're missing an opportunity. Who knows where that opportunity will take you? Fascinating discussion. We tried to wrap it up in a fairly short period of time. There are so many examples of unconscious bias in our life. Listeners can put in comments about where their unconscious bias has taken them, how it's affected them. And the point is, a lot of people don't even know they've got one. But you have. And now to find out is, what is it? What does it do? Is it really helping you? Because it could be helping, but the likelihood is it probably isn't. So fantastic discussion today, CK. It's a huge arena, and it really will tell us more about who we are than who other people are.
Naval, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and giving so much wisdom about this very important subject. I think the message is your subconscious bias can make you a successful person in life, but the same subconscious bias can also make you a failure. It depends on the situation. So I think it is important for all of us to understand what is our unconscious bias. So I think we should spend some time understanding our personality. And I think we are running a series. If you have an opinion, you can share with us and we can come back on the same subject, because this is a very big subject. We cannot finish off in 30 minutes. So if you write to us, we can bring that particular subconscious bias as a discussion point in future. Naval, thank you so much. And I will catch up with you next week, same time. You have a nice weekend.
Welcome to Academic Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today we are in this episode of Musical Wednesday, and we have a very talented guest, Dr. Shambhavi Das. So we'll be discussing about topic Thumri, which is well popular, especially in Bollywood music, and we have a specialized singer for Thumri also. So let's welcome Dr. Shambhavi Das.
Thanks for inviting me. Namaste.
Yeah, it's our pleasure, Shambhavi. And today, as you know, that we'll be discussing about Thumri, and I think Thumri being developed by the great Nawab Wazid Ali Shah. So, what is actually this Thumri is?
So, before Nawab Wazid Ali Shah, I would like to tell what is Thumri. Thumri, as the name suggests, Thumak means so these Muslim invaders, or we can say the kings, so they were in India for a long time, and we all know about it. And they were, some of them were a very great lover of arts and music and dance. So Nawab Wazid Ali Shah was one of them, and he liked. So they were. So as I said, they were lover of dance. So they used to call up so whatever in their court, the dance, the courts which had the dances, performances, and all, the bandishes or the songs which are made for the purpose of these dancings. So the pros used to dance with them. So these thumak, so these thumris, so it was called thumris because the dancers used to thumak in these compositions, and these compositions were made by the court musicians only. Although uh, Nawab Wazid Ali Shah was the last Nawab of Lucknow during 19th century, and he was very young when he came to the throne. So he loved the arts and culture a lot. Like we all know, Lucknow is related to a gharana, and Lucknow is very, very much connected to the Thumris, the compositions which were made for the dancing purposes. So Lucknow was a gharana. Gharana means the school of music. So Lucknow was one of the gharana, and he was the Nawab of Awadh. Awadh is the same as Lucknow. So during 19th century, Britishers were also there, and plus the Muslim invaders. So everywhere, so India was very much into the trap. But the good part is that it was good for our Indian music culture, because what he used to do, he was a lover of the arts, as I said. He was a great admirer of Krishna also. So when so in a very young age, like maybe in his 24 age, he came to the throne. So he started investing in the entertainment and the dances and all. So he used to write the plays on Krishna especially, and like we call Ras Leela in Persian, Ras Leela is called Rahas. So he, even today in Lucknow, when you go to the Lucknow Kaisar Bagh Baradari, there is a building called Kaisar Bagh Rahas Manzil. So that is actually developed by Nawab Wazid Ali Shah only, and during 1847 or something. So what happened was he used to write plays a lot. So his first play which he wrote was Radha Kanhaiya Ka Kissa. So like it's in all others. So he was very, very ardent fan of Krishna. So he used to write a lot of plays. In fact, this Kaisar Bagh Rahas Manzil is called the first theater hall in Hindustan. So he developed that, and Nawab Wazid Ali Shah was the first playwriter of India, of that India, of British India. So basically, after that, there was a very good theaters used to happen. And what did the theater include? Theaters include the lyrical compositions of the Kathak dance. So the Kathak dance came with that only. Now, it is so interesting to know that Kathak has 36 types of rehas. Rehas as in the Ras Leela concept. 36 as in we know Mujra, right? Mujra is one of the rehas. Now, Mujra, so that the costumes used to change, jewelries changed, the stage craft used to change, everything changed. In that particular play, play can be called anything. He used to write a long romantic plays, so he used to put a lot of lyrical compositions, the thumris in that play, and the dancers used to dance on that thumris. For example, one play which he wrote was, he was a romantic poet, so he wrote was Bahare Ishq. You know that. Now, one was Daryati Ta Ashuk, means Darya, river of love. So these were the plays, and those plays were all musical. It was filled with the thumris and the Kathak dances. So the thumris are actually, even today, the thumris and their lyrics are made because of the Kathak dance, so that you can dance on that Kathak. So he was very, very popular in this. And like I said, there are 36 types of Ras Leelas. One was Ghungat, like the one was Mujra, then Salami, then More Pankhi, More Chhatri. So see, if you see, he was a Muslim, and these all rahas were all related to Krishna. More Pankhi, More Chhatri. So that way he wrote all such poems. Now the bad part was, Britishers didn't like that he was investing so much of wealth on the Awadh Nawab is investing wealth on the entertainment and all that. So they annexed him around and like maybe 18th 19th century only. So he went out of the throne and they sent him to the exile. Now the problem is that in Hindustan, the North India, they couldn't preserve his thumris, a lot of thumris, because the Britishers all burned them. But what happened was, Kalka Maharaj and Bindadin Maharaj, they were a very big maestros of Lucknow Gharana, the Kathak dancers. So they were actually in his court. So he himself, Wajid Ali Shah, was himself a Kathak dancer. So, but he appointed these two brothers, Kalka and Bindadin, to his court. Now today, you might have heard the name Birju Maharaj Ji, Kathak dancer, great Padma Shri. So he's the descendant of those Kalka Maharaj and Vindadin Maharaj. And one very famous Thumri, which was given by Pandit Shambhu Maharaj, he was also a Kathak descendant of those guys. So he gave this particular bandish or Thumri, Babul Mora Naihar Chuto Hi Jaye, which is written by Nawab Wazid Ali Shah. So he gave this Tumri to the disciple K.L. Sehgal. We all know his name, and he took it into the movie Devdas. Babul Mora Nehar Chuto Hi Ja. Now there is a very good story of why he had written. So when he was thrown out from the throne, so what happened was, everybody was very griefly lamenting, and it is said in many of the novels which is written in his biographies, that when he was going there, so many streets lined up and they were crying like anything. There was a very great grief and lament when he was going around. Thousands of people collected there, all the walls, the roofs, everything was filled up with the grief. So many people, because he loved dancing, and he created such a good atmosphere, so people loved him. So then he wrote the song, and he also was very grieved. I think after that he didn't live much. So he was grieved because he didn't want to leave, obviously, Lucknow, Awadh. So he wrote the song Babul Mora Naihar Chuto Hi Jaye. Char Kahar, because at that time Palki used to go, na, when they used to go from one place to another. He went to Calcutta. He was thrown down to Calcutta. So बाबुल मोरा नैहर छूटो ही जाए, चार कहार मिल डोलिया उठाए, मेरो अपनो बेगानो छूटो ही जाए. So this was so popular. It was sung by Begum Akhtar after that, then Kishori Amonkar ji, Bhimsen Joshi ji. So it's very popular. But the bad news is that many of his songs were not very popular because of these British works. One was we used to sing in one thumri is नीर भरन कैसे जाऊं सखी रे अब. This is in Rag Tilak Kamod and it's in the movie. It is also in the movie Khuda Ke Liye. It's a Pakistani movie and very good movie. Next is taken Shatranj Ke Khiladi was a very old movie. I think you might have seen because it's very popular. One Thumri was there also and it was sung by Amjad Khan, the actor. तड़प तड़प गई सगरी रतिया कौन देश गए सावरिया. So this is one another thumri. So very few thumris were actually is now preserved as of now, and he has since he has wrote so many poems and thumris. So his pen name was Akhtar Pia. Now when you see those plays, so he used to spend lakhs of rupees. So as of now they were collecting, I just read somewhere that as of now those plays used to their account of like 10 lakh rupees in one play. So during those times, this much he used to invest in the plays. But the good part is that at least theater work was so he brought the theater work, the natya in India, and he did a great work in our Hindustani music.
Well, nobody can deny the contribution of Razid Ali Shah when we are talking about revival of Kathak, when we are talking about the playwriting, because he himself has written so many prose and poems, and he executed those into thumris and in gaiki. And as you mentioned that he has a vast people in the court who are engaged in that. He himself was a Kathak dancer. He revived Kathak. He wrote thumris and all that. So the contribution is immense when you're talking about especially in North India, the Lucknow Gharana and other aspects of dance, music, and playwriting. And as you mentioned, he wrote also about the Krishna and how the Ras poems were written. Now, what thumri you really like, and would you like to sing anything for our audience?
So one thumri is, I think we all know that thumri, it's not written, maybe Babul Mora, I have already referred that. So one is हमरी अटरिया पे आजा रे सवरिया देखा देखी तनिक हो जाए हमरी अटरिया पे आजा रे सवरिया देखा देखी तनिक भय जाए. Thumri is a semi-classical piece. So it is classical, like the name is it is based on a particular rag, but since it's a semi-classical, there is no liberty that you have to sing it in one rag. You can change it in different ragas as long as the aesthetics is coming. One very popular thumri is Thumri Dadra. Dadra means when the thumris are sung in the Dadra tal, it's called Dadra only. Rangi sari gulabi chunariya re mohi mare najariya savariya re. Then one very popular, not popular, but it's a UP Thumri, I would like to say, because I'm from UP. And the regional Thumri is na 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 चुनरी मोरी हाँ नाल ले बोना रे कंकरी मोरी हाँ लाग जई है नारे कंकरी मोरी हाँ, लाग जई है नारे कंकरी लगने की कछु डर नाही, कंकरी लगने की कछु डर नाही, चुनर मोरी हाँ, चुनर मोरी हाँ, भीज जई है नारे चुनर मोरी हाँ. This is like a story. चुनर भीजने की कछु डर नाही, सासी माँ मोरी हाँ, गारी दे है नारे कंकरी मोरी. So you can relate it to Krishna that he is like throwing stones to the gopis which are going, and they are taking the ghada, the gagri with them. So this is like a story. This is Dadra, Thumri, it all. And so we have a lot of, the stock of Thumris and the Dadras. And sometimes the folk music, when you are singing in a semi-classical mode, they become Thumri. So this is how then one लेना गए बेमन हूँ हमका लेना गए लेना. This is the virah ki the husband has gone, and so this is called the virah geet. लेना गए बेमन हूँ हमका लेना गए. Then there is one thumri. मैं दधी बेचन घरवा से निकली डगरिया भुलानी रे सांवरिया. मैं दधी बेचन, दधी means दही, मैं दधी बेचन घरवा से निकली डगरिया भुलानी रे सांवरिया. There are so many thumris, and now they are taken, they are sung by the maestros, so they become popular. Some become so popular that they are taken into movies, and we say, and they get popular, and the kids tell me, did you have you heard that song Hamri Atariya pe? Then they use, oh no, this is traditional thumri. So we have to tell. Now Sasural Genda Phool, that was Chhattisgarhi thumri only, the folk. So, but they have been taken into the movie. Now they are popular. So people think, oh, this is such a great music. So this happens. So this is kind of a commercialization of Thumri. But there are so many like that. So the one very popular one, Baju Band Kul Kul Jaye Re Baju Band खुल खुल जाए रे बाजू बंद. So some lyrics have been taken and then they are changed for making a popular music. But Baju Band Khul Khul Jaye, this also shows like some dancer is dancing in a court, and the Baju Band is this part. So this has been opened up. So this is how they make the lyrics of it.
When we are talking about singing of Thumri, so anybody can learn, or because this is quite a different kind of singing, and so what you really feel is somebody wants to specialize only in singing of Thumri, so he or she has to be more well versed with the classical, or she has to be more versed with the folk music. How really somebody who want to learn Thumri and sing accurately, what kind of training he or she requires?
So yes, ma'am, you are right. The classical music is a very, like, it's a prerequisite, because see, it's semi-classical, but you have to know the ragas. And if you have to do, and thumris are full of harkat, murki, nuances, improvisations. You are not singing it in one tune. There are a lot of tunes with it. So you have, for that you have to learn not only the ragas, you have to know the nuances of Indian classical music, all the building blocks. Leave the building blocks, you have to know how to classical music actually trains you how to use your throat in a different ways than throat, lungs, gut, head voice. All the body organs are used. So if you don't take the training, how will you relish these thumri things? And the second prerequisite of especially the thumri is that you should be loving that song and you should have some bhav. So thumris are based on the bhav. So ragas are obviously, when you come into classical, the pure classical, the ragas have their own grammar, and you have to see, demonstrate the bhav, the aesthetics into that particular zone. In Thumris, you should know the ragas, but you can step out of that grammar, because aesthetics is given more importance than the grammar or the rules of the raga. But if you have to step out, you have to know the rag, right? That you, why, what improvisation you are doing. So in which rag are you entering, in one base rag, so which rag are you entering for that? So thumri, it doesn't go with only one line, that one, there is a one base line, but it keeps on changing so much. There is so much colors and vibrance in thumris that you can't sing it in one, at one particular tune. So you should know how to improvise it, like we call it in we call manodharma. Manodharma means that you have to be mature, that you are singing and it is just coming out of you. You are just internalizing that particular, like I said, baju band khul khul jaye, you have to internalize and we visualize that thing, ki baju band khul khul jaye, kya karoon types. So you have to internalize it, and then you will be able to see ki I improvised something, how did it came out, I don't understand. So two things, the classical music, then practice of the classical music, all the building blocks you know, then the aesthetical ornamentations you should know, and above all, your own bhav, your own emotions should be manifested in that thumri, and that also is a training. But ultimately it's your potential, it's your world which is singing the thumri, it's all your internal world. So thumris and dadras and even tappas, tappas means thumris in Punjabi. So these are semi-classical zones. Thumri, tappa, kavali, sufi, dadra. So these are semi-classical, but they are not simple at all. You have to beautify them very nicely. So this is this the prerequisite is bhav, emotions, feelings for the particular song. You should have that. So like classical music, it Thumri singers also take like 10 to 12 years for singing. But if we are saying for beginners, if they want to learn, we can, I used to make them learn very easy Thumris so that they start taking interest in all others. And I give them bind all the harkats, and I make them practice. Okay, only you sing only this, although it's extempore word, but I have to bind it into, I have to notate, and then I make them sing. So this is one idea, that they can sing the thumris or the semi-classical music.
So before we end, I would like to listen one of the thumri which you like most. You have already presented a thumri of your liking, but still anything you think of now, or you can repeat any of the thumri which you like in this program.
So one of my very favorite thumris are सैया निकस गए मैं ना लड़ी थी रामा सैया निकस गए मैं ना लड़ी थी रामा मैं ना लड़ी थी रंग महल के रंग महल के 10 दरवाजे न जाने कौन सी खिड़की खुली थी सैया कस गए मैं ना लड़ी थी रामा मैं ना लड़ी थी थैंक यू
Very beautiful, and it was so wonderful to talk to you again and know about Tumri and listen all the Tumri which you have just presented for our audience. We'll be meeting again with some more interesting episode next time. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma. And today we are taking you to another beautiful destination. So stick around to this episode till the end to know more about this tourist destination. Welcome back, and today we have Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who is a well-traveled person. He's an IT professional. He's closely related to radio broadcasting. So without wasting any other further moment, I would like to welcome him. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hello, Kanchan. Once again, this week, would like to travel with you to another beautiful, beautiful destination within our Indian Ocean, somewhere on the eastern peninsula of the East Africa, in the Ethiopian waters, somewhere nestled between the Mauritius, the Reunion Islands, and the Madagascar. The scenic, the beautiful, and breathtaking Seychelles, Kanchan. I'm sure you have heard about it.
Yes, I am so eager to really visit this place. It's a wonderful place, and this particular city and country is in the list of my itinerary. Maybe when I will plan, I will definitely go to the city. But I would like to know more about it. So tell me about this wonderful place.
Well, Kanchan, this is part inside the archipelago island country within the Indian Ocean, not very far from Mauritius and not very far even from Madagascar in the Ethiopian waters. And this is a place, Seychelles, which I had a chance discovery on my way to South Africa in one fine year. And this is a place I realized, and I then, traveled, and then I studied about it. I met the people, and it became a destination which I would like to go again with my friends, with my family. And this is a place which can take so much beauty within it. It is almost indescribable. And if you see on the world's one of the most visited places in the Lonely Planet Guide, and so many celebrities have visited this place. In fact, some of them have celebrated their honeymoon also. So not to tell you more in the beginning, this is a place which can basically bring so much emotions of wise, long-looking islands. And The interesting part is this is just 455 kilometers, square kilometers place. In so many islands, I'm told 115 islands, Kanchan. So you can think that some islands would not be even 2 kilometers, 2 square kilometers as well. So Victoria is the capital, Mahe is the largest island. And interestingly, Kanchan, the name of the president suddenly brought back so much interesting connections with India, because the president is Vavel Ram Kalawan. And when I looked into it, Kanchan, his grandfather belonged to Bihar.
Well,
That's
yeah, well, you know that even I heard that Seychelles currency is also called Seychelles rupee. So something which is very, I feel so connected with that place, and I would also like to know about the history, how this place became so wonderful, and everybody wants to go to this at least once in lifetime.
Well, Kanchan, around 1700s, let's not go back very, very long back, around 1700s, 1800s. This was a place which was visited by the colonial masters' ships, the British ships, the Portuguese ships, the French ships, and they used to stop at these islands, the bigger islands, and they used to refuel or relax. And that's how these modern, wonderful islands were discovered. And therefore, the influence of Eastern African countries, influence of Christianity, Protestant, Hindu, Muslim, and this is the language is Creole, Seychelles Creole, and of course English and French is a impactful language in the island nation. Interestingly, the visa of Seychelles is a very, very powerful, or not visa, the passport of Seychelles is very powerful. And the GDP of this country is almost like a $15,000 per year, which also showcases that this country is very rich despite being in an island country. And interesting part of this is, Kanchan, in 2020, the population of this country stands somewhere around 95 or 96,000 people only. And this is something which is so wonderful. Mostly these kind of places are only dependent on tourism, which Seychelles is also. But apart from tourism, they have a good, spice trade, cinnamon trade, coconut trades. Coconut is also called copra over there. Copra is also, it is called in India, some places in copra. So this country is a very futuristic country, and it is, you must visit it. And I had a chance to see it, and I must recommend it.
Right. What are the places apart of the main place, Seychelles? And I also want to know about the art and architecture of this place.
Well, Kanchan, from the tourist destinations, as you can see from the images that I am putting, the islands, the lush green islands, the marine biology, National Botanical Garden, Aldabra Atoll, Mont Blanc, Moyenne Island, and Victoria, which includes the Seychelles International Airport on the Mahe Island, the Victoria Market, and Seychelles National Botanical Gardens. So this country seems to be very, very laid back, and very friendly with the tourists, and lot of things to see, specialized high luxury resorts, and of course water sports, which I am not very fond of because of my freak accident prone nature, but I enjoy. And there is a small flights. Some of the islands you can take a 1 hour flight and you can just circle around those big islands, and you can go closer and see and come back. There are ferries, and there are water sports, and some of the very very large tortoise that I could see. And Kanchan, that is something which is wonderful in this country. From arts and architecture, you can see it has a colonial architecture, but it also has got a very distinct, East African influences. It also has got some Indian influences, as you can see a Hindu temple over there. And this country is full of promise, full of luxury. You can see some image of a very very luxurious Kanchan. And I figured out that I can't stay here with my even 10 years of my expenses earnings. So Kanchan, this is wonderful. And from a food point of view, there is a connection again from the Indian connections. So lentils, which is called dhal, dhall, which is very popular, and of course seafood is definitely going to be popular because of the connection with the Indian Ocean. But there are 68 schools in the whole country. That's interesting. And most important thing that comes back to me is how they have maintained the relationships with the global world, and they're part of United Nations, and Air Seychelles is their flagship carrier, but they are connected to rest of the world by various other airlines. From India, they have a special connection, Kanchan, where I have read that Hindustan Aeronautics has given them certain flights, certain aircraft to do observations around all their islands. And there is a great support from Indian establishment in terms of their security in the Indian Ocean, and they respect about it. And that goes without saying that, as you said, Seychelles currency is Seychelles rupees, SCR, and SCR is also really good. It is it's almost equivalent to South African rand today.
Well, you mentioned about the food, and now I would like to ask you: this is a place where vegetarian can survive well? How it is? What are the dishes this place offers?
Well, Kanchan, being an island nation on the shores of Indian Ocean, the blue waters, it is a foodie's delight, especially from the seafood. But as I said, there is an Indian population also there. You saw our Indian temples picture as well. And of course, and I mentioned about dhal. I don't know why it is not called dal, but it is called dhal, dhall. It's a mix of lentils. So, you can have rice and dhal together and some sauce. They make a very special sweet called ladog, a very special dessert, and of course there is a lot of mix with the East African cuisine, the French cuisine, and of course British cuisine is also there. So I think you will not have a problem with that. And if you have problems sometimes, Kanchan, you can eat bread and butter, I believe.
Yes, definitely. That is the last option. Now, how much time is required to really enjoy this place? How much time we should spend to really see all the places in Seychelles?
My advice to anyone who is traveling or to any island country, especially Seychelles, don't go for hopping it in few days, 4 days, 5 days, but try to go and stay there, get the feel of it, enjoy, relax, reflect, think, shoot, dive, be with the nature, and then come back. So to looking at Seychelles, I can say you must have a plan for at least 1 week to be there. But again, international tourism is expensive. So people go to Seychelles, they try to go to Mauritius, but Mauritius becomes a separate entity, a separate itinerary in itself. So Maldives, but I would still say, it is good to visit there for at least 1 week's time, so that one can enjoy not only the scenic beauty, but the people, the culture, the food, the history, and how a society, a culture has survived for so many centuries. I'm told that this used to also be, outpost of the, pirates in the Ethiopian waters. They used to come there for relaxing, sometimes even to hide out. But thanks to the Commonwealth, which is Seychelles is part of the Commonwealth. It has got an international attention, and there are a lot of interests in that area from the international waters. Nearby, there are some British islands as well, still managed by the British. And Seychelles is well connected between Africa, between Asia and Europe. I'm sure for the US, one would have to change it from the Gulf countries, a layover, what they call. And I'm very, it's a highly recommended place, country.
Well, as you said, it has a long history, and I think this is a place of cosmopolitan, because you can find every person and visiting this place. So what kind of cultural and heritage concept Seychelles is having?
Well, Kanchan, as I said, it has Seychelles. They call themselves Seychellois or Seychellois in the Creole language. So the culture is around nature. The culture is around their geography. The culture is from the sea, and it gets its support from the religion part of the mix of with the people over there. As I said, it has got a very it got its independence somewhere in 1970s, if I believe, from the British system. But then again, it was a single party system in Seychelles for a very long time, till such time when the current president, Bavel Ram Kalawan, I'm so proud of saying that, became the president of the island nation. And, then it becomes a multi-party democracy with the parliament, and it is flourishing. Sometimes it feels that just with 96,000 people, you can still run a country, and that too so beautifully. It is of great pride for the Seselva people, as I know.
Well, when we're talking about the tourist destination, and Seychelles stops on water sports and water activities. So what are those activities which Seychelles offer, and we should plan it when we are going there?
As I said, Kanchan, I try to keep away from the extreme adventure or extreme sports. Especially around the water, inside the water. So, but I'm very good in seeing the islands from the flight, which I had chance to see. uh, uh, from I wanted snorkeling, but again, I really couldn't gather the courage. So water sports, water skiing, snorkeling, and even seeing it a small, kind of a small, very five-seater plane, seeing the islands, touring them. So, and visiting National Botanical Garden, that is something which was like trip down the lanes, seeing so many flora and fauna in the island nation. And Mahe, the biggest island, and the Victoria Market. Victoria is the capital. Yeah, and you know how Indian tourists feel so nice being in a crowded market and trying to buy some small things and coming back to the hotel and then trying to feel that, oh, I got this in a bargain and a discount. But probably that is not the case. But it's nevertheless a very, very interesting and a beautiful journey. Anchal.
Well, it was so wonderful to really know about this place since you have visited and you've been a part of that place. Now, I would like to summarize this place maybe in one sentence. How you will say and how will you praise this place and initiate other people to really visit?
Seychelles is the world's leading country to protect lands for the threatened species, territory for conservation, giant tortoise, species such as chestnut flanked white eye, Seychelles parakeet, saltwater crocodile, and that is something one must go and see how this nation has kept the environmental issues always in its forefront. So there was some time a market economy which was based on the trade of cinnamon, coconut, and other things, plantation, which is banana. But then now it is mostly tourism. And, I feel that once places are so much dependent on tourism, it makes them, sensible to protect the nature just for the tourists to come and see a part of. But I also had a great, very innate feeling, Kanchan, standing on one of the islands. I could feel that someday, if the sea water rises because of this global warming, what will happen to those islands? And this is true for all the islands in that region: Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, Comoros Islands, Reunion, all of them. And therefore, the world needs to think about these pristine, beautiful islands and protect their condition.
Well, before all this happens, I think we should plan this visit very, very early so that we can enjoy the place. And yeah, of course, we have to work towards a natural conservation and global warming, which is happening. I think that is a far greater issue, and not only the governments, but I think community should also think about it. But yes, by talking to you, I have come to one conclusion that we have to plan, at least I have to plan to go Seychelles as early as possible. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. Any last thoughts?
Kanchan, you will visit Seychelles and you will call me and say thank you for recommendation. That's all.
Definitely, I look forward because for that I have to really visit and travel to Seychelles. So I'm looking forward. And as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you. And we'll meet again with some other wonderful city of the world. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Bye bye, Kanchan.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and the new year has begun. Today is January 2nd of 2022. Many people have a lot of anxiety. There are a lot of people who are making predictions. Some are good, some are bad, and therefore I have also made my own predictions. So, from Akul Mac, I want to talk about the 5 emerging trends in the tech world, which may be a reality in the coming few months. So, without further ado, let me present you what I feel as the tech prediction for 2022. The first prediction is the polygamous work culture. Well, people used to work in one particular office, in one particular job, and even if they have any desires or any activities which they think they can generate income, passive income, or they want to practice their hobby, that was not the case for last couple of decades. But this decade, which has just started, will bring those opportunities, and this would mean that people will be working in multiple roles, multiple jobs, maybe one or two, or maybe two or three different jobs, to remain satisfied with their job environment. So it's no longer that they will be devoted in accounting. If they are accountant, they will be doing accounting. If they are scientists, they will be doing scientific work. If there are salespeople, they will be only doing sales. Marketing will be doing only marketing. I think people will have to move out of that slot, because in last couple of decades we were fit into those slots, and I think those slots are now loosening up gradually, and then people will start realizing their inner strength apart from what job they have been doing, and consequently this loosening of these slots will result in a polygamous work culture, where people will be doing multiple jobs or multiple things to generate their livelihood. I think this is something which is very interesting, and this is predicted especially to begin in 2022. Let's see how this environment takes us going forward from here. Next, number 2 is that the 3D or the augmented reality or the immersive experience is going to come up in a big way. Well, you may think that, oh, this is all tech, but friends, this is not really tech. This is actually our physical life. So, for example, if you're walking on the street and you're looking for a address, then your glass, if it is connected to your Facebook or Google, will display the route directly in your eye. So that is a augmented reality, where you are actually living in physical world, and there are some certain elements which is being informed to you through your mobile of virtual reality. So without changing anything, you can find your route just getting displayed on your screen, and others will not be able to see that because this is only coming into your retina. So these are the things which will come up in a big way. Now, this is a simple example. There could be many different applications of this. And when I say immersive experience, is that you actually get immersive, taking this experience more further. You get start experiencing much more than this. You can virtually visit a place, and you can see where you are actually going to stay. So, for example, if you're booking a hotel, you can virtually get on there and see which room you're going to stay, which room has been booked for you. So things like that. There could be many other experiences that people can get out of this 3D augmented reality of immersive experience. So I think this is going to come up in a big way, and this is going to change our life, because without leaving our room, just using the 3D devices, we can start experiencing things which otherwise we will have to visit that place and change it, visit and experience it ourselves physically. Whereas in this case, you just put on these glasses and start experiencing those places or those activities without going out of your house and without leaving the comfort of your bedroom or a drawing room. Number 3, a lot of predictions about Web 3.0. In the previous video, I talked about what is Web 3.0, but I think this is going to bring a big change in our life, because Web 3.0 will then create a shared content. I mean, that is the main thing here in terms of usability. It will bring a shared content. So there are content owners like Google and YouTube, etc. And the content creators do not get much advantage out of it because the Google is basically running the entire content and running the entire advertising, and then share the peanuts with the content creators. So this is just one example, but Web 3.0 is based on blockchain technology. It is going to free up the consumers and the content creators from all this bondage or clutches, I would say. So 3.0, in 3.0, people will be able to create content, information, share it, and also own it. So a lot of information will be shared among a lot of people and also owned by a lot of people. And that will bring a lot of changes in the way business is being done. Essentially, it would mean that the employees and the customers will also become part owners of certain businesses. And as you know, most of the businesses are moving on the bandwagon of the digital. So if Web 3.0 comes up in a big way, this is going to be a reality. So that is a number 3 change in the tech world. What next? This is AI. Well, there are very complicated situations and where there are a lot of complicated decision making has to be done. Typically, this job is basically that job of pressing the command is given to the humans which are sitting behind the machine. But there are instances where the instant decision has to be taken, or a database search has to be done quickly. And the database should then keep the pre-stored function somewhere so that the humans can access them quickly. There are thousands of other examples. There are examples related to robotics, sending probe into space, doing surgery, so there are a lot of such examples. But the personalization which is possible using AI, that means if the students are studying using some sort of an application, which is giving them right now giving them video and audio experience and somewhat little experience of a classroom, at least a teacher experience they are getting. But then if there is an AI into that system, built into that system, they will be able to replicate the actual environment of a classroom. That means they will be able to interact with their other students in the classroom. Similarly, there could be instances where the AI can be used in virtual office environment. So I think this is going to become a reality, because how long humans can survive just looking at somebody's face in 2D? There has to be much more social and physical sort of experience, but digitally. So AI is going to come up in a big way, and combined with augmented reality or metaverse, which is also coming up, which Facebook has already changed, will come up in a big way. So the combination of these two will create a remarkable experience for humans, and this entire experience will be delivered to you at your doorsteps, in your drawing room, in your home office, or in your bedroom. So I think this is something which is going to happen, and this is number 4 on our list. And what next? I think we have reached to the last of our list, and the last thing again is related to humans, and that is the nomadic lifestyle and work. Why I'm saying nomadic lifestyle and work? Because the tendency of people is to move to a place where there is job, and then they end up buying an apartment or a house because they feel that they want to settle down in this place because their job is in that place. Now they should also have their dwelling in that place, so they ended up buying a house or ended up renting a house, etc. But now situation is changed a lot. People have returned to their homes, to their natives, and from there they are actually virtually connected with their offices or businesses. So since most businesses are working in this manner where there is a digital contribution, digital credit, and therefore people will be able to not get fixated with physical activities, physical belongings, physical assets, and that will give rise to nomadic mindset, nomadic lifestyle, and people will find different works at different time, and coupled with prediction number one, which is polygamous work environment, people will be really doing different things and trying their hands on different things. So this is something which is going to happen in 2022, not fully, but definitely this is a beginning. 2022 is a year of reckoning where a lot of changes will happen, lot of deregularization of services are expected, changes in legal systems are expected, changes in political systems are expected, and these are the 5 tech predictions which I have understood so far will ride these changes. So friends, do you believe or do you agree with what I've said? If yes, do write in. If no, still you write in, and I will respond to you, each one of you. However, if I find something very interesting, I will read out those messages in my next Akul Mac Live. Until then, I like to say goodbye for today, only to meet you in the next one.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies. And this Friday, I would like to welcome all viewers on the edition of CEO Roundtable. And we have very distinguished panel today. I will introduce our first panelist, Mr. Satya Madala. He is a CEO of a very emerging and pioneering company, which is known as Single Point Solution. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Satya.
Thank you very much, CK. So thank you very much for introducing me to this panel.
Most welcome. Now, our second panelist is Mr. Neval Gund. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited from UK, and he has a vast experience of working with global organizations. And now he is helping young population of the world, works with many companies across the world, and he also works with us. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to an interesting discussion. I'm sure it'll get heated because it's about the future of the world, not just individual countries.
Certainly, Neval. Our next guest is Ms. Farida Charania. She is joining us from Singapore, and she is the CEO of HR organization known as Career Zoom. So welcome to the panel, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Lovely to meet all of you again, and hello to all our viewers.
And our last panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmac Technologies and she's from India. Welcome, Kanchan.
Hello, thank you, CK, and good morning, good afternoon to everybody. How are you doing?
Great. So now, after the brief introduction, let me start the discussion. So today's discussion is about the skills gap. And let me explain what is skill gap. See, we are all talking about India in particular, and we can discuss the global influence on India or versa. The industry was moving very fast, and there was always a gap in the skills which are being churned out from the industry or from the universities. So that gap was existing in our industry across all multiple segments of business. After the pandemic, the skills gap has even broadened. So we thought that today is a very special day when Prime Minister of India came on TV and he announced the new education policy changing from the year-old 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, whatever it was, to 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 5. So this roll out in India, and it will have unprecedented, I would like to use this word, what Neville used, changes in the next generation, which is going to come out from India in terms of the skills, because the skills will be imparted early on. So the point of discussion today is the skills gap that exists in India, and I would like to invite Satya and ask this question because he is day in day out grappling with this situation, because he is a CEO of multiple companies, and across all tech work that his companies does, he faced this issue. So Satya, what is your opinion on this discussion point that we are talking about?
Yeah, CK, like coming, when we are entering into this topic, actually, I wanted to address it.
So Kanchan, I think we have lost line with Satya. Would you like to take this question?
Yes, I feel the skill gap is real, and there are so many problems employer are facing due to skill gap, and this leads to unemployment. And with this pandemic, it's on. So the new digitization is done, and due to this digitization, also many people, many professionals are not comfortable because they are not one to one. They are not talking one to one. They're not able to do that, and that's why they feel that they are not having a real time interaction with the people. Now when we talk about skill gap, there are people are professional, they really have the knowledge, but then there are few things which are missing out, like for example, if we take a technology person was not able to put forward his ideas and how he want to convince people when it comes to taking up the business. So this is a very real thing, and it's very painful also, because people have the ability, but there's something which is missing, and they are not able to put forward and take up the decision and do a productive contribution.
Okay, so Farida, I think you have also worked in India, and then although you have moved out of India for many years, but you have a lot of connections with the industry here, and also in Singapore and also in UK. And I'm sure this is a common subject across all countries. There is always a skills gap. In India, obviously, there is a skill gap, but I'm sure there is skill gap everywhere. So, what is your opinion about whether this situation is real or it's just a myth?
I think there are no myths, because this is real, and we feel the pain, because we feel the pain when suddenly because some geographies are very good in certain skills, and some geographies are not that advanced in those skills. They still have developmental areas. And today, when the easy travel is being, kind of completely controlled, or it's almost shut down for so many months, we feel the pain. So I think, firstly, my humble opinion is that it's not a myth; it's a real problem. Secondly, if you speak about India in particular, there are a lot of skills in terms of execution skills. So there are a lot of ideas. There are skills to execute that, but I think the gap which I see, and this has been my experience speaking to my peers in the industry across border, that the the most strategic middle layer, so it's not the top layer, but the most strategic middle layer is really missing, because I think either there are people who are very probably would like to take a lead, and they can actually formulate an idea, have a vision, and then there are people who will probably do those things. But the key component where I see a gap is that skill to bring all of that together. The curator of results, basically somebody who will speak the lingo on both sides, is missing. So, and that's a real problem. That's a real gap that I see.
So let me ask this question from Naval, because Naval is the most experience among the panelists today. He has a lot of experience working with multiple global organizations. So, Neville, what do you think, right from beginning when you started your career many years back till today or till yesterday, did you feel any skill gap while working with your colleagues?
Well, it's a fascinating question, and both Farida and Kenshin mentioned the pain. This isn't a myth; it's a reality. There is pain in what organisations are doing. We feel it throughout the organisations. People, even if they've got a fantastic idea, they can't get that message over. They can't explain themselves to get other people enthused about it. I mean, it's quite clear. It's quite clear that they're enthused and excited, but other people aren't. And we've only got to look at, you asked me, go back all those years. Let's all go back all those years. Let's all go back to the classroom. When we were sort of 5, maybe 6 years old, and we're sitting in the classroom, and the teacher asked for a volunteer. Did you volunteer? I did. I was always volunteering for everything. No, well, there you go. You see, we've got one honest member of the panel this morning, and it starts then, because if you volunteer, you've got something different. It's nothing about this isn't about academics. The skills gap isn't about being academic. It's about having those soft skills and the other things that underpin those soft skills, like volunteering. What makes you volunteer? Well, I was excited. I wanted to learn things. So I would always be first. So my hand would always go up. You end up being the teacher's pet if you're not careful. But that's up to the teacher to say, no, you've had your chance, Neville. Let someone else have a go. But the point is, you've only got to walk into a classroom today and walk into doesn't matter what classroom you walk into. And I recommend anyone does this, actually. Go into a classroom, ask permission, walk into a classroom and be introduced and ask a question. And just see the spark in their eyes, because they'll all have a spark, but some will have a bigger spark than others. And they're the ones with the right attitude. They're the ones with the confidence, with that resilience. They don't have a fear of failure, as we might call it these days. They don't even know what failure is, frankly, because they couldn't explain it, even if they saw it. But just look at it and you'll find about 10% will volunteer. Now, that's not good enough, frankly. That is really not good enough for the future of organisations, for the future of the country. So although India has gone through this massive restructuring in the education arena, my guess is it's still academically focused. But the question for the panel is, we're talking about skills gap here. Is it an academic skills gap or is it something else?
So I think Satya is back online. Satya, we lost you at a very important juncture where we were asking about what challenges you face because of the skill gaps across your multiple companies that you have. Would you like to take that question?
Looks like we're having a few problems. Maybe the monsoon has hit.
So I think we will ask this question from Satya once his voice is enabled. So we are trying to get this voice patched up. In the meanwhile, to answer your question, Neville, I saw the entire news today, and what the Indian government is trying to do is bridge a gap between academics and the extra skills that people are required to lead their life. So what was happening all these days is that there was a stigma which was created for last 70 years after we got independence, that if you're not doing this, then you're nothing. You're not good enough. And that stigma was created by everyone in the society, by the society itself. We can't blame anyone. It is how the society evolved. And now we have realized this. I think it's not today's realization. It was realized 30 to 40 years back. But the government of the day today had guts to change it. And I think we discussed some time back that because the students are not in school, there is nobody in colleges. So I think this is the right time to make the change. So that is why the government is making all the changes here. And the streams of the students based on their skill sets will be decided early on in their life, and they don't have to wait till they become adolescent or go to college to determine what they want to do in life. Like for all of us, it was like that. We study because we will get a job. But now in the new system, it will not be entirely academic. So I think that is what I'm gathering from reading and also watching the news.
Just I wanted to add one more point, CK here. The thing is, like the institutions, actually, the universities or colleges, just they need to take a rapid step to improve the skills. Actually, they are more concentrating on academics. I don't think they are concentrating more on improving the skills. So simply, actually, just even as you said, like the society, and they are looking at actually what is the rank the candidate is getting, and what the marks they are getting, and what is the percentage. So they're concentrating much on it, but they're not concentrating on communication skills and technology skills, and they're not trying to improve practical skills, wherein actually you see, if you take Hyderabad, so people, actually there was so many institutions who is training on this IT skills, but they're not just they're training them and sending them out, but actually they're not looking at how the candidate is coming out with some sort of experience. So they are not looking at, so people, actually even society or parents or the institutions or government, everybody, they need to take a rapid step to improve the skills. So practical skills, actually it requires some infrastructure also, not only from these institutions, even from a government side also, they need to provide some sort of, if you take a China, actually I have some Chinese friends are there. So just they created infrastructure, and if the candidate wanted to go into some sort of sector, so they can go and train in the labs, and they can apply their mind and improve their skills. But when it comes to India, to improve their skills, so colleges or government or society, they're required to provide some sort of infrastructure to improve their skills. So that's what I found in Indian market, wherein actually it is possible. It is possible, and wherein actually it won't take much like financials are. It won't take much time also, but they need to provide some sort of infrastructure towards to that the candidate, practical what you call, like a practical things required to improve their skills from the candidate side. So my observation is, wherein actually when I call somebody, we are maintaining some domestic placements also, domestic resource placement. But when it comes to candidate, actually candidates are quite well, and so they are able to just pass their some sort of levels, but very less people, say almost 60%, 60 to 65%, they're failing at practicals. So if they can concentrate on that area, so you can close the gap. So the skill gap can be closed in that way.
So, Satya, let me ask you this question. You have raised a very important point that the source. So, there is always a demand and supply. So, in case of human resources, also there is a demand and supply.
Yeah.
And obviously, supply is coming from the colleges and universities,
Yes.
and our experience is that they are not doing enough. So I think the one of the point which has been highlighted today is that the universities have to change their curriculum. I think with the new education policy, I think that will fall in place. But today we do not have a solution. So let's discuss about today. Satya, your organization, yourself, you are well known globally. You are among the top 30 recognized technical person globally. Your
Yeah.
companies are doing pioneering job.
Yeah.
Have realized the opportunity at early stage, and you're trying to bring the change to the people for India as well as around the globe. So, what you need as a company to succeed, because obviously you need people, you need skills, you need infrastructure, you need government. So, what is that you need from the skills perspective to make your company successful?
See, here again, coming to this point, actually we required some sort of experienced guys in the market to come up with the new products. But the problem here is everybody is concentrating on particular sector. Not that it is not enough for from the candidate side. Candidates should be trained on on known technologies and different technologies, and we require a multi-talented people. So the institutions are actually the colleges or universities. Just they're particularly concentrating on particular technology. Not that it is not enough at all. So nowadays actually in IT, if I if you take IT, um, actually the technologies are overlapping. So the plugins, whatever the companies, Microsoft or other companies, they are coming. Actually, they are coming up with the overlap plugins. So to manage that, the particular skill set is not enough. So people, actually candidates, required to train on multi skills, multi technologies. So that's what we require for the companies, and particularly for a product-based company. So product-based company, what they do is when they architect the product, actually they bring a multi-technology into the product. So when we require actually a particular technology, so we cannot hire a multi-people, multi-technology people. Actually, we can hire multi-technical people. So multi-talented people and multi-technology people we require as a company. So we are feeling the gap in the market. At the same time, we are wasting our time by training them in the particular technology, and in a particular the plugin or whatever the technology they are coming up with. So we are training them. We are wasting our time. Even if I keep my 90 days time on the particular training, so we are losing our time. So it is costing us a lot, and at the same time, particularly it's a time. So it is impacting our deliveries, product deliveries. So I require a people who can work on a multi technology, wherein actually that is lacking in the market right now. So government or universities or private bodies who are training on this. So if they can concentrate on that area, so they can fill up the gap. That's what my view.
I think it's a fair demand from the education industry since you're an entrepreneur. So I would like to now invite Kanchan to the discussion here because Kanchan works with a lot of education institutes and universities. So Kanchan, you have heard other panelists saying that there is always a gap between the skills which are required and what business needs. So what would be your advice to the universities in India specifically, what they should do? Because you've heard Satya as well. He is looking for specific trained person, and he doesn't want to waste time in training him, basically hiring him, then training him, and then making him productive.
Before I come to the point which you are asking, I would like to add 2 points that every individual should be taught a kind of have growth outcome. He should able to see that I have to grow, and then he has the ability to take up the feedback also. And this kind of soft skills start only at a very early age in the schools. And what I feel is, nowadays soft skills are not should be treated lightly. They have, few of them have become a hard skill, and they should be taught properly in the academics. It should be, it's not like a recess period, or like a game period, where the children chill out and they don't take things very seriously. So I feel that time has come that people should know the growth potential. They should understand how to grow, and this kind of feeling, its kind of attitude should be inculcated when they are very young. Not, it should not start at the colleges only, it should start in the school only. So by the time they are out from their education, they know they know the adaptability skill, they know how to take up feedback positively. So all these things will add to this skill gap, and they can decrease it. And here, the hard skill and soft skill, they should go hand in hand. And I can very well understand the pain of Mr. Satya, because he is running companies, and then he is not able to find out the exact skill set for the service or the product he want to have. So I feel that time has come. Universities and all schools should take up these things very, very seriously. Now, I have come across in one place in Hyderabad that one school is started in sixth standard animation. So animation they can start, but they can't. Why can't they start the courses like communication, listening, which is very, very essential part of developing a skill. If you are not able to listen, then you are not able to be productive later on. So I feel that time has come, and all depends on the universities to take up these studies. I genuinely feel that all soft skill, leaving couple of them, they should come into the hard skill parameter, not just soft skill. And it is not like a free period in a school and just chilling out time. No, it is a very, very serious subject, and it's very, very, it should be taken seriously, not in India, but in other countries also. We require these kind of subjects and seriousness.
So, as per Kanchan, the soft skills are no longer called soft skills. These are all hard skills. But to address what Satya is talking about, his pain point, I think there has to be a forum where the new skill sets should be given like a list from the business, and universities should pick up those skills which are 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and then churn out these trained people, so that people like Satya, and there are so many other companies across India, across the world, can leverage this new trained resource skill pool. So, Farida, we are discussing mostly in India, and you are a very your personality is very unique, because you work with Indians, and you work with Singaporeans, and you also work with people from England. So, what do you think we should do to resolve this issue? There are some certain solutions coming out from this panel, but from your point of view, what we should do?
Sure, I think this is an interesting discussion. Couple of things here. One, I am delighted with the changes in education system in India, because it is now aligned to how the rest of the world and the most successful education systems like Finland, England, Singapore, these are the most successful systems which are exactly in this manner. So I think it is one. This is the first step in getting Indians ready towards globalization. Also, another thing is that the scaling is required to where the puck is going, not where the puck already is. So I feel that, well, I mean, there are a lot of solutions, but my opinion is that at this point in time, I would add to what Kanchan is saying, that soft skills are no longer something that can just be left. And if somebody is really smart and, like Neville said, volunteers in class to sing the national anthem, you just kind of go with them. There has to be a conscious effort to start developing these skills, because yes, listening is very important. Again, that's a skill which people underestimate. But if you don't listen, you will not understand, and if you don't understand, you will not be productive. So there are a lot of with this education change, there will be some time of adjustment, and then eventually things will start falling in place. And I'm actually quite optimistic that it would fall in place. But for parents also, it's important that don't just kind of think that once we send them for an IT course, they'll find a job and that's it, because there is a serious gap between the people who have the vision and the people who execute. There is a serious gap of somebody who can project manage all of this. And if we actually kind of address that question of soft skills, then this is something which will get aligned to quite an extent. And then ideas are cheap, execution is everything. So let's see how this goes forward and how this gets executed.
In fact, the Prime Minister Modi said exactly the same thing. He said, coming out with a plan on a paper is one thing, but executing it is another thing. So I think he's working with the ministers today. He's having a very big press conference along with all the ministers and asking them to implement, roll out this policy, because I think this is the right time to roll out the new, we call it NEP, National Education Policy. So with this, let me go back to Satya, because Satya is running a company. One of his companies called Single Point Solution, which is all about the EV vehicles. EV stands for electric vehicles, and also the EV charge solution. So he's pioneering in this area. He has got the whole setup. Uh, but I think his problems, I believe as a professional myself, that his problems are multiplied simply because, uh, even the government has announced certain curbs on applications from China, but still a lot of stuff is available. In Satya's space, there is a competition. So while he has got a situation where there are not enough skills people available, at the same time, he has got a competition from China. So I would like to know his opinion, uh, what his suggestion to the government of India would be.
Yes, okay. Now, actually, my suggestion not only to government, actually, my suggestion I wanted to bring forward to parents. That means actually, society and educational institutions, wherein actually, they are. You see, the candidates, students, they are more with the college or university. Almost 70 to 80% of their life they spend with the college or a school or something, and they spend some little time with the parent, because when they come back to house, actually they'll spend some time with the parent. When it comes to candidate, actually, so they need to motivate in a certain level. Actually, everybody needs to take their time. It's a parent or the teacher who is leading the class, or the university, whoever is taking that take lead. So, and at the same time, government. Now, first comes to actually parents required to motivate them to go in certain direction. Then after that, actually, they need to take a suggestion from class teacher or whoever is leading the. And the third one needs to take care by government. Now, when it comes to, say, for example, if the parent, taking them to some direction, wherein actually teacher or lecturer, professor will take care of them to, grow them in that particular area, and government requires to provide some sort of infrastructure. So, with the combination of these three, like we can get a good skilled people in India. So this is what my brief suggestion to everybody to fill the gap in the skill sets. So actually, first required as Kanchan said, the student or the candidate required to motivate them in what direction they wanted to go. So nowadays, actually, they can go in any direction and they can earn and they can get the job. No, there is no limitation. So there is no limitation for the skills. There is no limitation for the opportunities. So just motivate them what direction they can go and take the opportunity. So that's what we require to send the message to society as well as the colleges and government. That's what my opinion on this skill gap.
Excellent, Satya. So I think let us ask the last opinion from Neville, because Neville is a very senior person recognized in the industry, is also well known globally in the change management arena. So Neville, I think we will leave the stage to you for making the last comments.
Thanks, CK. I'm not too sure about the prominence of my experience here, but however, Satya mentions motivation. And he mentioned it so many times, you would think that we all know how to motivate people, because he says it with a passion. And the reality of life is we do not know how to motivate people. Parents don't know how to motivate themselves, let alone motivate their children. And this is where we start with a problem. And it was the reason that I started Your Passport to Grow, because there's a massive gap in the marketplace. It's not that education doesn't value these soft skills. They do value them. They believe that it is a byproduct of being in school. So just like you would do in a network, everyone gets together and they start communicating and things happen. Well, the school has that same type of theory. It is a theory. Because for some people, that's all you need. As I said, walk into a school and look at 6, 7, 8-year-olds and go in and ask for a volunteer. You won't get many. And that's the issue. If you don't get many at that time, as they go further and further in their life, the numbers reduce. They don't increase, they reduce. So the Satyas of this world, the real go-getters, the entrepreneurs, the ones that are basically saying, I'm an engineer, I've got an idea, I'm going to go and make it happen, is diminishing just because of actually the education system. It's not a fault of the education system, it just happens because that's what happens. So as I say, education values these, but they don't know how to deliver it. And we don't deliver soft skills, we don't get better at soft skills in an hour's discussion, once or twice a term or twice a year in your discussion groups at school. You do not learn to be a good communicator in a couple of hours. It takes a lot of practice, as we've seen with people expressing their views on here. The more practice you do, the better you get at it. But who knows what's the right practice? And the thing is, a lot of these knowledge transfer, which education is, it's a knowledge transfer. There's a bit of knowledge going in, the learning happens, you do your homework, you get a result, you do your exam, and you find out how good you are. That's knowledge transfer. They call that the Kirkpatrick method. But it doesn't actually work in the world of soft skills, because knowledge actually is only gained by doing it. And our problem is we don't know how to do it. And as I'll go back to my example, going into a classroom of 6 or 7-year-olds, the ones that have got really good attitude are the ones that volunteer. That's what we need to be motivating. How do we keep that level of volunteering up all the way through their life? How do we change the ones that are shy or reserved to say, do you know what, if I don't volunteer, I'm not going to learn anything? So it's changing that attitude, really, of fear to excitement. And going back to what Satya said about motivation, the ones that are really motivated are excited. The ones that aren't motivated are fearful. It's as simple as that. And the nice thing about the vocabulary and the English dictionary and the English alphabet is that E comes before F. So get excited and forget about the fear. So stay with E, excited, be excited. And if you can't be excited, find out how to get excited. And this is where I think parents have got a huge job here. From the day we're born, our parents really should be saying, go and explore, go and be excited. And again, letter E, stay on the letter E, forget the F. Stay with the letter E, be excited, go and explore, go and have fun. That's the only letter F you really should be worried about. It's a really difficult arena, and I'm not belittling it by any stretch of the imaginations, but it's so important that we start to get this better. Some people are getting it right, and as we see, otherwise we wouldn't have those volunteers. We wouldn't have the satyrs of this world, the evangelists that are out there. So somewhere along the line, we're getting it right. All we need to do is find out that chemical reaction that's happened and do more of it. Sounds simple, but actually when you start to do it, it really is. So that's why, we created Your Passport to Grow, simply because we take people on that experience that other people don't get. And at the end of the day, what is the bottom line here? And the bottom line is self-leadership. So that's what we're developing in everybody. The ability to be a leader in any circumstance. So that's the big picture, if you like, CK. Been a pleasure to see everyone today, every smiley faces, everyone changing the world. So we need to go and do more of it.
Absolutely. In fact, I like the example that you mentioned about E and F, which is like excitement and fun. I don't know about other things. So excitement and fun. I think that is a point in our panel discussion today. Let me summarize. I think one of the need of the hour for India specifically is that the government is also already working on changing the education system. I think that will be for good. But I think uh, the universities and education institutes have a huge responsibility to make sure that for next couple of years, next 3 to 5 years, they actually change their attitude towards education. They start looking at what is needed by the industrialists so that the Indian story can propel forward. And I think, as Kanchan mentioned and Farida also, that uh, the summary of the entire discussion today is that the soft skill is no longer a soft skill and it's a hard skill. So I think at that point we can end, and that is the message we want to give to our viewers, that make sure that you have all the soft skill and think it is not a soft skill, it's really required, necessary for you to succeed. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Satya, Farida, and Kanchan, for joining us today. And we will catch up in the next CEO Roundtable again.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back, friends. And as you know, that we have started a very special group called "What You Should Have Learned in School, but You Didn't." And we have our first session coming up on this Friday. This particular event will be co-hosted by myself, as well as my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund. So we want to give you a little taste of what things that we will discuss in the group. And to do that, let me invite my friend Naval into the discussion.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. CK, you mentioned a word there twice. Friend. My friend from the UK, and good morning, friends. That's one thing we could have learned at school, how to make friends, how to keep friends, how to be a good friend. But we didn't really learn it, did we? We weren't taught it. The teacher didn't say, we're going to learn today how to be a friend. Did your teachers ever say that?
Unfortunately, none of the teachers said you have to be good friend. In fact, they said if you are too good with each other, you are making too much noise, so separate it out.
Exactly. And stop talking to your friend. And you've got plenty of time in the playground to be a friend. So it wasn't no friends, being a friend, making friends, having friends, keeping friends wasn't important, but it was for the playground. It was for outside the lesson. In other words, you had to learn it for yourself. And the thing is, the majority of people just went along and they made friends, but there was no plan, there was no pattern, there was no reason, there was no chemistry that you understood of why you're making that person a friend, and more importantly, how to keep that friendship. And of course, this next question, CK, how many friends have you got from your primary school?
Well, I think you hit the hammer on the nail head, and I don't have anyone which I remember that I studied. In fact, I had very close friends when I was in the primary school. I remember at least 3 names, and I've tried to search out their whereabouts, and I have failed so far.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? And you ask many men that question, and it's very rare that you've kept a friend that you've met at school. You may have kept a friend that you met in your street and then went to school, but it's pretty rare that you kept a friendship going with people that you met at school. However, women are very different. They keep their friendships, they make their friendships. There's deeper bonds with friendships, and they've got a chemistry that men don't have. So come along on Friday, and we're going to be talking about all these things that you should have learned at school but didn't. So come along, let's have some fun.
Friends, I think this is just a precursor of what we are going to discuss on this coming Friday between 4 p.m. 5 p.m. India time. And this is going to be very, very interesting. So please join in. It is going to be open forum. You will be able to ask questions live and also ask anything that you want from Mr. Naval Gund, who is going to be the main chairperson of our discussion. So thank you, Naval, for coming live with us. We will catch up again tomorrow before Friday on our usual show. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Cheerio. Have a good day, everybody.
Hello, friends. Welcome to our show. And today I'm taking you deep down to South Africa and we'll be discussing city, Durban. And we have our guest, Sitesh Shrivastava, who has traveled, who has lived in that city. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hey, Kanchan, wonderful day today. Wonderful day, Kanchan. Happiness all around. Good to talk to you again. How have you been?
I'm great, just coping up with the pandemic. But I would want to listen. I want to tell our viewers about a great city, which is Durban, because I think most of the population of Durban is Indian, and many places people can go and visit. And I also want to tell you that this city has a old history, maybe more than 1 lakh BC, because we also find places where and sites where gatherers or hunters were there. So they have preserved that sites in Durban. So without wasting any time, I would like to hear about Durban.
Well, Kanchan, thank you so much for reminding me of the darling city that is Durban. And I am really happy to be talking to you about one of the places that I always would like to go back again and again and again. So, Durban is the third most populous city in South Africa after Johannesburg and Cape Town. And it was my fortunate time that I spent several years crisscrossing the Durban city, and more so about the city itself, which claims itself to be the warmest city to be in the African continent. The second is the unique geography of Durban in terms of the Indian Ocean and the hills, and the crisscrossing the city is dotted with lots and lots of temples. To my count, it would be a minimum of at least 90 temples, Hindu temples that I have seen. And outside India, it is the most populous ethnic Indian place is still on this planet, and all the South African Indians call Durban their home. And it also has a great connection to our Indian freedom struggle. So, all that mixed together, Durban is my darling city, Kanchan.
Yes, I always appreciated the city for various reasons. One is like history of the city and the contribution of Zulu tribes. So I would like to really know about the history and the culture of this city.
Well, Kanchan, the first part is that you must know, and our listeners should know, the background of my picture is the house where Mahatma Gandhi lived. He established, this is Phoenix settlement in Durban, and that's a house that I have been always proud to visit it. Well, now coming to the Zulu history of that region. So yes, Durban was called Port of Natal almost 200 years back, and there was the most prominent tribe in South Africa is the Zulu tribes. They are known warriors. They are known for the valor. They are known for their battles with British, which is prominently called Boer Wars, and the Zulu Kingdom that is based in and around Durban city, and actually it is called in the native language eThekwini, and so Zulus have a great history, and recently the Zulu king, the designated Zulu king, Zwelithini, he passed away, and he had deep ties with India, and in every Durban home, one can find the valor of the Zulus mixing with the Indian settlements, Indian people, as well as the local South African people. So it is a very, very prominent place in South African history. So South Africa is home to almost 6 to 7 popular tribes. And Zulus are the most popular and known all over the world. This tribe is all over the world known.
Yes, and we have heard many stories about Zulu tribes, the way they have treated the wildlife, the way they have interacting with the lions of Africa. But I would also like to know the art and architecture, how are the buildings, and do the people, the original people of that city, believe in making architectural structures in a way we really appreciate or we see usually?
Yes, Kanchan. So, from an architectural point of view, let me put up a picture here for our viewers. This is a lighthouse on a place called Umhlanga Rocks. And there is an interesting lighthouse over here, which has been erected to showcase the maritime history of the Durban port, which is one of the biggest ports in the southern hemisphere. The Durban port has got almost hangar where the 65 large ships, I am told, can park at one time. So city is full of a lot of cultural landmarks, which are modern, which are old, which are Indian, which are South African and Africa region, and also from the Dutch and the British times. And I can put another architecture wonder here. One is which is called, I will just move around a little bit. This is a famous Japanese garden in Durban. So a place which is so close to my heart because I have also stayed long time in Japan. So this another picture is the skyline seen from a very, very high-rise building, and you can see the blue beaches of Durban. So Durban is a wonder time, a wonder place, and the tropical temperature. It is one of the places where I would like to go back and stay again and again.
If our viewers or I decide to visit Durban, how much time is most suitable to stay there and look all around what is available in the city and enjoy?
Well, Kanchan, Durban, as I said, is warmest place to be in the southern hemisphere. So that means in a deep, scorching summer, it is not as hot as of some of the other African cities. Similarly, because of Indian Ocean, the temperature is very moderate. Because of the hilly terrain of the city and surroundings, it is also cool, and lot of cool breeze can be felt all over the city. So the timing is not just one particular time, but what I have seen and observed that people go to the Durban beaches during December timing, starting December, January, because that is the time of the South African summer. So people from Johannesburg, people from Cape Town, they go to Durban beaches and they enjoy. And to tell you the fact, the Durban beaches are safe from the shark. Several of the beaches in Durban are having the blue flag certificate, which means one of the best beaches, international certification of the beaches. It is there in Durban. So that's a very good time. But for me, Durban is an all-weather town, all-weather place. From a food perspective, fooders delight. Culinary, gastronomic delights are there. Lot of hidden Indian delicacies I could find there, which are not even available in our cities, in Indian cities anymore. We have to go to villages. that some of those delicacies I could find in Durban city. And from the modern architectural wonders of the city is, as I told, Umhlanga Lighthouse, this picture that is behind me. Then there is something called a Moses Mabhida Stadium. I am unable to showcase its picture at this moment here. Moses Mabhida Stadium, and the skyline of Durban all around. As I said, 90 temples. And that means each temple is also a cultural, historical place. So you have ISKCON over there, multiple ISKCONs over there, Ramakrishna Mission, and some of the temples which are related to India, which I also didn't know. When I reached out there in Durban, then only I figured that out. So, and this is amazing. And the most amazing part about the food is something that the world got to know, is something which is called Kanchan Bunny Chow. So Bunny Chow is an invention by the Indian laborers, and to have one of the best bunny chows in South Africa, Durban is the place. Durban CBD, which is Central Business District, one can go to a Patel's where one can find the best of the bunny chows, as well as there is a Hollywood bar where you get a very nice and flavored bunny chows over there. And bunny chow is something that I always would like that it should also travel across the world, because it carries a lot of history with it.
Do you really feel that Durban is also a vegetarian delight place for them? They can find vegetarian food.
Yes, so in Durban, still, as I said, we have 90 temples, and the people every weekend people go to the some temples to do this seva, and a lot of vegetarian food is around. Though in South African parlance, the vegetarian food is something which is easily available but not so popular, even among our ethnic Indian community. But in Durban, you can go to Kendra temple, which is a Gujarati temple. You can go to ISKCON, and there are some restaurants as well where the vegetarian food is served. And so it is absolutely no challenge about the food in Durban city.
We had been talking about Durban and how it is good for Indians, because there are a lot of Indians and you can find good food, and we can stay maybe a week and enjoy the city, stay there. But what do you think, maybe in 2 words, what you say about Durban, how you can describe this?
So for me, Durban is a mirror of India outside India. I always tell people, and I tell myself, that Durban is sometimes more India than India itself. The kind of events, the kind of people, the kind of warmth, the kind of food, the kind of cultural mix. And you can see in the background of my picture, this is the picture of Mahatma Gandhi's granddaughter, Ela Gandhi, whom I met in Durban. And I'm very fortunate to have met a real Gandhi for the first time. And Ela Gandhi is the direct granddaughter of Mahatma Gandhi. And she was, if I'm correct, she also has got Padma Vibhushan from Indian government. And she is one of the leading links between the Indian community of South Africa and India. And I was fortunate to have met and spoken to her. And so for me, Durban remains a place outside India, more India than India itself. And also, it reminds me of the Indian struggle, Indian migration struggle, and how Indian laborers during the 17th century, 18th century were migrated to South Africa, Durban, Mauritius, West Indies, and Fiji, and their struggle. It is the story of their struggle, and it is great to see them so successful and so very well gelled into the South African society, and that's why South Africa is known as a rainbow nation.
Uh, when we are talking about the city, so I would like to know what is one that place which you really enjoy, you cherish, and you want to visit that particular spot in the city again and again, and you would like to advise our viewers to visit that spot, that particular place in Durban city.
Well, Kanchan, if you ask an international tourist in Durban, they would talk about Ushaka Marine, which is a water park. People would also tell about Moses Mabhida Stadium, which is a wonderful architecture in the southern hemisphere. Uh, for me, as an Indian, I have always liked, the Blue Lagoon beach area. You can see one Indian rickshaw available. The rickshaws the hand drawn rickshaws, which are generally seen in Kolkata of our country. So these rickshaws are quite popular in I have seen in the Blue Lagoon area. In fact, the city bus is also in Durban. The city bus, which takes for a one-day tour of the city, it is also called rickshaw bus. I think it's called rickshaw bus. And my favorite place has been some place called Chatsworth. So people from Durban, they were initially settled in the Chatsworth area. And if you go to Chatsworth, you will not feel at all, even for a moment, that you are not inside India. And the marriages, the parties, the religious events, the entertainment, and the street names, they are so much Indian. And it has been my real fortunate time to be in Durban, and I would like to go back again and again.
Well, after listening you, I can really find out that there's more influence on the city of India and Indian culture than British or African or Zulu culture. Am I right? I mean, if I make this statement.
Yes, you can say that, Kanchan. Indian population has made a very, very important impact and imprint.
After listening to you, I feel that there's more imprint of Indian culture and Indian people on Durban than British influence or a Zulu culture. What is your say on that?
Well, this is a very interesting question, and it has got so much of connotations. In 2016, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited in South Africa, and he came to Durban. He also came to Durban, and where the city, the Zulu king, and the city of Durban, they threw a civic reception. I was part of that reception. You can see the image behind. You can see a blurred image of Prime Minister Modi, and you can see also me in that picture. That is the time, Kanchan, when I realized how deep is the cultural relations between the Durban city, the port of Natal, and the Indian subcontinent. And there is a camaraderie between the Zulu tribes, because Mahatma Gandhi, when he started the Phoenix settlement, he for the local people to come together and start an alternate living. And that cultural assimilation that has started from Gandhi's time, and it has been there till today. And I could see it in Mr. Modi's visit. I can now say to you that seeing Nelson Mandela's struggle, he has quoted Mr. Gandhi several times. Even when Mr. Modi was there in 2016, it was said that MK Gandhi reached South Africa, but South Africa gave a Mahatma back to India. And those cultural ties between the Zulu kingdom and the Indian population, the local South African population, and all the people of that rainbow nation. It is a great place to be, and it has a very interesting history. More and more needs to be told to the world about it in today's life. You can see an image behind me when Mr. Modi is felicitating in 2016. He is felicitating one of the freedom fighters of the apartheid time. And that was a hallmark of Mr. Modi's visit in 2016. And I was witness to this period, this event myself. And I am really happy to share all my experiences, if not in one video, sometimes in more other videos as well.
Well, it was so wonderful to talk to you and know more insight about the city. And definitely, when times are good, we will be planning to visit Durban. And I'll just take a break for now because we'll be taking the sightseeing of other cities of the world in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button.
Welcome to Akulmek Live, friends, and we are now sitting on a cusp of starting a wave, which we call third wave, at least in India, where there is a lot of new type of corona strains have been found, and because of that, again, we are getting into a situation where a lot of restrictions are going to come. We are all looking forward towards these restrictions, especially starting from travel bans. Within India itself, there has been travel ban between states, and each state has come out with their own guidelines. But funny enough, as the life was coming to normal, the Indian government announced opening of their aviation to rest of the world. Within 24 hours, they were forced to shut down every traffic, air traffic, and they've also initiated compulsory quarantine for 7 days, whether you're positive or negative, even if you travel out of India. So this is disrupting a lot of plans. And to discuss this matter, I am joined by a very eminent, globally acclaimed speaker, Mr. Kevin Cotton, and he's joining us from Singapore. And he's also CEO of Nomading Private Limited, PTE Limited, as they call it in Singapore. So without further ado, let's welcome Kevin to the show.
Hello, Chanda. It's great to be here with you again. It's always wonderful to hear your subjects. You know, you really are on the top of things.
Absolutely, Kevin. So today we want to discuss what is the impact of this new wave, which is now being talked about across the world, and all countries shutting down their airspace, which will hinder people from traveling from one border to other border or even transiting. And within India, as I said, there is a lot of restriction from one state to other, and the tests are compulsory in some cases. So this is again putting a spanner to our plans of growing our business, implementing new plans, sometimes travel plans, personal plans. All of those are now getting hindered and disrupted. What is your opinion on those?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's really interesting how every country is taking a different focus on this and also their implementation. And I think that's one thing, the IATA, which is the International Association of Tourism and Travel. And so what I think that one of the things that is really interesting is they say, well, that every country is taking their own tact. And it's very confusing to all travelers. And it's not that everyone is closing the borders, but they're finding another way of either they're either sharing that there's more lockdowns, or they're sharing more restrictions, or they're showing more entry requirements, and whichever. And so this is becoming a real challenge. I remember just in this last week, because I planned to travel actually on Monday, of which I have changed my plans, but I was waiting and waiting and waiting for over a week to find out what Canada was going to do with their incoming international travelers, even Canadians who are fully vaccinated. And so now it's taken them over a week and a half actually, to start implementing what they had said they were going to do, which was then to test everyone that came into the country, and then for them to self-isolate for 3 days until their negative result came out, if it was such a thing as negative result, and then they could go on. However, every country is slightly different. Here in Singapore, they have created an entry where you have to do 7 days of testing. There has to be a PCR, I believe, on entry, but then along the way, every day you have to do an ARTS test, an antigen test every morning to see it's negative. Then you can go about your work. And then on day 3 and 7, you need to be able to go to another organization which will test you properly, I suppose. But I think what's happening with all of this is creating a lot more fear yet again as to what is Omicron. And nobody really knows what the intensity of Omicron. And it's also this challenge to all people, as it's really, really worse than Delta. They say it's much more transferable, but we don't know yet. And I think that's the problem, is this knee-jerk reaction that we have to, we got to stop it because this is the way we're going to be able to control the incoming. But you know what? You're not going to control it completely. It's always going to come in. Somehow it's going to come in. And we have to be very cognizant of this fact that this is going to be on for quite some time. We just have to learn to be able to shift and to be able to change and adapt to the new changes on these the governments and their regulations and protocols, and then adopt them. But it means a lot of shifting and changing, and it also means losing money as well, because a lot of people may lose money on their tickets. They may lose money on the hotels, wherever they're going to go. It really is a difficult time. And I wouldn't say that everyone, even travel insurance, is going to pick up all of this. So you hear a variety of different messages from travel insurance people. You have a lot of different messages from people that are traveling. It's just, and of course it comes at the end of the year, which is this huge holiday season, which is a mega travel time, mega time to see family. And so consequently, around the world, we're seeing all of these challenges. I decided to not go to Canada. Why did I decide? Well, first of all, I thought, let me step back and have a wait and see. I know it's going to spread very fast, but let the countries get into the spread and see what will happen. So I decided to wait it off for 2 months and see what will happen, and then head back to Canada. Plus also, I was going to do an extra trip back long haul again to Singapore. But what that does is me delaying it. It also takes away one of the trips, which I'm happy about, because then I don't have to go through more protocols and more PCRs and more possibilities of, of restrictions, and more possibilities of having to self-isolate or to quarantine. Yeah. So I'm taking a place of wait and see and not get excited about it. And I think that we all have to in some way. I know that everybody's position is slightly different, but this is about understanding the flexibility that we need. COVID has asked us to be very flexible, even though it has really got on our nerves, and governments have got on our nerves with a constant change. And of course, with organizations such as, it's really been a difficulty for their growth as well. Supply chains, all of these things have been really put on a really difficult track. And plus also then that increases the inflation rate in countries. And so it's a knock-on. And I think with all of this, right, is that we need to also see how everything is affecting every stakeholder from wherever you are in yourself all the way to the very end. We never think about the whole span of the stakeholders that this is actually affecting, and on different levels and different degrees. And that's one of the things that I sense we don't look into enough. And that is part of understanding that everything is interconnected. We need to look at all of the effects all the way down the supply chain, all the stakeholders that are involved. And we need to be able to address all of those, even though that's difficult. However, that's where we are at this point in time, I think, is how do we address those? How do we deal with it ourselves personally? But then how is it affecting everyone else? And how do we see it? And that's why I think that we need to approach it from a very sort of nomadic mindset, as I talk about, and that's very flexible, that's very agile, is to take the very big view, the expansive view to start with, instead of a very narrow thinking, of which it drives us into. So anyway, that's my thoughts on it. And we need to be able to just stay wide, relax, breathe. Yeah, we may lose some money. And I know friends that have lost a lot of money on their trips. And very disheartening, I have to say. However, what can we do? We have to just rest in where we are, I think, and to be able to just see it for what it is, because this is going to happen a lot more.
Well, Kevin, I think your decision of postponing your trip to Canada is shifted now. I think it's a good one, because you need to be safe. Better safe than sorry. I think that's the way I will put it. And I think you would have taken the open tickets so that you can minimize the losses. But I'm sure there are losses here in any travel, which does not happen. There'll be a lot of losses, definitely. I think there is a bigger loss also for people who have planned their activities, and they are not able to now carry on those plans. And I've also heard that the shipping traffic in the South China Sea has been reduced by almost 85%. Now, that is also a cause of concern, because the Chinese South China Sea is always busy with supply chain, shipments, etc. And there is, the entire world supply chain is coming out of China and going all over the place. So there has been an 85% reduction in past 2 months in the South China Sea. There are many factors, but I think we need to be very worrisome about these things also. And as professionals, we have to be ready and think about alternatives now. So what is your opinion in terms of building the alternatives, considering that the pandemic is going to last for some more years?
Well, I think that one of the things, I don't know about you, Chandra, but from what I have felt and for myself, is that it's really made me think of multiple strategies and multiple plans, and that we need to say, okay, if this doesn't work, well, will this work? And we need to be able to agile, to be quickly to shift from one thing to the next. And that's what the problem is with a lot of big organizations, that they're not able to move fast enough and to shift and to be able to connect everything. Individuals and much more smaller companies and entrepreneurs are able to shift much faster. And it is really understanding multiple strategies. And that's, I think, from when I talk to a lot of different organizations and leaders and things like that, in large and small, they don't always look at the magnitude of multiple strategies and also the distance far ahead. I mean, we talked about short-term thinking and, quarterly reviews and all of this particular thing, but we need to see the horizon and look at the variety of possibilities, the variety of risks, and not just manage them, but to see see them for what they are, and to be able to leap from one to the next. You know, it's like leaping from technology to technology, is we need to feel that leap. But at the same time, what are the multiple strategies? I mean, like for myself here with this particular one scenario, I had like 4 strategies. Well, if this didn't happen, then I would do this. If this didn't connect, then I would do this. And so I never used to think this way. You know, I just would say, okay, here, this is the one, I'm doing this, I'm going here, and that's it. But no, now you have to think in different ways. Are we ready to shift and to think in this direction? And that, as I say, again, comes from this mindset that we are put ourselves into now. We cannot think in an old operating mindset, which might have been just limited amounts of strategies. And we need to think that vastly. So that's my thought on it, is that is this multiple strategies, multiple plans, and go with one. And if it starts to move, be able to adjust very fast. What do you think?
Well, I think you are absolutely right, bang on. But the crux of the matter is that our plans are not working out. You know, even if I make 3 plans, parallel plans, we have no idea which is going to be the plan which I can follow. I think that is where the confusion in most people today. They don't know what to do. And if person like you can help some of us and make the plan work for them, at least a short-term plan like 6 months or 8 months, that will be a great help, because I think there's a lot of confusion. People are just staying put, not doing anything. They are not doing anything because they don't know which plan is going to work for them. This is my opinion, Kevin. Can you help in this regard?
I mean, I think that absolutely. I mean, the fact of the matter is that we don't know. And I think we sit in the unknown. And I think that is the best place to sit in the unknown, but to have some sort of strategies that will be able to help ourselves. And, that comes from the mindset, again, is that people aren't familiar with that, how to make a variety of plans or to be able to adjust fast enough. And this is a practice, a new practice for us. And with every new practice, it takes one step at a time. Many, things that have failed or we losses or whichever. However, we start to learn, okay, we need to be able to jump, to be able to leap, to be able to adapt, to not hold on. And that is the holding on. I want to hold on. Yeah, we can complain about it and we can get emotional about it. I was very emotional about it. But at the same point, I'm going, no, you need to be able to see multiple directions here. And all of them could be successful and all of them can be not successful. But you just need to be able to sit with them and understand the fluidity of them. Something is going to work. And if you just stay put, you stay put. And like I'm doing, but waiting for a moment, but waiting and with a strategy of looking and observing and listening to the environment of what's happening in the news and also travel and also what is happening with organizations and things like this. So, I mean, I know that's probably not giving a 3-point place, but all I can say is that, I mean, at this point in time is for people to not hold on, is to set what you want to do and try to find multiple ways to get it done. And if it doesn't work, then to adjust or stay put. You have always a choice. And I think that's where we get mixed up. We say we don't have a choice. We do have a choice. We have a choice all along the line with all of them. They may not be the choice that you want exactly 100%. However, it's a choice. And these are things that we can control our own choices. We cannot control what the government is going to do. We just have to adapt and to adopt it. And the problem is most of us have a challenge to do that because of our old thinking or our desires or our emotions, which are all wrapped up into it. So I say, sit back and breathe. I say, that sounds really silly at times, but the point is that what are you going to do? I mean, if you can't fly, or if you have to go through all the loops and twirls, then you have to go through all the loops and twirls, as annoying as they are. However, remember what it is. Remember your intention. What is it that you want to want to have happen? If you want to travel, then you understand that this is what you're going to have. I mean, I've had to convince myself of that, and I've done that. But I've looked at all the factors as well, and they're rapidly changing. And I just sort of sit and wait.
Well, I think you're making a lot of sense, and like you said, that there are choices available today, and the only thing is that a person like you can understand the problem and provide a easy path or a path which is most appropriate for a person. So from that regard, if people who are watching our video, if they need any help in terms of planning, in terms of guidance, in terms of how to do things, they can write to us. The email will be published at the end of the video, and we will make the connection happen between you and Kevin, and you can take that discussion forward. So Kevin, thank you so much for joining us today on this very, very vital subject. And the whole point is that the pandemic is going to last. However, we need to live with it, and also not to stop planning. We need to plan always our life towards the positive. Any last words you have for the viewers?
My last viewers we are going into the holiday season, and it is really, for many people in the world, it's really about family and friends. No matter where you are, if you can't get with your family and friends, that there's always another way on the telephone, or there's also a Zoom. I know it's not the same as being able to hug and kiss them in a really close proximity, but everybody is understanding. My sister, when I told her, she says, I really totally understand, and I think it's the best possible decision for you. So people are understanding, and I believe that they will accept. They're not going to say, oh, no, you didn't do it because you didn't want to. No, the love is still there. And so I want to share with you that my heart is with everyone on these, but we just need to also understand this is not going to go away soon. And that we will need to find different ways to be able to maneuver, to be able to move, to be able to think about these things and plan. And the human capacity is phenomenal. So we're able to do it. You just need to be able to think wide and not too narrow.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin, for joining us in the show today. Wish you Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays in advance.
Same to you.
So friends, we had such an interesting discussion with Kevin, and the email is published at the end of the video. You can write to us with your problem, or you just want to have connection with Kevin. We will make that happen. And I will say goodbye today, only to catch you in the next one. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion Forum. In this forum, we will be discussing the skills gap that we have today in India, and that may becoming a stumbling block to reaching the 5 trillion economy mark. And in this program, we call various leaders to discuss the prevailing issues. And today, I am honored to present to you Mr. Raj Neravati, who is the founder and CEO of a new age company called Hug Innovation. Raj and Hug Innovation are well known in the market among the people and also among the various business fraternity. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Raj Neravati. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass DQ. And the DQ stands for Digital Quotient. And in this series,
our objective is to increase the DQ for every citizen of the world. The objective really is very clearly defined. It's basically increasing the ability to understand the digital world in a much better way, and this is the first chapter of that series. There are 24 more to go. This chapter is focused on digital identity. So let's discuss about the digital identity and how it affects. So as you see, the identity of a human being is really the uh, his face and his name and his signatures. So that is how the identity of a person is captured. But when it comes to digital arena, then how do you make sure that the same identity of a person which is in physical world is captured into the digital world? So this is really the definition of digital identity, which is exact replication of the person's physical identity or organization's physical identity, application's physical identity, or a device like a mobile phone or a tab, etc. So I think it's important to understand what is digital identity and how it is correlated to my physical identity. So as we are moving forward into the 21st century, I think there will be a time when the digital identity will exactly match your physical identity. That means whatever you do on the digital media will be tracked directly to your name and to yourself, and the time is very near. So I think it's important for everyone to understand how to create your digital identity and how to match it with physical identity. So in this session we will discuss what is your digital identity. So as you know that when we say that when we log in into internet, that becomes my digital identity. So what you would use to log in is basically a username and a password. So using that you will log in into variety of applications like email or a Facebook or Amazon, and this is a trend everywhere, whether you are in Malaysia, US, Europe, or in India. You have to have your username and password defined to get started and to start using the internet. And many people will think, hey, that becomes my digital identity. That means my username is my digital identity. And that is not the case at all. See, what happens is after you log in into system, you may use the system in variety of ways. You may use, if you are a businessman, you may use to see your stocks. If you are a student, you may see it to study online or to check your scores. If you are a casual user, you may want to share your pictures. You may contact your friends via Facebook. If you have an opinion about some subjects, you may tweet using the Twitter platform. If you want to explore business opportunities on the web, you may log in into LinkedIn and try to see who can be your business partner, check the opportunities, job opportunities or business opportunities. So, so these are the things that you normally would do, and lately a lot of e-commerce has also come up in a big way, where you go to online portals and buy things of certain types. So some people may buy gadgets more, some people may buy dress material more than other things. Some people will like to check out what is available today, which is or the prices are moving up and down of different commodities. Many people like to just survey the market, so do window shopping using Amazon, see what is latest coming into the market. So you see the impact of digital world is so profound today that you not only log in to check your emails, you log in to read news, you log in to buy your things, you log in to get your groceries, you log in to see what are the opportunities for you, you share your pictures and different events about your personal life in Facebook, And if you have an opinion, you also express your opinion using Twitter. Apart from that, there are other areas like hospitals. Nobody is keeping any record in a physical format. All the history of a patient goes into some sort of a system. It is immediately digitized, kept it as a record. So you see, if you summarize all this, your identity today is made of various aspects. It's not only dependent on the username that you have chosen. It is actually your behavior on the internet. It is tracked and segmentize you in a particular bucket. So what happens is, if somebody is looking for a certain segment of people, you will come into that list. Say some business is looking for trying to sell insurance, and they want to basically reach out to people who are in the age group of 25 to 35, and they had certain behavior. And if you happen to show that behavior on the internet, automatically you become their target audience. So the behavior plays a major role. How you basically use the system plays a major role in determining your identity today. Going forward, it will be even more smarter to track you down. So it's not only your username, it is how you basically use various systems on the internet, and that becomes part of your identity. For example, if you're doing a review of legal systems, so the chances are either you require some help, so lawyers can proactively reach out to you, or you are generally concerned about legal system, you want to give an opinion. So the legal fraternity would be informed that so and so person is trying to make inquiry in the legal system. So you see, it doesn't matter what name you have. You can name yourself Casanova, but it won't matter, because your identity is a combination of various factors today, and everyone in the world must know how their identity is being maintained or being viewed on the internet. So it's important. So I think we have understood what is the digital identity, and we have to see that our identity is not misused. Uh, Things like your personal physical appearance has identification mark. If you fill out any application today for any admission, they will ask your identification mark. So you would say, hey, I have a mole on my forehead, or I have 11 fingers. So everyone has some identity. I have a scar on my left hand, right cheek, etc. Everyone would be having an identity, and so your face becomes your biggest identity. So there was a time when the finger scanning used to be considered as a foolproof identification, and about 10-15 years back there was a huge ho-halla about biometrics and all that. Now even the biometrics can be fooled. People have realized that it's the finger scanning data which is kept in certain database, and that can be hacked, then your identity can be lost. So industry has moved along. They are not dependent on the finger scanning as a password. So the emergence of finger scanning basically happened because it was easy to have a finger scan as your password, because your finger scan is very unique. In fact, there is no other person in the world which will have your kind of a finger. So logically it was felt that finger scanning is the best method, and that way you don't have to remember your password, and you carry your finger always with you. So all you have to do, give your username, scan your finger, and that's it. You're in the system, you're in the internet. But then it also had a lot of pitfalls, and because of that, now the emerging trend is the face recognition, because your face is your exact replication of your physical personification. So capture the face into the system in such a way that it exactly matches your digital identity. So world is moving towards that, and now this technology is so advanced that even if you wear a mask on your face, you can still be identified. So for example, if you walk into a bank, there is a CCTV camera capturing your image, and that image will, even though you have put a mask on your face, can identify you as XYZ. So this technology has evolved to so much, very rapidly evolved into this arena, and that is why it has become very, very powerful, and it's much closer now to replicate your personal identification with your digital identification. So I think even though you have multiple passwords in the system, say for example Facebook you have one password and LinkedIn you have another, and you may think that, hey, I'm trying to protect myself by having different passwords and different usernames, but that won't help you, because your identification is captured by the face. And this technology is now available across multiple platforms. In fact, the mobile players have come up in a big way. All the mobile handsets, devices have the face recognition, so you don't have to press a finger, you just look at the mobile and it opens up. So this is where the world is moving. So that is why it is very important to know your to capture your personal identification into digital world. And how do you do that? And also protect it, because once you have come closer, uh, you have to make sure that your digital identity is not misused. So because there are various threats which are available today, and which can there are some people who are out there to steal your identity. So that, for example, I would say that if you some people give their date of birth, and they manage their passwords using their date of birth. So it's very simple for any hacker, a smart hacker, who can, if your date of birth is known to him, he can crack your password. So things like that, even though when you're capturing yourself into digital world, you have to ensure that how you're using the system, that is going to reveal you in the digital world. And if you're also giving information like your date of birth, etc., that can be misused against you. So how do you prevent all that is the question. So we will tackle some of these things. See, the whole thing is that if somebody is trying to steal data of say 1 million people, the easiest way to do it is use unprotected Wi-Fi systems. Say Wi-Fi in a lounge or a coffee shop or an airport or in railway station, which are not very well protected Wi-Fi. Why the hackers who are trying to steal your identity will use this method? Number one, it is easy to hack in because it's not protected. Number two, they can easily hide themselves. See, it is like this: somebody is trying to steal your identity and steal your data. They will like to first conceal themselves because they are obviously committing a crime. So they don't want themselves to be exposed while they can see all your data. So I think this is the easiest method by which they can reach out to you. So make sure that even though somebody says that, hey, use a free Wi-Fi in the lounge, don't get tempted and get connected to a free Wi-Fi system in a lounge. Similarly, when you see unprotected web page, don't click on that. Don't go to that page itself, because what happens is, for the same reason that people who are trying to use unprotected web pages, they will very easily conceal their own identity. And when you are browsing something which is not protected, in the backend they will have some sort of a software running which will capture all your data, your pictures, your documents on your PC without even you knowing about it. So make sure that don't look at the web pages which do not show the lock sign on the left hand side top in your browser. So these are very, very important keys. I think everyone should make sure that they don't look, have caution not to look at the unprotected websites. At the same time, a lot of phishing activity happens. So what is phishing? It's basically some a bad person sends you an email posing as your banker, for example. So you get an email from your banker saying, hey, why don't you click on this web page to revalidate your credit card or revalidate this XYZ things that the bank wants. So make sure before you start clicking at that email, because the email will capture the logo of your bank very nicely, but when you look at the website carefully, there will be one or two spellings here and there, some spelling mistakes. So before you start clicking on these phishing emails or any email from a bank, make sure that you read the web link carefully, very very carefully. The chances are most of the bankers don't send you any email. They will not send you any link to click. Rather, they will ask you to visit their website and then use their banking system. They will not send you an email. So the things are small things like this. If you take care, the chances are that you will be safer, and your identity will be safe as well. The best method to protect your identity is to use a strong password. So what is a strong password? Strong password is not your date of birth and if your name is Alan 223355, not like that. So it's very easy to crack. What you have to do is basically uh, give special characters at special, use alphanumeric, sometimes capital letters and sometimes small letters, and also use special characters which are very difficult to crack or very difficult to imagine, because the special characters like star, hash, they do not correlate to anything in your personal life. So it's very difficult for anyone, even your known people, to crack your password. So make sure that your passwords are very very strong. Use special characters, use combination of capital letters and small letters. At the same time, change your password frequently. Even though you are using a very strong password methodology, but still it is advisable to change your passwords frequently. Make sure that you have the two-factor authentications enabled across all platforms. So if you follow this the strong password, chances are the systems will be much more secure for you and people will not be able to hack into your personal data. And the last is privacy policies. So when you want to share some picture with your friends, but you don't want to share that picture with public, all that is determined by the privacy policies of your social media accounts. So the privacy policies of the social media accounts are regularly updated by the social media players. So you have to make sure that these policies are reviewed by you regularly. If there is a change, usually the social media players will tell you about it, that this change is happening, and make sure that you read all these policies carefully and enable those features which are meaningful for you or which you want. Make sure that certain pictures of your family gathering you don't want to share with a lot of people. So make sure that you define your privacy policies, your privacy levels in your social media accounts, to make sure that your identity is not thrown open for anyone uh, to know about. So these are certain things that um, if you follow and do these things, you will be much more literate in terms of understanding your digital identity, and there is no point in assuming anything that, hey, if I have my password secure, I have a strong password. Your behavior itself will reveal a lot of things about you. So make sure that you have the right behavior when you're using the digital systems. Also make sure that you change your password, and very important, make sure that you use a face recognition technology wherever is possible, so that you use the best of the breed which is available to protect yourself. So with this, I will end the session today. Dear friends, write to me, give your comments about this. Anything else you want me to include in the next session, we can do that. I can take up the questions raised by you in the next session. But until then, I like to say goodbye and I wait to hear from you. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma. And today in this episode, we will be discussing about Shiva's connection with music therapy. Stick around to this episode till the end to know more about Shiva's creation of ragas and their impact on human mind.
Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akulmek Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akulmek Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akulmek Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmek.com and click on Genius program to know more.
Welcome back, and today we have Dr. Shambhavi Das, who is a well-known music therapist. She is also having her own music institute, Surdemi. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome her. Welcome to the show. Shambhavi, how are you doing today?
Thank you so much. I'm doing very good, Kanchanji. Thanks for inviting me again.
It is always our pleasure, and today we are discussing very interesting topic, and that is the connection of Shiva with music. So let's start. What is the connection of Shiva with music?
Oh, there's a lot of connections. First of all, I'll start with his shloka. Om कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि. Lord Shiva is said to be the creator, and like he's used so much in music therapy, and I'm really proud that goddesses, our deities are used so much, and this gives you a lot of bliss into your moods. So one of so like I'll just in very brief I'll tell you, like the drum, you know that Shankarji's instrument is drum. Drum denotes the power, so drum denotes its the purity of the sound. Okay, sound of the Vedas. There are 4 Vedas, so it denotes the purity, the sound, the purity of the sound, that one atom sound, the molecule sound which pervades in the atmosphere and as well as in our body. Next, Lord Shiva is said to create 5 ragas. So when he was meditating, like as we all know, that Sadhguru has given his name Adi Yogi as well. So he is a meditator. He is the most ancient meditator. And when he was meditating, he was the one who came across the sound of the chakras, and he made some of the ragas. He created the ragas, and later on he gave those powers to goddess Saraswati. So if you see goddess Saraswati ji is holding the veena, and one hand she's holding the book. So that power has been given by Lord Shiva, and she was called the goddess of knowledge, goddess of music. 5 ragas which he created, so we will discuss. Then Lord Shankar, Lord Shiva's mantra. So there's a book, there's a very ancient scripture by Adi Shankara which is called Shivanand Lahiri. Shivanand Lahiri, this is such a good book that if you start chanting, you will be able to realize, you will be able to go in the trance. And in music therapy, we use those shlokas for different kind of diseases and ailments. Plus, so one of the very popular mantra, very one line only I'll say, Smritau Shastre Vaidye Shakuna Kavita Ganan फणितौ पुराणे मंत्रे वा स्तुति नटन हास्येषु चतुरः means, oh Lord Shiva, oh wise one, give me all these, uh, just try to make me aware and perfect in all these fields. What fields? Medicine, law, uh, arts, kavita, gan, music, Puran, scriptures, mantra, stuti, that is the devotion, and humor, hasya. So all these things are so important in your. So Adi Shankara is trying to pray that so much. You don't have to just say, "Oh God, give me happiness, give me." These are the sources of happiness. So basically, it's a very deep kind of source of mantras. Plus, Lord Shiva is the embodiment of the Panchabhutas. What are the 5 elements, the Panchabhutas, which are present in the atmosphere as well as and in the body? So, fire, water, earth, uh, fire, water, earth, air, and ether. These are connected to us also, and these are connected to our 7 chakras also, and which are used like these are a very important aspects in healing our body. Like we call 3 dosh. So we all have 3 doshes, 3 humors. So this is used. So Shiva is always called the. So he has 5 senses. So it's in our body it is the 5 panchabhut, but it's the 5 senses. 5 senses are these only. So what are these senses? So when I say uh, uh, wind is feel. So he used to feel the wind. So his 5 senses are these. So when we say fire, he used to see. When we say water, taste. Water is for taste. Earth is to smell. Sondhi sondhi khushbu we say. Okay. So these are the, and then the sound, the Vishuddhi one, Akash is to the shabd, the sound. So Akash is meant for. So these are the 5 senses of Lord Shiva. So basically, this in one part you can say that it's spiritual. In one part you can say it's very logical because we use these things into therapeutic setting in music and Ayurveda as well.
Well, if we start describing Shiva, I think that's immense, and it may require maybe many more episodes.
Yeah.
But I would like to ask you, what really Shiva means to you?
So if I just keep aside everything according to me, the religious aspect, if I keep aside, I just feel he's a seed. He is a fundamental seed which is formless. If you're getting a thought, that is Shiv. If you're thoughtless, then also you are Shiv. So when basically I just feel he is the embodiment of silence, nothingness. If you don't have any thoughts in your body, you are Shiv. If you do have, so that particular root of the thought, which somehow becomes the action, that is Chaitanyamai, that is Shiv. So that fundamental seed which manifests everything. For example, We are a seed, so our thought is just a seed, but when it just keeps on, manifesting, it becomes into action, then implementation. It becomes a belief, then action, then implementation, then achievements, or whatever. What is this? So what is that? Why did it come to your mind that I have to do something? So that, what is that root? So that is Shiva. I think that I would like to say that Zen saints are always, so they used to promote nothingness. That I think that is, I can correlate it with the Shiva, that fundamental truth, that subtle energy in us, anything, and it can be anything which pervades all, which is trying to move all since so many years, and it is so timeless. What is this timeless thing? Normally we say Shiv is Nirakar, Nirgun, Nirakar. Nirgun is one of the thing in music we call Sufi. Sufi, like as in the Farsi people sing Sufi, that's Nirgun. Nirgun is Shiva. Nirakar is Shiva. So now why Nirakar? Why we don't form any form of it? Why don't we create any form? Why? Because he is formless. So something that nothingness, and something which is towards the galaxies also, that nothingness is happening, something is happening, yet there's nothing. So that is kind of, this is, and I feel this is more like experiential. I can just keep on saying, but people can get confused, people can just get something out of it. I think that is also Shiv. If you're not getting anything, it's Shiv. If you're getting something, so it's all experiential, I feel. uh, Shiva is also in music. When I say Shiva is a sound of Om, sound of Vedas. Like I said, he plays the drum. If we are meditating, we are Shiv. So that is spiritual connect of everything. Like obviously, spirituality is much higher, and spirituality is seen in all the sectors, in all the people. So I think that nothingness, that silence, that peacefulness is Shiva, and it's experiential.
Well, you just mentioned that he created few ragas or maybe few music. So, would like to share those shlokas or that music which you like most.
So obviously, we have in the latter episodes we discussed rag called Bhairav. Bhairav is a rag which he created himself, and as we can say, it's his name. So one of the 6 ragas is Bhairav, and so according to the 5 senses, he created 5 very most important ragas which are used, which are very therapeutic and used in music therapy, which is Shri, Deepak, Hindol, Megh, Malkos. Bhairav is what? Bhairav is kind of a ubiquitous rag. I mean, it doesn't come into the 5 ones, but it's into his name, and I think it's the root of all the ragas. And 6th rag was Bhairavi. Bhairavi, like as in Saraswati ji. So 6th rag was created by Saraswati, goddess, not Saraswati ji, goddess Parvati. So Bhairavi was goddess Parvati, and she created that along with the Veena. So this is one thing. Then in music therapy and in Indian classical music, we have so many ragas. Rag Kedar. I want to sing Rag Kedar. So this is for inner strength. This rag is normally so humko man ki shakti dena. So the same wordings also came up. Inner strength. Humko man ki shakti dena, man vijay kare. दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जया करे, हमको मन की शक्ति देना, भेद भाव अपने दिल से साफ कर सके, दूसरों से भूल हो तो माफ कर सके, झूठ से बचे रहे, सच कदम भरे, दूसरों के जय से पहले खुद को जया करे, हमको मन. This is Kedar Rag, means Kedar is one of the name of Lord Shiva. Rag Shankara, there is a rag called Shankara, which is very, very popular rag. Then Bhairav is there, we said. Bhairavi, then Shankara Bharanam. That is a Karnataka rag, but it's one of the male karta and it's very fundamental rag. Rag Shankara Bharanam. So these are some of the ragas which are made with his name. Then he made then one of the Shiv Tandav Strotam. So we were discussing it then that episode also, but Shiv Tandav Strotam is very, very therapeutic and very good for speech. So जटाटवी गलज्वल प्रवाह पावित स्थले गले वलंब लंबितां भुजंग तुंड मालिकां धग धग धगज्वल ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चंद्रशेखरे रति प्रतीक्षणं मम. So when we put that this is very good for speech, for your ucharan, pronunciation, clear dictions. It's very good and it gives you a lot of bliss and peace when you it's very meditative. Rudrashtakam, Shri Rudram, Shivarti. So these are very good for therapeutic uses. And there are many other Drupads also. Drupad is, now that's some other episode, but Drupad is one of the genres in which only Shiv compositions are taken and such a good lyrics in it with a different tals, and Mridangam is played. Mridangam is also associated with Lord Shiva. That Mridangam gives you a lot of peace plus brain stimulation, both of the things. So one stroke of Mridanga and you will just get charged. So that is also associated with Lord Shiva. Instruments are associated with him a lot. So that is another episode which we can discuss.
Well, it was so really wonderful to really know all these rags. So, and the last, I just want to ask you, which is your favorite rag which is being created by Shiva, and what are those songs you would like to share with our audience today?
So, Lord Shiva, it is said that he created Megh. So Megh is a monsoon rag, like Badal. Megh means Badal. So it's a monsoon rag, and this is my favorite one. So one of the songs in it is Kahan se aaye. First of all, I'll sing the notes. Sa re ma pa ni sa ni pa ma re sa. Ni pa ma re re pa. कहाँ से आए बदरा हो घुलता जाए कजरा कहाँ से आए बदरा हो घुलता जाए कजरा कहाँ से आए बदरा हो सपनों के रंगे दीपक बन बैठे So this is one. Then there is one web series which was very popular back then, Bandish Bandits, and there's a very good song of Meg Malar. गरज बरज गरज बरस आज मेघ धरती पे छायो रे दरमान में बरसे आज बूंद बूंद बरसे. So this is one. So दुख भरे दिन भी तोरे भैया अब सुख आयो रे. This is one. So Meg is also is a very happy rag, and it is taken obviously it's a monsoon raga, so it's a very happy one, and it's very very therapeutic as well. It is used for, this is also used for the inner immunity and power and emotional blockage if you have any guilt suppression. So this rag is used. In fact, all the Shiv created ragas, Deepak, Hindol, they are very very therapeutic ragas, and but this one is happy one, so it can be connected, resonated by the common people as well.
So as usual, Dr. Shambhavi Das, it is so wonderful to talk to you and hear your views, your ideas, which were thought-provoking and definitely musically. So we'll be meeting again with some other raga and discussion about music therapy. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you so
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmak Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. Now today we will be discussing about Harshvardhan. In the last series we have done an overview of Harshvardhan, who is a great king of India. Now Harshvardhan got the administrative style from Guptas, but then he has touched a personal note in the administration by touring the kingdom, finding out what is going wrong, what is doing right. And to discuss more about his administration, I have a privilege to call upon Professor Binda Paranjpe, who is a professor of ancient India in Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. So without wasting any time, I would like to invite Binda Paranjpe. Madam, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling great and excited once again that I'll be with you today. And it's a wonderful opportunity that we are talking about a king who lived 1300 years ago, and still he inspires us and makes us feel proud of being Indian.
Yes,
what would you like to know from me today?
Yeah, actually, I have been fascinating by many kings. India has too many. We have that that kind of knowledge, and we have that kind of impression of the great kings of India upon us. We are a new generation, but there are many young people may not be knowing about Harshvardhan. And as we have discussed about overview, what kind of king he was. Today, I would like to know the administration, how he handled his administration of his kingdom, and what is the impact of that particular era of administration in today's era, today's scene.
Okay, that's wonderful. To begin with, let's try to understand that India under Harshavardhan was a vast territory, right from the northwest frontier reaching up to the borders of Assam, and from the Nepal Tarai region to Saurashtra to banks of Narmada. So almost the entire of North India was under one political leadership. Now that is not very common in ancient times. So Harshavardhana's kingdom was a vast kingdom, a vast territory, and that needs to be really administered very efficiently because the regional aspirations will always be there. So why all those kings who were under the umbrella of Harshavardhan will remain with him, remain faithful to him, unless he was a very benevolent king. Because otherwise they would have revolted against him. And no king, no emperor ever has kept many rulers under his control by brute force. It is not possible. It is only possible when the king extends very cordial, very friendly relations with the neighboring states, with the states which have come under his umbrella. And even in case of Harshavardhan, we have seen that it was not only Saurashtra, that is Vallabhi, that time that kingdom was called. On the western side, Nepal, on the eastern side, he also had very friendly relations with Assam. The ancient name of Assam during the time of Harshavardhan was Kamaru. And also he had very good relation with rulers of Kashmir. The only fight that we can see during his time was with a southern king, the Chalukya king Pulakeshin II. But otherwise, we see that most of this territory was under his command, and the bordering states were in friendly relation. Now, that is one of the strengths of Harshavardhana's administration.
So, what is the impact of Council of Minister in his administration? Because what I know is that administration as a set of rule is being given, transferred to him from already existing system by Guptas. So what new change he has done, and what is the impact of Council of Minister into his administration?
Absolutely relevant question. If we try to see it from the tradition of ancient Indian polity or the political structure, Harshavardhana did not introduce something absolutely new to his administration. But the implementation part, that I think is very important. And that we come to know from many comments that UN Sangh has made over and again. One interesting thing that I will tell you, as you are asking about the ministers and the officials, that UN Sangh says that since all of them, they are so duty bound, they are so non-corrupt, absolutely genuine person, and because of that, the administration of justice also becomes very easy because there are less number of crimes. Why people will become criminals if whatever they need and that has been provided for. In fact, the highest principle that Harshavardhan is supposed to have followed is the welfare of the people, and that welfare of the people is ensured by a lot of welfare activities which were undertaken with the help of all these ministers and his officials, and that has been recorded very well. How did he do it? Construction of roads. Now today in India we know that many of our segments are lamenting because they do not have good communication by road. And way back 1300 years ago, there was a ruler who was so much concerned about the construction and maintenance of the roads. And then imagine a period when people were not traveling by the automized or fuel driven vehicles. They were going in bullock carts or sometimes on the backs of the animals, sometimes walking along with the animals in the caravans. So they needed resting places, the places where they can get some shade, they can get water, they can get some shelter. And Harshavardhan is supposed to have created such rest houses on the roads. So it is not just the construction of the roads, but it is also caring for the people who are traveling on that road. Now, this is something which is absolutely essential for a king who understands the needs of the people. So, I think many other welfare activities we can see by way of giving donations, by way of constructing temples and monasteries. By and by, we'll talk more about it.
Yes, so actually I read somewhere that he's a very duty bound king, and he used to forget even sleeping and taking food when he's conducting his duties. And apart of this, I said so. I was so amused to read somewhere that whenever he used to visit any place, there used to be very pump and show, drums were always. Ahead of his arrival, so that people should know that Harshvardhan is coming to meet them, and then people have the liberty to meet their king, which is, I think, is very democratic, isn't it?
Uh, More than democratic, because that was the times when people had not thought of something like a democracy, but certainly it is the one-to-one connection with the king, and that was very important. And once again, I'll highlight that point, that in ancient times communication network was not as fast as it is today. So for somebody to reach up to the capital city of Kannauj and then go and meet his king or her king may not be so easy. But if the king comes to their region, they get a first-hand look of the king. They get a chance to talk to him person to person, tell him about their problems, maybe if they are there, or even whatever satisfaction that they feel with his rule, they can communicate it. And in return, then they will feel nice about it. That here is a king. I cannot go to the king, but the king has come to me to meet me. Now, that kind of very personal touch towards his subjects is something absolutely unique and very important.
Yes, I think, and that gives a lot of trust. That creates a lot of trust among the subject. The king is so humble and he's ready to help them out. Apart of this, I think he has also maintained an efficient bureaucracy, and where the bureaucracy has to get direct orders from the king. So that is, I think, it's one of the plus point in his administration.
Yeah, and this we know more because of the distribution of the state's expenditure items. If we see what are the items or heads under which the state was spending, and it is said that mainly it was spending under four heads, and one of the heads was for the payments of all these officials. So if the officers and the people who serve the king, if they are paid on time and sufficient amount, they will have no reason to be corrupt. I think this is something which is very novel. This is something which is very ideal, because if the king is spending 1/4 of his treasury for giving the uh, remuneration to the people who work for the state, that is something which the uh, king is showing his responsibility towards administration. And I think that is wonderful.
Yeah, so when we talk about administration, I think we should also talk about the revenue system. And I have read somewhere that Harshvardhan was charging very light revenue from the subject, rather, and making everything happy, every person in this kingdom happy. So people were generally happy, and there was a proper taxation. But it is very less compared to other empires which we have studied. What do you say about this?
Yeah, generally in ancient times, 1/6 of the produce, and the mainstay of the economy was obviously agriculture. So the state's income was also coming mainly from agriculture, and 1/6 of the produce. And we don't have any recorded evidence to say that Harshvardhana ever increased taxation. So he must be collecting 1/6 of the produce, which was normal, which was continuously recommended by the texts on ancient Indian polity, and that was the revenue that he was collecting. In addition to that, I also would like to mention here that there are some religious institutions where the taxes were exempted. Now that is very important, because those institutions then can sustain and they can be free from that burden of giving even 1/6 of the tax to the state. So this is very important. Secondly, we do not have much evidence to say that there was any crime of not paying the taxes, and then the such criminals were treated harshly. We don't have any such evidence. And one more thing I would like to add here, which is very unique, that any crime of supposedly any act of a person going against the state, not being faithful to the state, was not punished corporally. The person was not punished by cutting off his limbs or hanging till death, nothing of that kind. It was only the imprisonment. Now, that kind of a confidence a king, if he has in his subjects, definitely he can make such provisions. And then, as I said, that we don't have any evidence of saying that people were not paying taxes, so they were treated as criminals. We just don't see that. So unless the taxation was comfortable for the people to bear, such crimes were not there. So that is an indirect evidence for that.
So as you discussed that there was not a severe punishment, but there was a penal code, there was a code of conduct when it comes to practicing and serving the king. So let me listen about what kind of code of conduct was there prevalent during the Harshvardhan time.
Mainly, as I said, that we get less references about what kind of crimes were there, but but we do get references about the criminal system or the judiciary system. There were light punishments, very less corporal punishments, imprisonment was there, and on occasions the prisoners were also released as an act of benevolence on the part of the king. Secondly, there is some gray area about which the historians are also not very clear, that there are certain divine interventions sought in the justice administration. Say, for example, if a person, judge is unable to decide whether the person is guilty or not, then the person will be tied to a rock or a stone boulder and thrown into the water. If the person still floats, then the person is considered to be non-guilty. Or many such uh, practices were there, and we do get reference to it. But exactly how it was administered, in which cases, how many times such divine intervention was invoked, those details we do not get. But the courts were there, the judges were there, the system of justice administration was in its place, the crimes have been described, and the punishments have been very well defined. So I'm sure that the justice administration must have been quite prompt.
I think I would like to conclude that Harshvardhan was a beautiful.
Just one more thing I wanted to add.
Yes, please.
Can I?
Yes.
This is regarding the interstate relations. I think in today's times, when we can see that our neighbors are and India is having some kind of a little tension with our neighbors, like may it be on the side of Pakistan, may it be on the side of Nepal, may it be on the side of China. But if we see that what Harshvardhana was doing, that all the contemporary rulers, he maintained a very friendly relation. So, for example, sometimes he used the traditional way of establishing friendly relation by having a marital alliance. So he gave his daughter in marriage to the king of Vallabhi. And Vallabhi being a western side, today's Gujarat side, how it is very important for the state because the important trade that was going on from the western sea. So, having a very strong ally, a friendly ruler there is very good for Harshvardhan, obviously, because that will give a good, smooth push to the trade, overseas trade, or from the Nepal side. Or as I yesterday have also explained, and today I am saying it from the Chinese side. So this is something which is very interesting to note, that how he maintained very good relations. But at the same time, this is not the kind of friendship extended by a weaker king towards the other kings who might cause some harm. No, Harshavardhana's friendship and benevolence was strongly backed by a very huge army, like 6 lakhs soldiers he had. And he had elephants, he had cavalry. We don't get much reference to chariots in his army. And secondly, he had lot of feudatories also to fill in his army as and when summoned. So it was not that he was keeping friendly relations with his neighbors because he was not in a position to fight with them. He was very much in a position to have wars, but he did not. And it was only once that we can see he takes a very strong position against the king of Assam. And that too, it's a very interesting episode that Yuan's son was with Bhaskar Varman, who was the king of Assam, that time Kamaru. And Harshavardhan was inviting Yuan Singh to his kingdom. And Bhaskar Varman was saying, no, 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 I'll not send him. I want him to be in my kingdom for a longer time. And that is the time when Harshavardhana kind of threatened him that better you send him, otherwise you will face the consequences. But other than that, and after that also he's having friendly relations with Assam. So I think this is something which, as you initially said, that what is there from ancient times that we can learn today, we can take as a message from the past. And I think this is a strong message that we can take from Harshvardhan, that be strong, be powerful, but that power and strength is not for scaring others, it is for having a very healthy interstate relations. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think what I can summarize is that he is an efficient ruler with direct supervision and a dutiful emperor. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Binda Paranjpe, today and really learn few things like you discussed about the Assam incident. It was so good. So in next episode, we'll be discussing the whole uh, army what under Harshvardhan in next episode. So till then,
Maybe.
it is so wonderful to talk to you. Till then, bye bye. Take care. Now.
Yeah.
The big news is that the EU has decided to standardize uh, all devices on a USB-C charger. And while most of the industry, most of the users are welcoming it, but Apple is openly come out and they are very furious about this decision. So we will discuss about why EU has taken such a decision. First of all, when you look at the devices, especially the Apple devices, the USB charger is so expensive. You know, the original charger of Apple device is so expensive, and many times it does not come along with the box when you unbox your device. Uh, when it comes to having a specific type of charger only meant for Apple devices, and on the other hand, it is quite expensive. Apple devices themselves are very expensive. So I think, and when in today's environment, people are carrying so many different devices at the same time, you know, you actually end up taking multiple types of cables and multiple type of chargers with you because you have a need to charge all your devices. And especially when it comes to Apple, Apple product are very good, but they are quite expensive. Even the cable is so expensive. And if your cable which you get along with the with your new box, if you want to buy another one or you want to keep it in your travel kit, etc., it will cost a bomb. So I think the whole point of EU deciding that uh, all mobile devices must have USB-C type charger. So it basically, standardize the charging points. You don't have to carry, you can just manage with one cable. So it's going to basically create a lot of ease of use for people. They don't have to spend a lot of money in replacing these charging cables and chargers. So it's more of reducing the e-waste. And as you know that e-waste is also becoming a big problem, and every 6 to 7 months, new devices are coming. And at the same time, if these manufacturers says that these devices will require new chargers and new cable, it will create an exponential problem. It will also create an environment problem. And many times, many countries actually, especially large countries like India, China, uh, Nigeria, and there are a few others where these e-waste is dumped for processing. So, and these countries, especially India and China, are generating the e-waste of their own because half the population resides in these two countries. So, not standardizing on a charging point or a charger is basically not a good strategy. So I think I fully welcome the EU stand on this particular issue where people had to carry different types of charger whenever they have to spend their own money in accumulating different types of charger for different devices. Now, if you look at the Apple is the only company which has not welcomed this move, simply because they must be thinking about making some revenue in terms of selling their chargers as well, along with their expensive devices, and their chargers are also very expensive. Whereas all other manufacturers have more or less standardized on USB charge points. So suppose you have Apple device, then you need to carry a lightning connector or something like that. Or if you don't have that, then you can pretty much be very comfortable with just one type of USB device and so on. But I think it's a welcome move by EU, and rest of the world will follow. It will help reduce the clutter on your desk. It will help reduce your expenses on different types of devices. It will also help reducing the e-waste, which we are generating almost like 25% of electronics every year become part of the e-waste. So we can save all of that. It will also help the environment because a lot of this e-waste get into countries, and some of the material during processing can be hazardous to life of humans as well as for animals. So I think overall this is a good move, and I fully welcome EU about move on this. And I like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you with more analysis on the trending subject tomorrow.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and I welcome you all to this edition of Jeremy Plain Live. And without wasting any further moment, let me welcome Jeremy, who joins us from UK. Very good morning.
Thank you very much.
Right, it's our pleasure, Jeremy. And we have just finished our Diwali celebrations in India and the neighboring countries, and probably in UK and a lot of other countries where Indians are in large population. It's a festival of light. So while we celebrate the festival of light, I think it is very important to also discuss about the next year, how the job scenario would be, because I think it's all shattered in 2020. People were doing different kind of jobs. trying to find new jobs. So I think your inputs and your valuable insights into this arena would be very valuable for us.
That's great. Happy to do so. Let's and discuss this further.
Right. So in the HR arena, the jobs people used to do, for example, there are certain jobs like sales and marketing, and because of the pandemic, people did not had opportunity to travel, meet the client, and the digital world has taken over that part. But then there are other industries which are very badly, severely affected, which are hospitality, for example, uh, travel, tourism, and there are a few more which requires logistics operations. So net there has been a major joblessness across the world in all countries, while there are emergence of new types of jobs. So I would like to know from you is what are the opportunities going forward now and going forward for next decade? If you can throw, based on your research, if you could throw some light on that.
Yes, yeah. So you just referred to it. So I did a piece of research around the shifts and transformations of human capital, and I've been working on so-called HR 4.0 for some time now, which is the digitalization of HR and how we manage our organizations and workforces. But of course, coming into 2020, many organizations were faced with all of these transformations anyway, and the pandemic has served to accelerate those, and that's it being experienced in no greater area than the human heart of our businesses. So the three major shifts, maybe before going into actually where the future is, the three major shifts that are being accelerated, of course, is the digitalization of HR. So how do we manage more remote workforces? How do we enable them? How do we support them, collaborate, communicate, all of those kind of things? But two other major shifts are happening. The first is within the workforce. And in the research that I did, which is called Blended Workforce Revolution, and the blended workforce is defined as the mix of permanent employees, independent workers, digital workers, traditional workers, remote and centrally based workers, all of this mix coming together. We predicted at that point that by 2025, that 50% of the global workforce would be made up of independent workers. What's very interesting since then, we have gone back to the research, and in probably the end of July, early August, we realized, coming back with new data, that this is accelerated to the end of 2022. So it's a big challenge at human capital level. And the third one, of course, is being impacted by that and the pandemic at the moment, which is the shift in terms of workplace and ways of working. So will we, as I think we said last week, go back to what we used to do, or will we start to look ahead at possibilities around, actually, we may not need the bricks and mortar places, the big offices. Companies like PwC, McKinsey are already saying, and some of the big banks actually are already saying, that we're going to take out 30 to 40% of our major offices because we found new ways of working. So all of these sort of shifts are revolving around and accelerating, almost slingshotting out of the other side possibility. So yes, we have had a lot of challenge. We have had joblessness. We have had worries, not just at work, but at home. And out of that worry and out of tough times comes the need to act very quickly and to do things more creatively and to find new ways forward. And this is what we're starting to see emerging now. Almost like a butterfly out of a cocoon, lots of different possibilities. And some of these trends I've been talking about are accelerating. So from a job perspective, organizations that may have been really struggling have found new ways to work, and that is protecting the employee base within them. They just may find a different mix of employees. Also, though some of those people that have lost their jobs or that have been had been in the past thinking, well, you know what, I think I should do something on my own, but I really don't have the courage to do it. They've been accelerated to do that right now. So we're seeing a growth in that too, which I'll come to a little bit later as well. So we're seeing lots of these things starting to rise, and that will steady over 2021, and we will see that a little bit further. But that will be, for me, the foundation, what I've talked about there, the foundation for the decade ahead, CK.
So, as per your research, the new jobs in the digital arena, or rather the jobs which existed in 2019, about 20% of them have moved to digital arena. So, what it takes to get these jobs, how to fill these positions, do you have any insight on that?
Well, it's a very good question, actually. And if we look at, we're in the fourth industrial revolution right now, so-called digital age. That's, you know, biological, physical, digital, all coming together, as we've talked about before. We've seen this transformation before, and some of the things we hear through these transformations and these big changes into the next industrial revolution is that lots of jobs will be lost. People will not be in, the rise of automation will take all of our jobs, robots and AIs coming in. What are we going to do? What we forget is exactly what you just said there, is that job creation is a major output from the shift to a new industrial revolution. But when we go through change, often we're too quick to see the negative and what could happen rather than look at the possibilities. And that's what we're looking at now. The big challenge though that I think coming is at human capital level. So we have potentially these new jobs, but what we also have is a talent gap. We also have a will gap. So it's the skill and the will. Some people actually may not be interested in those kind of jobs, but at the same time, those people that are, there is a skills gap that needs to be filled. So how do organizations do that? Well, the way that many are looking at the moment, which explains the rise of the independent workforce, is going to more contingent workers. And they're saying, you know what, actually, we do have these new jobs, let's say, we do have these new needs within the organization. We have needs in even our existing jobs. For example, you mentioned it right at the beginning. We need to change how we sell. We can't just, you know, we may not be able to go and see our customers for 6 months. So we need to master the virtual sell. That is a completely new skill set for many, even traditional salespeople. They still have they can still use the skills that they know, like great questions, handling objections and presenting, but actually managing it in this format takes some nuance. And they need to kind of, if you like, create an edge around the skills that they know and create new skills. So it's not just about the new jobs, it's also about the new knowledge, skills and behaviors that we need to display for the workforce of tomorrow, today. So that's why many organizations are saying, well, we don't have to be too worried about how we fill, in inverted commas, some of these things, because we can actually think differently. And I think this is where organizational design, OD, and HR and human capital management come together and say, we have an opportunity here to relook at how our organizations are structured, how they're managed, and how we manage them. It is not true now to say that we need 100% permanent workforce within our four walls that we work in or moving forward. We can embrace the rise of the independent workforce. We can embrace a new blended workforce. And therefore, when we're looking to fill some of these skills gaps or some of these potentially short-term roles that we need to get geared up, we can look more at creating great relationships with independent workers. But for me, at the moment, that is through things like managed services. It's based on projects. What my argument is that now needs to be formalized, and we need to think about how we embrace independent workers who can really contribute to our business, so that we value them, recognize them, reward them in the right way, and make them feel like they're part of the team as much as being independent workers. So quite a lot really coming in here, but equally, to answer your question, there's so many more solutions now, I feel.
Jeremy, I think you make a very interesting proposition about building relationship with the independent workers. But you know, there is a skill gap. In fact, you know, in past few lines, you also mentioned there is a huge skill gap
that exists today, because even the experienced workers may find it challenging to shift to digital platform seamlessly, because they may have negotiation skills, but they need eye contact, they need facial reading, and the digital platform does not allow that seamlessly. So there is a huge skill gap that exists. I think the understanding of this skill gap is also fairly widely accepted. The problem is, how do we fill the skill gap? For example, IBM Watson has tied up with a government department in India, and India being very populous country with young population, there is a department for skill development. It offers a free skill development to people who do not have a lot of funds. And 30% of the population in India fit that description. So IBM Watson has tied up with Skill Development Corporation to provide digital skills to whoever wants to get trained on the digital skills. And this is absolutely free, absolutely free. So having said that, there are other initiatives across the world as well, like Microsoft announced spend of $23 million in learning and development, specifically around digital arena. While all these developments are happening, I'm sure a lot of other corporations are investing in this space. There is still going to be skill gap, because by the time this workforce is ready over next 1 year or 2 years, till then, what are your advices to people to make use of the opportunity which exists today?
Actually, there's quite a lot within that, what you're talking about here. There's quite a lot going on which impact the whole. And the way that if we go back to 2008 and we hit the global financial crisis, that was a 10-year crisis, and then there was uncertainty. We came into this new decade with a little bit more hope. We were taking a deep breath. We could get back onto track again. But then the pandemic hits, of course. But within that period, many organizations, when they're looking at transformation, when they're looking at upskilling and so on, it takes budget. The more enlightened organizations, as you're talking about, are more attuned to putting budget aside to that. But there were many organizations that didn't. Budget moves away from things like learning and development, some nice to have HR initiatives, even some nice to have marketing initiatives at time. So what happens is that the skills development that happens either is very standardized, which may not be appropriate, but it doesn't really evolve very much. So as people are coming back into spending, after the global financial crisis, for some organizations, they're 10 years out of date. But the pace of change within this digital era is so quick. And as you pointed out before, we've got all of these gaps within our organizations, not just in terms of roles, but also how we do things differently for the new era. And that came home to roost for many organizations when March hit this year, and we realized that this was not going to go away. So marketing needed to very quickly digitalize. What does it mean now getting our message out there differently? Sales, as I talked about, finance, HR, you name it, the whole thing needed to upskill themselves before they could upskill the organization. Then add that to the previous point that you said, is that, but we need people in these really key roles. How are we going to get them? And some organizations realize that actually, because the supply is so low, but the demand is so high, they're going to cost a lot of money. And we can't afford to do that. So how do we do things differently? We need to find somebody who's skilled in it, but we need to probably look at different ways of bringing it into the business. And that then explains partly how the independent workforce is growing so quickly. But the very interesting point about that, CK, is that in the last 2 years, the population, so this is according to the research, the Blended Workforce Revolution, which I launched earlier this year, which you'll be able to find on my website. I think you're going to put the link on for people to download it for free, the paper, if you're interested, is that we found that the generation making the biggest shift to independent working was Generation X. That's my generation. And your generation, yes. So we're both X's, and we both made it to the top of the organizations that we worked with before. I was one of the senior leadership team within the global business that I was in before. But like many Gen Xers, I looked into my organization. I said, you know what? I don't want to take over this business. We have not transformed quick enough. I've got a big problem if I take over this business. I'm not up for it. I can do this better from the outside. So what's even more fascinating than that is that I'm now able to have retained jobs, 2 or 3 retained jobs with different companies doing more or less the same role, helping them at a very senior level in a very niche way, potentially, whether it be around skills, around digital, around the new roles that are there, helping them refine their organizational structure. But in a moment of time that A, they can afford, and B, that we can get the best value out of. So Gen X's are making that move. So it actually compounds the issue that you're talking about in some ways, as well as providing a solution. On one level, I can actually do things differently now as an organization. I don't have to have a permanent person. I can pick an independent person. However, if I'm losing my leaders in waiting in the organization, I've got a big skills gap there. This is where a lot of the 20th century businesses who haven't got into 21st century thinking yet, as we talked about last week, are really struggling, because they're thinking in the way that they used to think about, not in the way that they need to think about now, and thinking about changing the complete structure of the organization, unleashing capabilities around the organization, but also embracing as part of their workforce people that can come in for the short term, for independent work, for project work at a very senior level, as much as very kind of, if you like, project digital IT work that they're traditionally used for. So quite a lot to think about.
Right. So it is not easier for the IT companies to transition to digital arena quite easily. But there are other works of life which will find very challenging to shift in the new world. Things like production, things like operations. What is your advice to these kind of people?
Yeah. Well, with all of this that I've said here, and the increasing digitalization, and that could be in manufacturing, in supply chain, in logistics, all of these kind of things as well, is that we're still reliant on the human touch, whether that's internally with our employees and whether that's with our customers as well. So one of the issues that seems to be arising for the organizations that are still struggling this year is that they've lost sight of the human touch, as they have desperately trying to digitalize, find new processes and ways of working, systems to support the way that they're working in the areas that you're talking about. But the danger is that they've missed the human heart of this as well. So I've just done a new piece of research. It's not released yet, so I can't go into the detail. However, the biggest emerging leadership trait for the decade ahead is human-centered leadership, closely followed by community-centered leadership. And both of these are two sides of the same coin. It's actually looking internally and externally and mobilizing our resources so that they can be part of the solution, rather than isolating these problems that you talk about in some of these really kind of more technical areas to just the leadership of the organization. This is about empowering not just our permanent employees, but it's the independent workers. It's also empowering leadership at all levels, something that we have been talking about for many, many years, so that our employees can be part of the solution, rather than the implementers of the next new idea that has come up from the management or the leadership that says this is where we're going to go. So I think that is a really key component in those kind of areas there, at the same time as not just implementing digitalization, but actually thinking about how they automate many of these processes and systems. So actually, automation, this is the year of automation. Many automation companies have been the answer to many prayers in the areas that you talk about for many organizations globally. And automation, as I say, has come of age, and that will be 2021, where many other organizations are playing catch up, is where they'll focus, that and the human touch.
In fact, whatever you say is, makes a lot of sense. But there are businesses which are still not started the race. I mean, the catch-up will be quite tough for them. Businesses like schools, media houses, advertising, which can migrate quite easily on the digital platform, but they have not done that. And then there are people who will find it very difficult to migrate, like production and operations. Um, and Jeremy, you are a truly global citizen, and you work with large corporations now, helping them in their journey migrate on the digital arena. Do you have a model which can be utilized by SMEs or startups or even large enterprises which they can access to?
Well, yeah, yes, there are a couple actually that I have, which I feel have been models to create out of the transformational period that we're in. Not something to reinvent that's already there, but actually something that causes a rethink around this. Because you're absolutely right. I do work globally. I work with many industries, and another industry I'll throw in there, which is really suffering at the moment, is the entertainment industry. So we talked about, MICE, tourism, leisure, hospitality, but entertainment as well. So think about how we experience going to the movies. The industry growing around this. It's not just the movie theaters, it's what comes into them as the product as well, movie making, TV making, and the rapid evolution now of how movies may be released in the future to drive the kind of revenues. So those big studios that didn't have relationships with the major new streaming partners like Hulu, Netflix, Amazon Prime, all of these kind of things, are struggling to think about the kind of partnerships that can get their product to market now. They're having to rethink their whole thing because this never came into their mind. So while movies like Tenet were really the test case for could this work in a new way of experience movies at the cinema, it made around $400 million, which was probably about $1 billion less than it should have done normally. But they're calling that a success now. Whereas something like the film released on Amazon Prime a couple of weeks ago, Borat 2, has caused, from Sacha Baron Cohen, has caused an absolute sensation and is now being measured in a very different way in terms of audience uptake, viewerships, and so on for Amazon Prime, and what that actually means from a money perspective. So it's at macro level, industries are having to rethink how their relationship with their customers, with how they look at usership, revenue, how they're going to measure margin. Underpinning all of that, though, there needs to be a new approach with how we manage this changing face that I've talked about, the digitalization, the workforce, the workplace. So there is a model that I created at digital level, which is the ticking clock, which I think I may have mentioned in one of our previous discussions, which is around how to help organizations who are still struggling to rapidly digitalize so that they don't lose the human touch, but they actually can enable the most appropriate technologies. But for much of what we've been talking about today, still organizations are traditionally structured with a human capital management approach, which is from yesterday and is not appropriate for tomorrow. So I've come up with something called Gig HR, which is really a framework for today. It's not a framework, actually, it's a manifesto. It's a new manifesto for human capital management, which looks at this differently. It looks at the need of organizations with their permanent workforce, but the trend that 50% of our workforce will be made up of independent workers within 2 years. Our current human capital management structure does not allow us to manage that in a way. So my approach for Gig HR is to think about, so how do we underpin this new structure with thinking about the cultural aspects that need to be in place when you're managing a permanent and an independent workforce? And then what are the rules, the tools that need to be in place, the new skills, and how do we actually engage and create those thrills for our workforce, whether permanent or employees? And then if I kind of wrap that all around something else, it's then how do we protect them in an era of rapid change, digitalization, particularly learning from this year with well-being at the center. So Gig HR recognizes that many organizations will have a very mixed workforce, or a blended workforce, as I like to call it. And this is a framework to enable that to be managed, but also challenges organizations who particularly have a 20th century model right now to transform more rapidly so that they're ready for this type of workforce tomorrow?
Yes, Jeremy. In fact, this rapid changes in our business arena and how we do basically business with each other, that has forced various governments across the world to also reformulate the policies around the digital world, how to use. And you mentioned media. So there is a new policy which is going to come up to manage the OTT platform, what they can show, what they cannot show, and so on. So I think while you are very graciously sharing your big HR framework, which people can download and use it if they can, but I think there is a lot of handholding required to understand the whole dynamic around it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to urge the viewers of this program that if they need to get in touch with Jeremy to take his advice, to really help you build your organization in a new format so that they are geared up to do business in 21 and beyond, please reach out to his website, which is mentioned in the messaging box down below, or you can reach out to us and we can connect with you, Jeremy, and you can then take it forward from there. So I think your inputs in your work, which you're doing globally, Jeremy, is very valuable, specifically in the area of HR. And I think this is going to help us, help my company, and also the viewers of this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CK.
And we will catch up with you, Jeremy, next week with more compelling business proposition, business topic next week.
We will. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akul Mac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, Mr. Trump is arriving in India, and there has been a lot of conversation around what kind of deals that India and US will talk about. And although there has been a long sort of a stalemate situation between these two countries where the trade deals are not going through because both parties are sticking to their guns. Uh, in fact, both countries have their interests, and they are both of them are guarding their interest. For instance, the US wants India to have zero import duty on mobile devices. So obviously, it's a big deal. It's a big consumer market for mobile, and Indian government cannot allow that to happen because there is a huge mobile initiative in India, which is Make It in India, and there are more than 200 mobile manufacturing companies. So Indian government has to also ensure that the local businesses also not have any disadvantage because of the treaty with United States. So there could be other things also, and while those things will take time to sort out, and as people say in business, give some, take some. So I think that will take some time to iron out. However, there are uh, ongoing business which India and United States can still talk about during this trip. I think one of the major item on the table is the defense deals. Right now, Russia is the India's largest ally with regard to defense, and obviously United States can also play a role there. So I think there is no stopping that kind of a deal between India and United States during this trip of Trump to India. Second thing is the issue of China supporting Pakistan with arms and armaments and other support. I think that may also come up as one of the issue. The third could be the effect of Taliban, specifically when United States forces will be withdrawing this year from Afghanistan. So what Taliban will do and how to counter that threat or how to control them, that could be the third issue. So there could be items to discuss which are of the bilateral nature, the treaties to made and sign off. Just before the trip, there was a big chopper deal between India and United States, where the chopper deal was signed up. So, like that, there could be 4 to 5 new agreements that can come out after this trip of Trump to India. And while we look at a bigger deal in future once the issues are ironed out. I think one of the major deal that can also come through in this trip is the nuclear reactor deal, because India wants to buy a few nuclear reactors and the United States can provide. So I think he is landing today in India, and I think there is a huge program gala celebration being planned called Namaste Trump, and we all look forward to seeing that gala event. As always, I will see you tomorrow again with more news. Bye bye.
Hello, welcome to our show. And in this series of Delhi Sultanate, we are discussing about one of the name in Delhi Sultanate, the Emperor Muhammad bin Tughlaq. And to discuss this important emperor, we have one of the prestigious historian from India, Mrs. Meeta Joshi. So before we start discussing about Muhammad bin Tughlaq, let's welcome her.
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm perfectly fine. And as we know that today in this series of Delhi Sultanate, we are discussing about Muhammad bin Tughlaq. So first of all, I would like to ask you why it is so important to know about this king.
See, Muhammad bin Tughlaq is one of a very strange characters which happened to be there in Indian medieval history. He was a very intelligent man because if you see his educational background, he was highly educated. He knew many languages like Arabic, Persian, Sanskrit, and apart from this, many other subjects like astronomy and anything related with medicine. So he was a very well-read man. But the problem was that maybe he was born in a wrong time, because all the decisions which he took in his tenure happened to be big failures. All his experiments, because he is known for his experiments. So they were all very big failures. And then those experiments were also the reason for the downfall of the Tughlaq dynasty and consequently the Delhi Sultanate.
So, by any chances, want to clarify that Muhammad bin Tughlaq in any way related to Alauddin Khilji?
No. He was the eldest son of Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, who was the founder of Tughlaq dynasty. There is no connection with Alauddin Khilji.
Well, I would like to know what are those mistakes which Muhammad bin Tughlaq done during his tenure, and what is the impact of those mistakes which he committed during his reign?
Okay. See, as I told you, he is known for his experiments, which he did when he was the Sultan of Delhi. He came to the throne in 1325 AD after the death of his father Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. And as soon as he came to the throne, he started experimenting. He started taking some decisions which were not very good for the Sultanate. The very first thing he did was taxation in Doab. Doab was a fertile region. Doab means the confluence of two rivers, and that area is very, very fertile. So obviously, when the area is fertile, the agricultural produce is, very high. But what happened at the time when Muhammad bin Tughlaq he ascended the throne, there was a famine, and the farmers or the peasants were unable to pay the taxes which were already existing. But what Muhammad bin Tughlaq did was he increased the taxes. Okay. And when he did that, the peasants were already suffering because there were no rains and the crop was very less. So they turned out to be rebels. They started doing little, civil outbreaks in the empire. And when then he realized his mistake, he said, "Okay, I'm sorry," and then he set up a new department for agriculture, which was known as Amir-e-Koi, and he appointed mukaddams in that who would look into the problems of the peasants and the farmers. But then his very first scheme was a total disaster because the common public, they started disliking him. This was the first one. The second was he transferred his capital from Delhi to Daulatabad in 1327 AD. Daulatabad is the modern Devgiri down south. And why he did this? Because when Alauddin Khilji was there of Khilji dynasty, Alauddin Khilji was the first ruler to focus in South India. So now Muhammad bin Tughlaq was also very eager to, expand his dominions, and he decided that he would shift to Daulatabad. And he gave orders to his ministry and nobles that each and every one should shift to Daulatabad. So in that course, a very good road was laid from Delhi to Daulatabad. Shady trees were planted on the way, lodges were constructed. So it was a very big expenditure. And people who walked, because that time you never had cars or any other modes of transport. The only mode of transport were either horses or carts. So many people had to walk on feet, and because the ministers and nobles were aged, so many of them died on the way. Okay. And then he reached Daulatabad. Now, from Daulatabad to control the things at Delhi and North India was difficult because there was no means of communication. So then suddenly he decided, okay, I will go back. And he ordered again all his ministers, nobles, and people to shift back to Delhi. So can you imagine? It was such a big mistake, rather a blunder, because when he transferred the capital, he got new buildings constructed in Daulatabad to set up his palace, to set up his court, to the places where his nobles and ministers would reside. And then again, he orders them to go back to Delhi. So, number one, loss of revenue. Number two, loss of manpower, because many people died in this process. This was his second mistake. And the third mistake was he wanted to, increase the revenue. I don't know what was in his mind. So he introduced a token currency in 1338. And what was this token currency? Instead of gold and silver coins, coins of brass and copper were issued. Okay. So now what happened? The historians have written, like Ziauddin Burni and one of the Moroccan traveler who happened to visit his court, Ibn Battuta, they have written that every house in Delhi turned into a mint. Har ghar taksal ban gaya, because everyone started minting their own coins. And what happened when there was surplus of coins? Again, he has to withdraw that scheme back. So these experiments were a big toll on the treasury of the Delhi Sultanate. So whatever Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq has amassed, the wealth, he has just wasted it, on these petty experiments. Now, many historians have different views. Some say that he was a wise fool. Some say that he was born he was born in a wrong time, because he was very intelligent, a very intellectual person, but whatever he tried to do somehow was not clicking and people were not understanding his ideas that time. But whatever it may be, it was a big mistake. And all these mistakes led to the downfall of the Tughlaq dynasty. And as I said, consequently, the Delhi Sultanate, because after Tughlaqs, the Lodi dynasty was there, which was for a very short period of time. And then in 1526 AD, Babur came and had a big battle with Ibrahim Lodi, the first battle of Panipat, and the Mughal rule was established. So we can say that, his experiments can be the foundation of fall of the entire Delhi Sultanate.
Well, I can really visualize what kind of chaos he must have created at that point of time. Now, I would like to ask you that what is his relation with Kakatiya dynasty? Because it is said that he has done a lot of campaign against them. So, did he succeed, or what is the impact?
He did succeeded at times, because Pratap Rudradeva was there in Warangal, and he had many expeditions down south that time. And after those expeditions, when he saw the wealth of the Deccan, then only he was interested to shift his capital from Delhi to Daulatabad. So he had not very cordial relationships with them, because when he went to invade those places, he made many prisoners, and two of the prisoners were Harihar and Bukka, who were later the founders of Vijayanagar Empire. So they were not, in very good strings or good relations. But yes, the expeditions of Warangal and Kakatiya dynasty did impact again his rule, because it was huge loss of treasury again. These expeditions, lot of money and manpower is involved in that.
Well, I can safely say that when Ghiyasuddin Bey Tughlaq came on the throne of Delhi Sultanate must be a substantially rich city. But over the period of time, due to his mistake, as we have discussed, that the treasury and everything it's an impact on that. Now, I would like to ask you, there must have been a proper administration or a proper ministry who was already established. So would you like to throw some light on kind of administrative agencies or people at that point of time?
See, the administration was same as it was carried out by Alauddin Khilji, because that model everyone copied, even the Mughals, they copied. So administration was as per what happened in the Khilji times. Okay. But one thing is there, that he was a good commander. I will not say he was a very good administrator because of these experiments and decisions which he took, but he was a good commander, and he really had a hold in his army. Okay, administration was the same. Only one change he did, that he opened a new department for agriculture after the taxation of Doab, and then he appointed some mukaddams in that. Okay, that was one addition, but rest of the things were as it is, which happened way back in Alauddin Khilji's times.
See, as we have discussed that the impact of Muhammad bin Tughlaq was not that great, but still we study him, we want to know about him. So, what is the necessity to really know about the mistakes of Muhammad bin Tughlaq when we are talking in the context of Indian history?
See, history, it is said that history repeats itself. Okay, and the mistakes which he committed, the experiments or policies which he introduced, were, as I said, were the main reason for the downfall of the Tughlaq dynasty. At one point of time, the Tughlaqs looked very, very powerful, because after him, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, he was a great builder, because he built Firozabad, he built many forts, palaces, buildings, and he did a lot of work in, to improve the agriculture by building new dams, canals. So that way, the Tughlaq rule looked very, very good at one point of time, but only because of his, these blunders which he committed, there was a downfall. So why we study history, Kanchan? Because we learn from our past mistakes. As everyone knows, that history is a study of the past events. And with those events, what have happened, we should take a lesson from them. So that's why studying him is important.
So, ma'am, we were discussing about Muhammad bin Tughlaq, and I would like to ask you how you will rate this king when we are in combination of other Delhi Sultanate emperors.
See, as I told you, he was a very good commander. Okay, he was a learned person individually. He was a kind-hearted person, because according to Ibn Battuta, according to Ziauddin Barni, they have said that he was a very kind-hearted man, and he helped people. He did a lot of charity. But when you see him as a king, so that because of his these policies or experiments which he implemented, that proves him to be a failure that way. So I can say that he was a very good commander, and he was a very good learned human being, because knowing so many languages, he wrote poetry in Persian. He he knew mathematics, astronomy, medicine, many disciplines he was very good at. But when it comes to be a good king, see how you rate a good king. A good king is who takes care of his people, his the subjects in a nice way. So that way he is a failure, because he used the treasury money in those experiments which were a disaster later on.
So it was so wonderful to talk to you. But lastly, I just want to ask you, uh, what is the learning? Was there any learning for other kings after Muhammad bin Tughlaq by watching or rating this king and what kind of mistakes he has done? So anybody try to correct it or want to learn from his mistakes?
See, this is the problem, Kanchan, that no one learns from the past mistakes and they do those mistakes again and again. So, see, Firoz, after him, Firoz Shah Tughlaq was a very different personality that way. And after Tughlaq's, the Sayyids and then the Lodhis. So, no one really tried to rectify those mistakes and to learn something out of it, because see, that's why again these things, they occur in history time and again, because no one takes a lesson, no one learns anything out of it, and then we blame our fate or something. That is the nature of mankind.
Well, ma'am, it was so lovely to talk to you and know once again about Muhammad bin Tughlaq and what kind of king he was and what are the blunders he has done. So we'll be meeting again, ma'am, and listen about and discuss about any other important king from Delhi Sultanate. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Thank you, Kanch.
Good morning, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we are joined by Muki from Bangalore. Muki, many people know in the industry. He has been a serial entrepreneur for past 25 years. He has built a lot of successful companies and he joins us from Bangalore. We will ask him how this lockdown, or today is the 8th day, is treating Muki. Muki, welcome to the show.
Hi, CK. Thank you so much for bringing me here. It's a pleasure to be talking to you and the rest of the audience.
So, Muki, we past 1 week and we are now on the 8th day of the lockdown. So, you are in Bangalore. What is the situation there? Any challenges that you might have faced as a individual or as a community? Would you like to share your experiences so far?
I would say that this is something which the world has not seen before. So there is a tremendous amount of anxiety among people, which is what I see it. I hardly see anybody outside. And when I go there to pick up groceries, they have these circles which is 2 meters far away and you have to stay there, and not more than 5-6 people can be in that vicinity. I must say that law enforcement is doing a brilliant job. We can't get anything better than this. And it's a tough situation for people. Personally, I have been working at home for a long time, and especially when my daughter had cancer 4.5 years ago, I've always been sitting with her for 10 to 12 hours with her, and then after that my wife passed away. So I am kind of used to this. I won't call this as loneliness for me, but for the rest of the world, I think a lot of people consider this as loneliness. You should consider this as a aloneness, which means this is a great time to be mindful, and this is a great time to go internally, because so far the whole world has been doing rat race, going outside. It's about winning and competition. I think this is a great time for each one of us to go internally and figure out what is that we have all been doing, where are we, and what is that we need to do going forward, is what I would start with.
Yes, I think, Muki, these are golden words. I think all of us have to have some sort of a system in our life. And I think more so with lockdown, when we are not able to go out, but the business has to go on. So I'm sure, you are working, like you already mentioned that you're working for 12 hours. Is there a routine that you have worked out for yourself?
So my routine is not changed at all, CK. I get up in the morning at around 5:36. Um, I brush my teeth, then I take a glass of water, little warm water, and then I start my yoga. I do around 1 hour of yoga. It's very important for everybody to understand that when you are at home, your muscle starts not muscles are not activated, and you are going to feel more lethargic. On top of that, you don't have work and you don't have anything else to do outside. There is very less vitamin D for you because you are not going to be in the sunlight. So it's very important to start your day with exercise. So I start my day with exercise, then I do all kinds of housework, and and then you know I start my work at around 10 o'clock, and then it goes on. All my regular activities happens. It's very hard for most of the people to do this, but you got to push yourself to go forward because you are alive. Remember that you have this life ahead of you, and you need to push yourself as much as possible. I would say one thing to all the viewers, that don't try to be so much focused into what you're doing. Just let it go. And because the moment you start focusing inside four walls, it becomes very hard, right? So I would say that relax, listen to, music which are very soothing for you. Do all kinds of work at home, and any kind of work. Do gardening, and talk to the plants. These are all very important moments in your life where you need to do regular activities, and that will take your mind away from anxiety, is what I would say.
I think there is a message from Muki. The message is that be focused in your work, but don't be attached. So I think these are all very nice advices. And today is day 8. I think we've got few more days to go. So I believe I will catch you after a few more days to see how things are. It seems that Bangalore is coping well. Uh, but I think there will be another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to see how the lockdown has affected the people by and large.
Sure. How is it in your place? You are in Delhi?
So, we have the same issue like yourself. We are under lockdown. So, in our society, we have worked out a system where we have an app, and we made sure that the community does not create sort of a crowd at the supermarket. So you can book your slot. We have also got an application where you can say that so it is capped. You cannot buy more than 1,000 rupees in one shot, and you can spend only 15 minutes. So the slots are being available online, so you don't have to go anywhere. Just book your slot, go on time, and the key word is go on time. So if you miss your slot, you cannot go on the same day. So all this is very application was built within 2 days, and we rolled it out, and people are very happy here.
Lovely. We don't have that kind of a system when we go outside on the road to buy it, because I don't live in a I live in a normal uh, you know community. I don't live in a closed community, so this is more open like anybody else. So that's good to know that. That's fantastic.
Because I think that is the only biggest challenge we have. So the main gate is sealed completely. Nobody is allowed to go out or come in. Outside the gate, there are cops who are monitoring movement of people, and so that is why the things are brought to the society. The place where I live, there are 3,000 households, so 3,000 houses. So the system was very, very important to manage the whole thing.
Fantastic. I'm very happy to hear that.
Yeah. So far, the only challenge we have is, like you said, loneliness. So I believe, this lockdown has brought people together more than like you and me were talking after a few years. So here's an opportunity for us to candidly have a discussion, because we want to talk to people. We are social.
Absolutely, CK. I really appreciate what you're doing. Is that people must talk. That's why who changed the word yesterday from social to personal. So it's not anymore social distancing, but it's personal distancing. Sorry, physical distancing, because socially we are all social animals. We cannot get away from people, right? So we need to just create physical distance and not social distancing. And this is the right time for everybody to be transparent, open, trust each other, and be very methodical in your approach. And also at the same time, be honest to yourself, so that if you are not well, so you don't come out. If somebody is not well, make sure that you tell them straight, directly to them, and you're not hurting anybody, because this should not affect too many people, right? So I personally feel that Indian government has done a fantastic job. We should support all the doctors, policemen, and in Bangalore I'm so happy that garbage people are coming in collecting. We should be very, very thankful for all this. It's not happening even in a developing nation. So I think I'm very sure that Indian government has done a fantastic job. Put aside all our likes and dislikes and come together as a community. And there is only one community that is human. So, and then it's environment. So we should all come together. We are all part of environment, right? So we should come together, take things forward, and reduce this catastrophe as much as possible in every way, is what I would say. So one thing I would like to tell you about loneliness, that it is not loneliness, it is aloneness, which means you are alone, because loneliness is depression. So you should come out of that, rather embrace this opportunity, and then you will start enjoying this aloneness. One of the simple technique, it's an ancient Indian technique, I would say, that close your eyes, let all the thoughts come to your mind, don't open your eyes for 10 minutes, and slowly over a period of few days, your mind starts calming down, and you will see a remarkable change in yourself, is what I would suggest to all of you.
Very nice word of wisdom, Mukhi. I think I really appreciate personally as a professional, and I'm sure the viewers of this program would also appreciate. It was pleasure talking to you, Mukhi. I think we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you again and get this gyan from you on how to basically live under lockdown or even after the lockdown. So I think you are an interesting person. We will
Thank
catch.
you so thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Namaste. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week I'm honored to present Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the IT Suppliers Management Global Procurement Head at Novartis. And he joins us to discuss about leadership, his journey from Ireland, where he's based. And it will be honor to talk to him about and get
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Recently, G7 concluded their summit in London, and one of the major agenda on the table was climate change. Climate change has been such a chronic issue. The entire population of the world, 8 billion of us, are affected by the climate change, and not to talk about the billions of animals and other wildlife which are also affected by the climate change. What we can do to control situation around us as an enterprise and as an SME, as individual citizen of the world. To discuss this matter, we have a very interesting personality joining us in the studios. So friends, stick around to this very interesting discussion. I will catch you in a minute. Welcome back, friends. And as you know that the climate has become very important, and to discuss about what policies the corporates and enterprises must have in order to control climate in their own ecosystem, we have a very interesting personality. His name is Mike Bradley. He's joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me welcome Mike to our show.
Good afternoon, Chandra. How are you?
I'm good, Mike, and I always envy your background and the beaches and the environment friendly pictures that you have.